The Leftover Princess and the Knights of the Round. Volume 2. A Queen's Conditions. Prologue. It was a stormy night. Strong, howling winds shook the windows and the sound of slashing rain mixed with the roaring thunder. Bright lightning lit up the room for a moment despite the heavy curtains draped over the window. Somavessel's second prince, Guido, was 10 years old that night. Though old enough to handle the storm, the unpredictable thunder and lightning still startled the young prince, making it difficult for him to sleep. He simply lay down on his bed, kept his eyes shut, waiting for the storm to subside. He knew not how much time had passed when he heard a soft knock on his door. Guido woke up and turned his head towards the door, wondering who it might be. Then another knock came, though the sound lacked the sharpness for an intended knock. "Who is it? I've got my hands full here." Guido opened the door. On the other side of the door was his older half-brother of 2 years, Friedhelm, the first prince of Somavessel. Guido followed his brother's order and found his younger half-sister, Leticia, on Friedhelm's back. The reason behind the soft knock was because Friedhelm knocked using his feet. Leticia, or Letty, was the first princess and was 4 years younger than Guido. She was wrapping her dainty hands around Friedhelm's neck and her eyes were tightly shut, probably because she was scared of thunder. "What's the matter?" "Well, I can't allow Letty to sleep alone on a night like this. She's still young. Besides, I was also worried you might be scared of the thunder." Letty has a full younger brother, Leonhardt. He was born a year after Letty and their mother was probably staying with him all night, leaving Letty alone. "All right, let's all sleep together. The bed may be a bit small for the 3 of us, but bear with it for tonight. Letty will sleep in the middle." Guido thought he was no match for his older brother, who was, in all sense of the name, an older brother. Friedhelm did not forget to check on Letty and on him even on a night like this. "Guido Oniai-sama will also be sleeping with Letty?" "Yeah, so everything is all right, no need to be scared." Guido gently said to Letty and helped her get down from Friedhelm's back and up to the bed. Guido's bed was not small for a 10-year-old child to sleep alone, but it was a bit narrow for 3 children to sleep in. But he thought the closer they snuggled, the safer would Letty feel. Letty fell asleep after a while, but Guido could not. The thunder gradually became softer and Guido was thinking about the assignment given to him this afternoon. "Can't sleep?" "Yeah. I was thinking about my assignment." Guido heard Friedhelm sigh about him being too serious. "What assignment is that? Enough to bother Guido, the perfect and wise child like our great-grandmother. To write a composition about my dream for the future." "Have you written anything like that, Aniui?" "Oh, that one. Yeah. I have. But it was something they made me write to please Grandfather Lauenstein. So it's probably the same for you, it's something to please your grandfather Eulenberg. Write that you want to be king. I'm sure that'll be enough to satisfy them." "I will." But he noticed something in the way Friedhelm had said it. "Do you not want to be king, Aniui?" "Who knows? I mean, being a king is something like a future that is prepared for me rather than being my dream. It's like being an adult." Hearing the words spoken out loud made Guido realize that maybe he was just the same as well. "Can't the heir be Letty or Leon? That way, I could be. In the future." The thunder roared, silencing Guido's voice for a moment. Then after the thunder subsided, Friedhelm said, "Me too." "Do, Prince Guido." Guido opened his eyes when he heard a voice whispering in his ears. He slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to see Letty's young face grow older. Soon he realized that he had been dreaming just a moment ago. "Are you all right? Shall I have a room prepared for you to rest?" "No, I'm all right." "Are you certain? It is strange for you to openly sleep in a place such as this." Today was one of their regular tea parties Letty had suggested to have. Guido came first and they were waiting for Friedhelm in a drawing room in the royal villa. Guido unconsciously closed his eyes and fell asleep when Letty had left him alone for a while. Did I say something?" "No, nothing in particular, but you were frowning quite hard and I thought you were having a nightmare so." A maid came in, informing them of Friedhelm's arrival. Letty stood up and left the room to welcome Friedhelm, leaving Guido behind so she did not hear him say that his dream was, indeed, a nightmare. "Hey. Are you doing well?" Friedhelm greeted Letty with unnecessarily overflowing liveliness and she returned his greeting with a perfect smile for they were in the presence of other people, specifically Friedhelm's knights. After the greetings, Letty ushered him, alone, to the drawing room where Guido was waiting. "I am doing fine. But Prince Guido, on the other hand, does not look so well. He even fell asleep for a few minutes in his enemy's room. That's serious. He ain't someone who'd let anyone attack him in his sleep, and here I was, thinking that he was feeling fine since Queen Sophia's funeral." They were only a few steps from the drawing room, but they stopped. They did not want Guido to hear this conversation. 2 months have passed since Queen Sophia's death. He is probably feeling the pain and loneliness now that things have settled down. 2 months ago, the bells of mourning rang throughout the castle. It was about a month after the ghost energy incident. Guido's mother, the second queen consort Sophia, had been sick for a while already. Everybody was prepared for her imminent death. But for her real son, there were still too many memories that caused hurt and pain. Better speak warmly with him today. Do not bite at each other's neck, warned Leti. Queen Sophia left Guido in Leti's care. Leti understood that she meant it for her to be cooperative when Guido became king. But despite that, Leti still could not easily disrespect Queen Sophia's request. But ain't this the job of his fiancée, Lady Eleanor? Stop making that obviously troubled face. If he noticed that his siblings were worried about him, it might become his support, though I am well aware he is not one who will notice it. Guido was both serious and dense. He could not possibly know anyone who was actually worried about him unless it was plainly told to his face. But he was also not someone who could easily brush off anyone who was worried about him. Guido's rationale for controlling his emotions was one of his good points, but it was a bad point as well. That is the most we can do for Prince Guido, because we are not on good terms with each other. Well, yes, of course. I am only forced to attend this tea party to give my recommendations for Princess Leticia's future husband. I don't care about Guido, I don't care at all. And Prince Guido is attending as well to stop you from your plans. Leti and Friedhelm reassured each other about where they stood. If someone from Kleinschmidt was here, this would be a tea party with a complete representative of the top of the kingdom. Then let's just have one with the three of us. Kleinschmidt has fallen from grace anyway. Well, I guess you are right, Leti agreed with Friedhelm. Inside Sommerwessel's social structure, there were three families considered to be special among the noble families, namely, the Lauensteins, Friedhelm's faction, the Eulenbergs, Guido's faction and the fallen Kleinschmidts. These families were collectively known as the three Grand Marquises. They were special even among the other marquises, despite having the same title because they had descended from the royal family. So why are they not considered part of the royal family despite their lineage and simply treated as special nobles? Leti's great-grandfather, the administration king Karl-Heinz, created a decree that stripped down the three dukedoms of their eligibility to inherit the throne and dropped their ranks from being dukes to marquises as punishment for abusing their power and using it for their personal gains. Great-grandfather left us something troublesome. It might have been a wise decision at the time, but now, it's nothing but a problem for us. Exactly as Friedhelm said, the way things were viewed changed as time passed. Wanting to be a royalty again is a frustrating desire. They reaped what they sowed. They could just be satisfied with the special treatment they were receiving. Well, as if your royal pureness could understand us. Leti, with a king for a father and a royal for a mother, was sometimes referred to as a pure-blooded princess. But you are of pure royalty yourself. Half, yes. The other half is the cursed bloodline of the Lauensteins who lost their right to the throne. Now then, would the leftover princess be kind to show me the room where we shall have our private tea party? Leti coldly glared at Friedhelm for his unfunny joke. Say that again and I will scream no. Oniai-sama, stop. I am your sister, at the top of my lungs and mess up my hair and dress a bit to complete the picture. Quit that. That won't be a joke at all. Leftover princess was nothing but an unpleasant nickname for Leti. Her two excellent brothers, both coming from one of the three Grand Marquises, made the succession for the throne a complicated problem. The competition between the two princes grew worse over the years and the king was deeply hurt by it. So to prevent the strife from getting worse, the king came up with a novel idea. He selected Leti as the heir to the throne. So in other words, Leti picked up the crown that fell from the two princes, a leftover crown, thus, she was the leftover princess. But despite all of the conflict, Leti knew that her two brothers cared for each other deeply. They had just become the symbols of the political war between their families that they had to pretend otherwise. This is the third tea party. I guess it's about time I get to hear about what's running inside the head of our next queen. These tea parties are meant to eradicate all rumors circulating about an impending civil war. It will be a big problem if the neighboring countries think of this as an opportunity for them. I agree with that, so how much on good terms shall we be? Right now, Friedhelm and Guido met up with each other out of obligation and nothing was really different with their relationship. Tell me, how does the next queen plan to solve the strife between the two princes? Will you make the two parties reconcile with each other? Or will you keep them in check with some provisions? Or will you step up and intervene with the three Grand Marquises problem? Did you think I would tell you, a political enemy, what my plans are for the future? I know you will. Make that one of your assignments. I'll wait for your answer. Leti felt Friedhelm was testing her. If she gave him a half-assed answer, then this brother of hers, who was more fit to be king, would undoubtedly stand up to oppose her. Leti knew, more than anyone, that her most difficult enemy was just right beside her. Chapter 1. Opening. The Night King Christian, the first king of Sommerwessel, and his knights were said to have always congregated at a round table, symbolizing equality for all the members. This was passed on from one generation to another and was believed to be the origin of the 12 Knights of the Round. A Night King, Knights of the Round, these were clear representations of Sommerwessel's particular fascination with knights. And in a country such as this, a martial arts tournament, where knights fought against each other under a set of rules, was not something to be surprised of. An invitation to the martial arts tournament? Yes. I know you have never joined it, but at least you do know about it, do you not? Somavessel's first princess, Leticia, brashly threw the invitation at her knight, Duke Barchet, whom she had just recently succeeded in recruiting after making a scene. Her unprincess-like action clearly showed her dislike for the invitation. To participate in the tournament, one has to be a knight, not just a simple knight by name but a knight with a rightful master. In other words, only honorary knights can take part in it. Knight has two meanings in Somavessel. One is royal knight. This refers to the members of the Royal Chivalric Order. The order was established to protect the peace and order of the kingdom. Duke was one of them. The other meaning is honorary knight. This, on the other hand, is the title given to anyone who has sworn loyalty to their one chosen master. For this knight, there are several reasons why they choose to become one. Some choose to be one in order to protect their master, some are scholars who are knights by name alone, and there are those who simply want to use their master's name and connections. Duke was a royal knight and was also Letty's honorary knight and the knight of the first seat of the future Knights of the Round. The invitation for the tournament was sent due to the second position he currently held. They say it is for friendly competition and a chance for interaction between the knights, but this is actually nothing but a place for masters to show off their knights. Men, punctuated Letty. But since I already have you as my knight, we have to participate in it. I am certain that you have wide connections amongst the knights since you graduated from the Knight Academy, but your connections as a nobleman are limited. Better use this opportunity to expand them. So you're saying that that is my main goal and not to win? Seventh Heaven and Valkyrie will also be competing in it. I do not have any intentions of demanding the impossible from you. Demand the impossible, huh? True, first Prince Friedhelm's Seventh Heaven and second Prince Guido's Valkyrie were composed of the best knights in the kingdom. So for Letty to ask Duke to win the competition was synonymous to her asking him to be the strongest knight in Somavessel. Anyway, the real problem for this is that knights are the only ones allowed within the tournament grounds, so there will be no one there to stand as my guard during your matches. If it were for me, I do not mind that at all, but I have my position as a princess to consider. Letty was perfectly capable of protecting herself from any form of danger, but since she was known to the world as a defenseless, sweet princess, it would not be acceptable for her to not have a knight by her side for the duration of the tournament. I was planning to borrow one knight from father's round, but truthfully, I do not want to show people that I rely on him. However, that was the only way I could think of without worrying about the political balance between the factions. The political balance had been a long-standing problem for the current king, Letty's father. In order to keep this balance, he selected his first queen from the royal family. This action would serve as a restraint for the three grand marquises. But time passed and they did not have children, so he decided to take two more queen consorts at the same time. The second queen was from Eulenburg and the third queen was from Lauenstein, in order to show that he was impartial. Letty inferred this notion had been made to keep the balance even before she was chosen as the crown princess. I think I know someone who can be your temporary knight for the tournament, said Duke. Someone? Yeah. Someone willing to be your knight and you still get to keep the political balance. Duke knew the perfect person who was unaffiliated and would be glad to be Letty's knight. But Duke himself was not really fond of the idea of asking that person. Ask him why he felt that way and he would probably answer with, I don't know. Part 2. The Night King's space was where the consciousness of the reincarnations of Somavessel's first king, the Night King Christian, could gather together. The room was decorated with a grand wooden chandelier and the floor was lined with lush carpet embroidered with tales of the gods framed in golden ears of grain. In the middle of the room was a beautiful patina table made of evergreen oak and around it were ornate chairs made out of the same wood. The reincarnations of the Night King come to this place during their dreams. Letty had no plans to visit the Night King's space tonight, but she soon found herself seated in one of the chairs. Tonight it was particularly crowded and she decided to start the conversation with the other four kings. Martial arts tournament? Julie prohibited having it during my time, said the 12th king, the Lion King Alexander, who was surprised to hear that the tournament was being held again. What did you do that forced King Julius to prohibit it? Asked Letty. I challenged the winner to fight me. Every time. So I guess he got fed up with me and decided to stop it altogether. Just as expected of the hot-headed king, Letty thought. The tournament is a lively affair in my time. I remember secretly betting with my knights on who would be the winner. If the historians of the future learned that the celebrated, incorruptible, and clean administrative King Karlheinz did such a thing, I am certain they might be shocked out of their minds. Please do them a favor and not write it in your diary. Bring it with you to your grave, commented Letty. Letty's great-grandfather, the 17th king, the administrative King Karlheinz, smiled gently and told his great-granddaughter to overlook the deed. The bet was only over a bottle of wine. I do not have it in mine, we do not have the time nor the resources anyway, said the one-armed King Oswald, a reincarnation after Letty's time. He was currently in the middle of a dire war, which in a sense, was like having a tournament every day. Yes, of course, anyway, try to think about it as entertainment for the future, Letty said to cheer him up. Is that so? Challenges are already banned in my time. Or rather the notion of a knight itself is unclear, said the heartbroken King Ledger. Do the Knights of the Round still exist? Asked Letty. Well, that is the collective term for the military generals. Ledger was a reincarnation from a later future than Oswald. He was called the Heartbroken King because he was famous for the number of heartbreaks he had to endure, but he had a proper title and the word did not exist yet in Letty's time. A peaceful time, is it not? Queen Leticia's time, Oswald said. He was living in a time of endless war and was probably envious of Letty's era. Indeed. I sometimes find it strange why a reincarnation of the Night King is needed. There is not even a chance to use the Night King's power at all, agreed Letty. No. A day will come when you will have to use it. You will. A loud crash cut Oswald's words. Alexander, who was seated beside Letty, kicked the table where he had been resting his feet a while ago. Oi, King Oswald. Telling the future to someone who doesn't want to hear it is against the rules. Do you want me to shut your mouth, huh? But some things will be better if she knew about it, I know. I wanted to. So you're saying that's how it is for others because that's how it was for you? You kept on yapping on things like that so your arm got chopped off by your cousin, stupid king, called out Alexander. The atmosphere had turned dark and intense. Letty stood up to control the situation. Stop that, you too. A slip of the tongue exists in both times, does it not? If this becomes more than a verbal argument, I shall take things into my own hands and force you both to calm down. If you think you can win against me who has 11 of the swords of promise, then step up. The reincarnations of the Night King had the Night Sword and the 12 swords of promise, a total of 13 swords created to protect the Night King, sealed inside their bodies. Letty recently granted the Sword of White Light, one of the 12 swords of promise, to save a particular lad so she now only had a total of 12 swords in her. I will go now. I doubt I can win with only 3 swords left, said Oswald. He probably chose to go either because he decided he would be the one to leave or because he was truly offended by what Alexander said. I shall go back as well. I cannot stand more of this atmosphere, Letty said and left. Part 3. Letty woke up in a foul mood due to what had happened in the Night King's space. Letty declared before to the other kings that she had no desire to know the future. However, the one-armed king slipped his tongue some days ago regarding Letty's informal title, Heartbreaker Queen. No. Definitely not. That will absolutely not happen. I am only surrounded by knights near my age, so I gained such a title and not because I have many lovers. No. Definitely not. I want to believe that of my future self. Letty convinced herself. I have ignored the rumors going around about Duke being my lover, but maybe it is about time I do something about it, but if I or Duke deny it, it would just backfire on us, making us even more suspicious. Letty continued pondering on how to deal with this particular problem as her maid helped her get dressed. Afterwards, another maid came, informing her that Duke had come together with the temporary knight he had prepared for her for the martial arts tournament. Your Highness. I'll work hard today, greeted the rookie knight of the Royal Chivalric Order with his head bowing down to Letty. Astrid Gale was considered a top-class knight due to his unusual skills despite being a newbie. He was a commoner, but he was already rumored to have the potential to be the next commander of the Royal Chivalric Order. So you were the person Duke had in mind for my temporary knight. Well, you are indeed unaffiliated, but wholly unexpected, finished Letty in her mind. Further consideration of the idea made Letty realize that he was indeed a likely candidate and simply became unexpected because she was the one who consciously removed him from the likely candidates Duke would have in mind. It seemed like she and Astrid were strangely connected. Astrid, one of Duke's juniors, actually had a dark past despite his seemingly innocent and harmless face. But this young man was elated when Duke asked him to be Letty's knight and was jumping with joy when he said, yes. Yes, sir. I will. I will give my best to protect Her Highness. Whether his joy was because he could gaze up close to the beautiful Princess Leticia or because this was the perfect chance for him to promote himself to be Letty's knight, Duke did not know. Duke had previously tried covertly asking Astrid who was his desired master, but he skillfully dodged the topic every time, intentionally or not. Letty, who was the most likely candidate for Astrid's chosen master, agreed to have him as her temporary knight. You do not have to do much. All you have to do is to stand behind me all throughout the tournament. Let us go then. So Letty, together with Astrid acting as her knight in place of Duke, went to the Royal Chivalric Order's training grounds where the tournament would be held. There were tents put up to serve as a place for the audience to stay. An elaborate tent stood out amongst the simple ones and inside it were 3 equally elaborate chairs. Friedhelm claimed one chair on the side and Guido filled up the other one on the opposite side and the middle seat was open. The 2 princes would never sit beside each other on friendly terms. This was their public stance, this was what was expected of them. Well. A pleasant day to you, your Royal Highness. Good day. Letty curtly returned Friedhelm's sarcastic greeting with a perfect princess smile. Oh, Astrid? Since when did you become Letty's knight? Friedhelm was surprised to find the baby-faced Astrid standing behind Letty instead of the tall Duke. Duke prepared him as my temporary knight for the tournament. Duke will be busy with his own matches and he will also be assisting the knights of the round for the management of the tournament, so he cannot stay by my side at all. You may use this time to recruit Astrid to your 7th heaven, explained Letty. Then I'll do just that. Hey, Astrid, be my knight. I will think about it, your highness, replied Astrid. This had been his usual answer for a while, but Friedhelm noticed that his eyes were now different. Temporary knight? Those are the eyes of a loyal guard dog already. I let another good one slip out of my hands, thought Friedhelm. He did not know when Astrid had come to his decision, but he knew that those eyes would not even look back at him no matter how much he invited him. Letty took Duke first, and sooner or later, she would be taking in Astrid. I guess, just as expected of my sister, mused Friedhelm. Knights are weak against beautiful princesses, right? Friedhelm asked for agreement from his knights, who gave him a yes, saying that ladies were creatures naturally to be protected. Friedhelm slouched deeper in his chair, sulking like a child when he heard them say this. Letty acted coolly and disregarded Friedhelm's sarcastic remarks, but she was truly fuming inside. A knight charmer has no right to tell me that. Letty fumed. Astrid, why don't we make a bet on who'll win this tournament? Friedhelm asked. Bet? Astrid asked curiously with his head tilted to one side. Yeah. Who do you think it will be? If you win, I'll give you the best wine in my cellar. If I win, you become my knight. What do you say? I'm sorry, your highness, but I don't drink. Humph. You're no fun at all. Darn it. I lost because I do not have any sweet treats to lure a kid. Friedhelm grumbled in his seat, complaining at Astrid's refusal. Astrid clearly said that he does not drink rather than he cannot drink. This clearly showed that he did not even want to bet his knighthood with Friedhelm. And no one knew if Astrid did it intentionally or if he was just naturally clueless. While Friedhelm was thinking about Astrid, Astrid himself had a big question inside him and he finally found the courage to ask it. Please pardon me, but what is this tournament in the first place? Astrid's question was truly out of place. Letty unintentionally slipped out of her facade and Friedhelm unknowingly let out an exasperated, eh? It seemed like Duke only told Astrid that he wanted him to be a temporary knight, nothing more, nothing less. The tournament, or officially, the martial arts tournament, is a competition between the honorary knights in the kingdom. Though it is called a tournament, the only prize they will get is honor and being branded as the strongest knight in Sommervessel, explained Letty. Are they going to fight? Yes. They will fight as knights, meaning they will be fighting using the same sword within a time limit as shown by the hourglass over there. The judges are the present knights of the round as they are not participating in the tournament. A fight between knights, using the same sword, then, Astrid said, glancing at the busy Duke who was helping in the preparations for the tournament. It shall be Duke-senpai. Letty's reaction was delayed due to her surprise at Astrid's answer. Before Letty could even ask Astrid for an explanation, Friedhelm glared at Astrid. Astrid. You bloke. You said the one thing no one dared to utter despite knowing it. Is that so? Please forgive me, Astrid apologized despite not understanding what he did wrong. Then Friedhelm smiled at Letty, who was still at a loss on what Astrid had meant. I won't be recruiting Duke to 7th heaven just because he is my friend. I have my reasons, and of course, he does as well. Friedhelm said as he pointed his head towards Guido's direction. Letty knew that Guido had recruited Duke before, but Duke never mentioned it to her. The only reason she could think of was that Guido wanted to prevent Duke, someone from his faction, from becoming Friedhelm's knight, but based on Friedhelm's words, it was not the only reason. Well then, why don't we take a seat and enjoy the performance of the future first seat knight of the Knights of the Round? And then the tournament commenced. The matches proceeded one by one. Some were close and entertaining fights and some finished quickly. Letty kept watching Duke from the corner of her eye while she was watching the matches. Looking at him was enough to know he was busy helping out as a future knight of the round and learning from the incumbent ones. After a long wait, it was now Duke's turn. Your Highness, please watch carefully. Duke-senpai's match will be over in 3 moves. Astrid said to Letty, his voice was oozing with pride for his respected senior. 3 moves? Asked Letty. What? Did he get even better? Unbelievable, said a surprised Friedhelm. They say that it is the most efficient fighting move for knights, but senpai is the only one I know who can do it. Letty determined before that Duke was weaker than the genius assassin Astrid, so if this genius was so sure that Duke would win, maybe he really would. I have heard that his skills were one of if not the best in the order, but, thought Letty. Letty decided to focus on watching the match of her own knight and measure his true abilities. An incumbent knight of the round stood and gave the signal to start the battle. As soon as the sign was given, Duke quickly made his move. The best fighting move for a knight is composed of these 3 moves. 1. Cross swords with the opponent and charge forcefully to break the opponent's stance. 2. Strongly wield the sword, forcing the opponent to lose his grip on his own sword, making him defenseless. And 3. Thrust the sword and point it towards the opponent's neck to signal his defeat and the end of the match with a lot of sand still left in the hourglass. Everyone was in awe with Duke's skillful, precise, and well-executed 3-move attack. Even the referee was rendered speechless for a moment before he announced Duke's win. He really is strong, thought an amazed Letty. That demonstration alone was enough for her to know that Duke's skills were far beyond the skills than that of a regular first-rate knight. So, how was it? Friedhelm asked with a smug face to Letty, and he gave a detailed commentary about the fight. For a knight battle fought fair and square, there are only 3 factors to consider: technique, power, and speed. And as you've seen, Duke is way above the others for all of those factors. No one comes close. But I remember someone bragging that he was on par with Duke during their academy days. Who was that again? Duke was a flimsy lad at the time and I had more height. So you want to say that he lacked the power before, confirmed Letty. What Letty saw in this tournament was a far more polished fighting style than the one she witnessed before when Duke fought some street thugs during one of her incognito walks. So why does he prefer using that practical fighting style? He is already strong as it is, wondered Letty. Then she remembered Duke's excessively strong junior. Astrid seemed to be the source of Duke's complex, and he wanted to prove that he was not only strong as a knight. Duke always acted as the understanding, mature adult to Letty, but he was just a childish man when it came to Astrid. This is why you're just a youngster. You should be more assertive, thought Letty. Being strong as a knight was a valuable asset, especially in this peaceful time. She decided to compliment Duke later and moved on to ask Astrid. But I heard that you and Duke had equal records in the order? Why is that? Duke himself told Letty before that he and Astrid were equals, but Friedhelm said a while ago that no one came near to Duke, so Letty wanted an explanation. Yes, we do have equal records because I collect points from other battles. But if it's a straight sword fight, I hate to admit it, but it'll be my complete loss. But if it's over something else and there aren't any rules, I am certain I can win. Do you also have other battles aside from swords in the order? Asked a curious Letty. Yes, we do, your highness. We may be called knights, but most of our tasks now are stopping disputes in town or catching pickpockets. Fighting with swords would be difficult because we might accidentally wound innocent people in the area, so we also train in different fighting styles, explained Astrid. Examples of these different fighting styles were hand-to-hand combat, knives, and other items that could be considered more practical. Out of all of those styles being taught in the order, Astrid's favorite was the correct way to stop a drunkard with a pitcher pub version. Senpai's so great, Astrid said, as if voicing out Letty's thoughts. Letty did not openly agree with Astrid, but she was forced to admit to herself that she was elated with Duke's performance. Duke, on the other hand, was being praised by his seniors in the Knights of the Round and was told him to keep this momentum for the rest of the tournament. I see. So the rumors about him being the next commander for the order were not rumors at all, realized Letty as she saw how Duke was surrounded by his colleagues. A knight with the best swordsmanship, a calm and decisive attitude, and being fully trusted by the other knights, add to that his noble blood, were the conditions for the ideal commander, and Duke satisfied all of these. Letty took away from the Royal Chivalric Order their future perfect commander. While Letty was feeling a little sorry for the order for what she did, something dripped onto her from above. Letty felt something cold touch her cheek and her surroundings suddenly turned frantic even before she could react. Leticia, said an alarmed Guido. No. Look up, shouted Friedhelm and Astrid. Letty followed their words and looked up, and then something dripped down again, falling onto her hair. She touched it, dirtying her sleeve in the process, dirtying it with blood. What the quick? Call the Knights of the Round. This is gonna get really complicated. Friedhelm was the first one to snap out of shock and gave instructions to Seventh Heaven, and then Guido brought Letty to his side. The blood dripping from the tent's roof did not look like it would stop at any moment, and everybody just looked up at the bloody sight. What's wrong? Duke's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere, and what he saw was his bloodied master. Her beautiful blonde hair and white cheeks were stained scarlet. Duke was already dreading the worst when Letty calmly shook her head and told him to look up. Calm down. This is not mine. Look up. Duke followed what Letty said and saw where the blood was coming from. A lamp with blood inside? The position of the lamp was not unnatural, so probably no one noticed it until blood started leaking out of it. I'll bring it down, Astrid said. He stood up on the backrest of Letty's chair and used it as a springboard to jump up. He took the lamp and landed perfectly on his feet. Ah. Blood is still leaking out. Astrid's hand was smeared with the blood dripping out of the lamp, and when he opened it, the bloody scent filled the training grounds that Letty had to cover her nose with her clean sleeve. A bird's corpse? Who'd do something like this, said Astrid. Letty thought this was too much for a simple prank. Sealed inside the lamp was a beheaded bird. The lamp was hanging from the tent and blood had slowly leaked out of the gaps in the lamp and dripped down so its existence could be discovered. Or maybe it was meant to be found. Astrid, go and wash your hands. Then bring 1 wet and 1 dry cloth for Her Highness, ordered Duke. Yes, sir. 1 wet and 1 dry. Astrid confirmed the order and swiftly moved out. Your Highness, are you feeling all right? Do you feel dizzy or nauseated? No. I am all right, Letty calmly answered Duke's worried question. Letty, fortunately or unfortunately, was not delicate enough to faint upon the sight and scent of blood. She was rather busy thinking about who would do such a thing and why. This was prepared beforehand and not that difficult to do. Is this just a simple prank or something else, Letty pondered. But sadly, she did not have the time to think about it calmly. The news about the incident was already spreading out and people were starting to gather around their tent. Guido went out to disperse the people and Friedhelm examined the lamp and the bird. Take out the lamp and then the chair and carpet stained with blood. Leticia, don't come out yet, it'll make things worse. Not until you've wiped the blood that can be seen. The knights immediately followed Friedhelm's orders and took out the lamp, the blood-stained chair, and finally the carpet, revealing the ground. Wait a minute, this is, murmured Friedhelm. Everyone inside the tent gasped, because beneath the carpet was a geometrical pattern drawn on the ground where Letty's chair had been. Oi. Someone call Leonhardt. Sir Scholar is familiar with this, isn't he? I know what this is for, but I don't know that much, said Friedhelm. The pattern drawn was a pentagram, a 5-pointed star that was a symbol of instability and unknown characters surrounded it. Anyone who saw it could conclude that it was a magic circle drawn to curse someone. And then beside the circle was a message Letty burned into her mind. I know who you truly are. Letty read the message out loud. This certainly refers to me and is most likely connected to the Night King. Letty sighed, foreseeing how much trouble this would be if it were true. As if on cue, Astrid came back with the 2 washcloths. Your Highness. I have returned with the cloth. Thank you. Letty said and took the wet cloth first to wipe out the drying blood on her face and hair, but the blood on her dress had stained already and would not be taken off with a normal washing. And one of my favorite dresses just got ruined in the rain recently. This is the worst. Letty decided to leave the rest to her 2 brothers and the Knights of the Round. If only she was a man, wiping away the blood would be enough and she could continue investigating the incident. But no, she was a princess with a reputation to protect. It was during these types of situations that Letty found being a princess inconvenient. Duke, we are leaving. Wait. Guido called out. He took off his coat and then handed it to a surprised Letty. Letty was suspicious of him, so Guido added a few words. Put that on. I can't just let a lady stained with blood walk around exposing herself. Thank you, but there is no need. Today is cold. But if you insist on it, I shall take my knights, refused Letty. Treat this as my thanks for taking care of Cornelia's birthday. Thank you for doing that in place of mother. Letty had taken over the preparations for Cornelia's, Guido's full younger sister, birthday in place of their mother who had passed away. Well then, I shall return it afterwards, and one more thing, Bishop to G2. Got it. After that Letty signaled to Duke with her eyes and went out of the tent. It had been a long time since Letty had received that kind of brotherly treatment and she knew not how to react. She was conscious of the slight warmth lingering in her brother's jacket. Outside the tent, knights had already gathered around it, curiously trying to find out what had happened inside. Letty thought that the person who pulled off the prank might be around, so she carefully examined the faces of the persons around. Using the sword of gale wind, she gathered the speaking voices around her. The murmurs reached Letty's ears and she concentrated on filtering out any useful information from the swarm of confused and curious. What happened? How about the tournament? And looks like it's cancelled. The criminal would likely say something that does not fit into this current situation, considered Letty. Earlier than planned? Letty stopped walking upon hearing those words. The utterance was out of context. She turned to identify the speaker, but the voice itself was already muffled and it was impossible to know to whom it belonged to. Your Highness? Let us talk as we walk. First, remember the people who are here at this moment, commanded Letty. When they reached a place with no people, she started explaining her thoughts to Duke. I heard a whisper a while ago saying earlier than planned. I wonder what happened earlier than planned. The tournament started as planned. There isn't anything that happened earlier than planned, replied Duke. I agree, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe the discovery of that lantern was supposed to happen after the tournament. The perpetrator probably did not expect blood to leak out of the lamp and the magic circle might have planned to be discovered when the training ground was being cleaned. But if I were the one who did it, I'd prefer the blood to leak out. It'd be more gruesome and convincing than knowing you were sitting in a cursed chair, said Duke. Yes, I see your point, whispered Letty. So did they want to stop the tournament? Or? No. This is not good. I am going too quickly and searching for a reason for the conclusion. Letty, calm down and think of it in the right order, Letty scolded herself. Letty immediately asked her maid to prepare a pen and some papers as soon as they reached her room. There was something she had to ask Duke to do before he forgot. Write down what I requested of you a while ago. Letty asked Duke to write the names of the people that were around the scene. Duke followed her order and started writing on the paper. Eh? In a sequence? No, are you, murmured Letty. Duke's hand smoothly wrote onto the paper the names of the people in the area, but he was not writing it like a list. He had used so much paper that some fell down onto the floor. Letty thought he would be writing the names as he remembered them, but she soon understood what Duke was doing when he started drawing lines and marking the paper with landmarks. Did you remember the people who were there and their respective positions in that short span of time? I learned how to do to the demands of the job. I probably overlooked someone, so don't trust this too much. Duke wrote onto the paper the names of the people who were there, knights who were helping out for the tournament, honorary knights who participated in the battle, and the nobles who came to watch, and these names were written on where they had stood at that moment. He wrote landmarks like, where the tents were to make it easier to visualize. In other words, he remembered not only who, but also where the people were when Letty asked him to remember them. This is certainly convenient. It would be of great help if I can have another one of you. Don't ask for the impossible. Anyway, does this mean the people here are suspects? Yes. I am not sure what happened earlier than planned, but it will not hurt to consider this as one of the possibilities, concluded Letty. The criminal was still on the loose. There were people in the royal villa and guards were already stationed around it, but Duke, thinking of the worst possible scenario, said, I'll bring Astrid here. Don't go wandering around anywhere until he has arrived. I understand. Let us have him as my temporary knight for a while longer. And one more thing, Duke. Letty stopped Duke, who was already hurrying back to the orders camp, to call Astrid. I saw your match. You are strong. I heard rumors saying that you were number 1 or 2 within the order, but I did not believe it was true. Astrid's unbelievable strength somehow overshadowed Duke's strength, but Duke was also strong enough to be included in the same category. Letty felt a little frustrated with herself for underestimating her own knight and not knowing how strong he was until now. As a knight, yes. But if it's a fight to the death with Astrid, it'll be my complete defeat. Duke thought that even if he was strong as a knight, it would be meaningless if he could not protect his master when it came down to a real fight. But Letty thought otherwise. I do not expect and will not ask that kind of strength from you. If I had to face Astrid, I can kill him instantly, Letty said plainly. You won't tell me how even if I ask, will you? Duke did not dare step on Letty's secret. He never forced her to tell him about it. If Letty wanted to tell him, then he was willing to listen. That was it for Duke. And you act so mature when it comes to me, Letty sighed in her heart. Duke's inferiority complex, in a way, was connected to his desire to improve himself, but too much of it would get to him and he would end up looking down on himself. This would be bad for both Letty and Duke, so she decided to breach onto his complex. Yes, I will not tell you. But look, even if I can kill Astrid, I cannot win in the tournament as a knight. You can. That is your value. Next time I shall order you to win. If you remember, I said I do not have any intentions of demanding the impossible from you. True. That is not impossible for me. Then, I shall do as you wish. Letty, satisfied with Duke's answer, finished the conversation, but Duke gave her one final warning. Don't go anywhere until Astrid arrives. I cannot possibly go out even if I wanted to. I still have to wash myself and change my clothes. You do not have to worry. Now go. Duke took his leave and hurried back to the orders camp, but on his way back, he glanced back at the royal villa where Letty was. I feel like she has seen right through me, whispered Duke. Letty did not give Duke an obvious compliment. She did not tell him he was amazing or excellent or great. She simply told him that she would order him to win since she now knew he could do it. Duke knew himself well. He knew that if he received any straight compliments, he would simply be embarrassed and put on a cold face, but what Letty did fit more to his personality, to demand something from him, something that he could do. This would probably motivate him more. This ability to make people dance to their rhythm is very similar to Prince Friedhelm. Does it run in the king's blood? Damn it. Friedhelm's and Letty's mothers were different, so this ability was most likely from their father. Duke felt defeated and unconsciously uttered a swear word. Letty immediately threw away her blood-stained dress and washed her hair and face with hot water and changed clothes. After that, the only thing left for her to do was to wait for the report. With nothing else to do, she sat in front of the chessboard and moved the white bishop and then stared seriously at the board. I am certain his next move will be this, so, Letty murmured as she tapped on the black rook when she felt a presence in her room. She looked at the window and... Your Highness. I've come to be your guard in place of Senpai. Haven't I told you not to enter through the window? Do that again and I shall kick you out. Astrid silently opened the locked window and went inside the room. If anyone saw him coming in through the window, it would definitely cause unpleasant rumors to circulate around the castle. For Letty, it was still too early for her to take the first step in becoming the Heartbreaker Queen. Any progress on the magic circle? Asked Letty. None yet, Your Highness. The Knights of the Round are currently asking the knights who prepared the area, reported Astrid as he jumped into Letty's room. Then he felt something was strange with Letty. Astrid curiously looked at Letty and went close to her, and the strangeness increased as he got closer. Before he could even think about the reason behind it, his body moved first. He bent down and brought his face near Letty's beautiful, golden locks and breathed in its scent. The gesture Astrid did was so dog-like that even Letty forgot to scold him for getting too close to her. What's this smell? Blood? But I already washed my hair. Does it still smell? No, it doesn't smell like blood, it's more like a black scent, Astrid said. He was feeling frustrated at finding the right word to describe the strangeness he felt when his gaze slowly went down and met Letty's gaze, who was looking at him waiting for his next words. Ah, the color of Her Highness's eyes are so beautiful. Astrid thought as he was drawn in by Letty's steel blue eyes reminiscent of Somavessel's winter skies. He moved closer and... Ouch! You mongrel, cried Letty. Astrid's head shook and firecrackers exploded in front of his eyes. He tightly held the back of his head, the spot where Letty mercilessly hit him with the night sword. This is why I am sick of men. You are too materialistic. Do that again and I will pierce you with my 12 swords. Remember that, scolded Letty. Hoo, please forgive me, but Your Highness is so beautiful but I'm serious. No one is asking that. Shall I tell you what it means to be a guard? The guard is supposed to protect the master, so it will be meaningless if the guard attacked the master he was supposed to protect. Ah, that's right. Letty thought of the nickname for Astrid she heard from Duke and swore, this stupid naive knight. She said to herself that her hot cheeks were because of anger and not because she was blushing. Anyway, it is done and over. Now go outside and guard there. Switch with Duke when he arrives, ordered Letty. Is Duke Senpai allowed inside your room, Your Highness? Yes. Duke is not a man but a knight. Now go. Letty said as she pointed out the door for Astrid to go out. Astrid obediently said yes and went out of Letty's room. Did I make Her Highness cautious of me? I'd better be careful next time. Now, back to work. Astrid switched back to work mode when he finally remembered the word he was searching a while ago. It's impurity. The Sword of White Light held purification abilities and that responded to the impurities in Letty's hair. She already washed out the blood, but the impurities were still there. That small amount should disappear in a few days, so I guess it's fine, but will Her Highness allow me to touch her hair if I said I'll purify it? Probably not after what I tried to do. Astrid sighed dejectedly. Later in the afternoon, just when Letty's anger towards Astrid's action had subsided, Leonhardt, who was called to investigate the magic circle, and Duke came to the royal villa. For reports like this, there was a proper order on how it should be done. The first person who should give the report was the leader of the investigation, which in this case was Duke, a knight from the Royal Chivalric Order who was leading the investigation, but Leonhardt ignored this protocol and proceeded to report the information to his older sister Letty. First, the magic circle. This is most likely one of those magic circles drawn in some old book on curses. Leonhardt handed a paper with an identical copy of the circle to Letty. She took a look and agreed that it was, obviously. A star of instability drawn with blood was so cliché that it lost the ability to be scary at all. There are still books about the lost arts of the past, books on magic that exist today. But following the procedures religiously does not guarantee it will give the desired effect. I know, for I've been trying these out day and night. Leon believed that there would always be an occult belief that would persist no matter what era it might be. But Letty, knowing about the past as the Night King's reincarnation, had a different opinion. In the past, there existed not a god but gods, and together with them were mythical creatures, like spirits and fairies. Magic, a mysterious power, was persistent throughout the lands. But that was then. Magic and anything related to it had long since gone, that even the fact that it once existed was forgotten, and the only traces left were fairy tales, myths, and pointless superstitions. The source of magic, the gods, had abandoned this world. The final god left wanted to be human, and so here I am, thought Letty. Humans were the ones who erased magic from history, but there were still some fragments left. They were not able to get rid of it completely. Next is this one. The characters written round the pentagram is Archaic Hellas, or more specifically, a language older than Archaic Hellas mother language. And the person who wrote this is most likely not familiar with it. Leon pointed out one character written around the pentagram. Take, for example, this word. There should be a full stop in writing this at the upper right section, but the writer did not stop and continued the stroke. This shows that the person who wrote this did not know it'll be a different word if the stroke was continuous and curved. This is what happens when people simply try to copy what they see. Archaic Hellas was a dead language with only the writing system left intact. This language was sometimes used in old scriptures, and a handful of scholars studied it to use for research. Leonhardt was one of them. severed from the cycle of life, forbidden to enter the kingdom in heaven, be nothing but a consciousness wandering over this land for all eternity was probably what this would mean if it was written correctly. It was probably a curse to make someone a ghost forever but became meaningless due to the incorrect strokes. How unfortunate, ahahaha. Anyway, I shall confirm this with scholars of Archaic Hellas and report again, said Leonhardt. So the criminal does not know Archaic Hellas, Letty sighed, feeling relieved that the criminal was from present time and not a ghost energy who would definitely know Archaic Hellas for it existed long ago in the past. But there were still questions left unanswered. I know who you truly are. Letty thought this message pertained to her secret as the Night King, so the criminal was someone who knew her secret. But how? And what was the reason behind the curse? Now that she was certain the criminal was not ghost energy, the answers to these questions became harder to find. So to summarize, based on the current information, we can say that the criminal is someone who has access to an old book about magic and curses and is not familiar with Archaic Hellas. Hahaha, there's too many who can fit this description. Any noble can enter and borrow a book from the royal library. Knights of the order and scholars can as well as long as they have permission, or it can also be anyone working for a noble family and was sent for an errand, Leonhardt summed up. It was like saying everyone inside the castle grounds were suspects. It would be impossible to interview the suspects even if every knight in the order was deployed. Anything else? Asked Letty. One last thing. I'm curious about this number I. If it was written there intentionally, then it means there'd be a number 2 or even 3. So are you saying that there will be another one? Yes. The more it happens, the more clues we'll get. So for the sake of catching the criminal, let's hope there is another one. Besides, curses cannot kill anyone. Even intricate ones like this. Anyone who saw the circle would only feel unpleasant or uneasy, nothing more, nothing less. So the best course of action for now was to wait for the enemy's next move, just as what Leonhardt had said. Do you have any idea who is the target, Your Highness? Asked Duke, who had not uttered a word since his return. Any one of the 3 eldest royal children was a possible target of the curse. But Leonhardt had a different idea. Maybe the curse was not for a particular person but a certain group of people. How about considering someone who hates the royal family? The term royal family in Somavessel refers to the king, his immediate family, and his relatives, the dukes and their respective families. Members of the royal family all have rights to the throne, regardless of their sex. However, there is no clear order of succession established within the kingdom. If we trace the roots of the current bloodline, we shall arrive to the Revolution King Julius line. It is true that the current line is not directly connected to the Night King, but not wholly unrelated. That is not a bad idea. Let us consider that possibility as well, said Letty. There were foolish nobles who thought their bloodlines were closer to the Night Kings than the current line. Now that they had decided to wait for the next move, Leonhardt excused himself, saying that he also had to report to the order as well. Your Highness, did something happen with Astrid? What is the matter? He looked dejected. Letty was impressed at how observant Duke was. He did something stupid, so I called him a mongrel. You should discipline your junior properly. For his first lesson, maybe you should teach him stay. Letty ended the conversation there and Duke did not ask anything else. The conversation about the incident was over, but not for Letty, who sneaked out of her room once night came. Letty secretly dropped one of her earrings at the scene during the day before she left to change her clothes. With this, the preparation for her perfect excuse was now complete. If anyone found her there, she could easily tell them that she went there to search for the pair of her favorite earring. Letty, with her night vision thanks to the Sword of Black Darkness, did not need a lamp. However, it was too unnatural to walk outside in the dark without it, so she simply carried one without lighting it up. Besides, the light would only call attention. I see it was erased already, sighed Letty as she reached the training ground where the circle was drawn. The remains of the sacrificial bird and the magic circle drawn with blood were already cleaned up. She wanted to see the message "I know who you truly are" again personally, but it was no longer possible. Well then, let us go home. I feel like Duke will find me here if I stay any longer, Letty said as she slowly stood up, feeling a little bit disappointed. She saw light coming closer to her direction. Letty gulped. The person approaching may be someone working in the castle or a knight of the order going on patrol. Whichever it might be, both meant trouble for her. Leticia. But the person was neither of the two. Prince Guido. Why are you here? Said a surprised Letty. I should ask you the same? What you doing here alone at this time of the night? Said Guido. I just noticed I lost my favorite earring, so I am in the middle of searching for it. But the lamp had died, so I was already planning to go back. Letty smoothly said her prepared excuse. You should have just asked your maid to do it for you. Go home now. I cannot possibly ask her to go to the place where a magic circle drawn in blood was at this time of the night. But how about you? What are you doing here alone? Did you also lose an earring? No, 'tis because of a different matter. Come, I'll walk you to the royal villa. Guido said. He clearly did not have any plans on sharing. Letty decided to let it pass and go back home when. "Who's there?" shouted a voice. Letty and Guido looked at each other when they heard the sharp voice. They were thinking of the same thing. If someone saw them, the most likely reason they would come up with was that Princess Leticia and Prince Guido had something to talk about and no one should know about it. Now, if this information reached the Lauensteins, they might think the worse and the world would simply find the corpses of the two royal children together the next morning. "Stay still," Guido said to Letty as he quickly took off his coat, used it to cover Letty's head, and then embraced her. "Ah, I see. But if he does this," Letty thought. "Bad rumors would definitely go around about Guido." "Who's there? Answer me." The voice and the sound of footsteps came closer. Prince Guido. The person calling out was a knight from the order who was on patrol and could not hide his surprise at finding who was there. Letty, who could not see anything, deduced that there were two knights based on the footsteps, but only one of them had spoken. "Go. And do not tell anyone about this," warned Guido. "Yes, Your Highness." A prince embracing a lady, most likely not his fiancée, what the knights saw as a clear act of an affair. While Letty was thinking they were doing injustice to Guido's fiancée, the other knight spoke. "Prince Guido, please pardon me. But would you be so kind as to escort the young lady back to her home? Please do not let her out of your sight." Letty swallowed her shock. The voice belonged to Duke and it was a tone lower than his normal voice. He already knew that Guido's fake lover was none other than his master, even though he had not seen her face. The knights left the prince and his lady and the two separated once they could no longer hear the footsteps of the knights. Looks like Duke noticed. He is unnecessarily sharp. I am certain I will get a scolding tomorrow. Letty sighed as she was already desperately thinking of an excuse to tell Duke. He might believe her if she told him she had something to discuss privately with Guido, but that was not the point. Duke would not scold her for that. He would be scolding her for going out alone. "Leticia, are you?" Guido hesitantly called out to Letty, who was still looking down, busy coming up with her excuse. But when she looked up, Guido decided not to continue what he was about to say and simply said, "I will walk you home." When they reached the royal villa, Guido finally spoke and asked Letty if Leonhardt was home. "Do you need something from Leon?" "Wait here. I shall get him for you, as thanks for sending me home," finished Letty. Letty went to get Leonhardt and persuaded him to meet Guido and passed her younger brother to her older brother. But if he originally meant to meet with Leon, there was no need for him to pass through the Order's camp. And why would he go alone? Letty wondered at Guido's actions. This only meant that he was going to do something he did not want even his knights, Valkyrie, to know about. An affair? No. That is the most unlikely reason for him. What about the person who drew the circle? Maybe he came back again to check the scene. Letty sighed at how foolish her thoughts were. "Anue, there is no need to prepare for a room. We shall talk here." Letty's thoughts were interrupted by Leonhardt's obviously irritated voice. "Is that so?" asked Letty, looking at Guido for confirmation. He nodded and Letty left them alone. As soon as Letty's footsteps could no longer be heard, Leonhardt directly asked Guido what his purpose was. "I came to ask you about the magic circle. Could you not wait for the report from the Order tomorrow? I'm surprised Valkyrie even allowed you to come here alone." Ahaha. Leonhardt brought out a copy of the report for Guido to read. Guido scanned the report and asked if they had any particular suspects. "Someone who hates the royal family? I mean, the 3 eldest royal children were targeted, so I am thinking it's somewhere along that line. Besides, Anue also thinks some foolish noble is behind it." "Royal family," whispered Guido. Leonhardt thought Guido would agree with him, so he waited for his agreement, but the pause made him think Guido might have another idea. He was about to ask him about it when Guido handed back the report to him. "Sorry for disturbing you this late. I shall excuse myself." "Why, thank you. And please don't come here ever again," Leonhardt said that with a perfect smile, complete with a waving hand. He was about to return to his own room when he saw a black figure, no, a black hand over Guido's shoulders caressing his back. Leonhardt took off his glasses to check if it was not his imagination and hurriedly ran after Guido. "Wait. Anue. On your shoulder," Leonhardt said, panting for breath despite running only for a short distance. "What? There was a black hand, huh?" The black hand disappeared at that moment when Leonhardt had bent down a little to catch his breath. "Huh? There was a black hand on your shoulder a while ago," Leonhardt repeated. "A black hand?" Guido asked, completely clueless as to what Leonhardt was saying. Leonhardt tilted his head to the side, wanting to ask Guido what the hand was when. "Ahaha. What's with that reaction?" Guido paused and then laughed. Leonhardt forgot his normal manner of speaking and asked Guido with a plain what, in a low voice. "I thought it was a joke, so I laughed. Leticia taught me in our previous tea party that jokes are fundamental in smoothing out communication with other people, so I should at least respond with a smile or laugh," explained Guido. "Oh. IOC. But unfortunately I cannot even faint and be like your fiancé who finds your eccentricity cute, said Leonhardt, trying to suppress the worst annoyance he had ever felt in his life. This prime minister type of a prince could easily pick up satiric and sarcastic remarks and could even return those with twice or thrice the damage, but he never understood the workings of a joke. Aniui, you benefit a lot from your face, do you not? Yes, this was all because of his extremely handsome cool face. No doubt it was because of this that everyone ended up interpreting his words with a meaningful sentiment when in fact he did mean it to be that way. If he could just act a little bit like the carefree and foolish junior of Duke, his image would be a little different. But do we not look the same? Yes, we do, but the impressions we give are different. That's why I hate you, whispered a fed-up Leonhardt. Chapter 2. Touch and Move. 3 days after the magic circle incident, Letty was holding a one-on-one lesson in her room. To be the knight of the first seat of the Knights of the Round bears an important meaning. The honorary knights of the king are different to other honorary knights because they have military powers. Special mention has to be given to the first seat knight because he has the authority to give orders as the king's representative. In other words, instead of a knight, you are more like the highest-ranking general in the country. An army under the name of the Royal Chivalric Order and a group of military officers collectively known as the Knights of the Round, these are the two forces responsible for Somavessel to be recognized as a superpower by the world. If it wasn't for this, there was no reason for the kingdom to keep the budget-eating order during this time of peace. I get that part, but what about all these books and papers? Duke said while looking at the books written in languages he didn't know and the stacks of paper completely filled with text. Letty tapped on the books with her fingers and said in reply, the magic circle incident shall be put on hold for now. We cannot do anything but wait for the next one. Therefore, while we wait, I shall have you use that time to do some studying. Now that you know what these are all about, let us proceed. For the other countries, our knight system is nothing of importance. The Royal Chivalric Order is simply what we call our army and you, as the first seat knight, are seen as the honorable general. So I shall teach you the knowledge you will need for that position. The first seat knight's duty was not only protecting the king. That was one reason why Letty chose Duke for the position. Duke, being part of the nobility, had already received the compulsory education as a gentleman, so there was no need for her to teach him everything. She would be crowned in a few years' time, and that was not enough to teach an illiterate knight how to read and write and to instill in him proper etiquette. First, completely memorize the social map of Somavessel. Remember the relationship between the families. After that, memorize the other country's social map. While you are at it, better learn how to speak at least 2 more foreign languages. Duke nodded in understanding without even letting out a complaint. If Letty said so, then he truly needed all that knowledge as the first seat knight. Besides, if he, as a representative of Somavessel, could not even greet the generals of other countries properly, then they would surely not be taken seriously. These books over here are the ones I used for my studies. They are good references so you can use them for yours. Read them over and over whenever you have time. How many languages can you speak, Your Highness? I can speak 3 languages at a native level, enough for me to tell jokes and 3 more with fluency, enough to hold casual conversations and a few more to say greetings. Amazing. Duke suddenly remembered his friend's performance during foreign language classes back at the Knight Academy. Friedhelm always seemed bored and sleepy during the classes but still got perfect marks on their tests and assignments. Duke sometimes found himself wondering how Friedhelm did it. Now, he seemed to have found the answer. Friedhelm did not get high grades because he was particularly good in the subject, but rather it was something he had already learned as a part of the royal family, it was expected of him. Leon is more amazing. At 13, he was already being asked to do the final confirmations of terminology books written in different languages. There is a proper reason why he can do as he pleases, he has a true value as a member of the royal family. If he was just a fool, then he would have been long given to the church and tasked to pray for the kingdom every day. Leonhardt could do whatever he wanted because of his eccentricity. He might look like that, but he had his own share of difficulties and gave his best effort to be of help. Duke now learnt about it, and this improved his impression of the unique prince. To be honest, I originally wanted Leon to teach you, but his hands already seem full with his teaching positions at the Knight Academy and the university, so I decided to do it myself. Besides, having a lady teach might actually motivate you to study better, at least for the sake of your ego. Lady? Yes. Have you forgotten? Letty asked, but there was no trace of offense in her demeanor. No. It's just that you're more of my master, Anne. Good, I do not mind at all. I do not see you as a man as well. If I did, I would have a maid stand in here as chaperone. Letty suddenly remembered the mongrel incident with Astrid. Being alone with Duke, her knight, was fine but not with Astrid. A maid, now that you mention it, why don't you have a lady's maid? I had 2 before, but after I was chosen as the heir, the one from Guido's faction turned white and resigned on her own. I fired the other one from Friedhelm's after she served me tea while her hands were shaking violently. Searching for someone I can trust is too much work, so I only have maids for now. Letty's comment before that the brutal ones were those around her was true. Moreover, the conditions for Letty's ladies made a lady of high social rank, of character, and of neutral standing that could pass Letty's meticulous eyes were probably difficult to satisfy. A party will be held soon in celebration for the birthday of my younger sister. Until then, remember at least everything about the kingdom's social hierarchy. I suggest starting first with the families under the Guido faction since your family belongs to it. Studying that may be comparatively easier. Letty proceeded in teaching Duke the things he should know one after the other and cut the day's lessons at a good point. And one last thing. An assignment for you, Letty said as she handed Duke a sheet of paper. The paper contained a list of the positions in Somavessel, such as the Knights of the Round and the Commander of the Order. Written on the other side were the corresponding positions in other countries, such as Marshal and General. This is a comparative list of the different ranks and positions of Somavessel and our neighboring countries. Make sure to remember everything, even the smallest details. It will be rude to make any mistakes. Once you have perfectly memorized those, I shall teach you about their insignia and shoulder marks. If Letty could teach Duke that much, then it simply meant that she had studied and memorized all of those herself. Duke somehow found it frustrating that the people did not even have any idea about Letty's efforts. If they knew about it, then his master would have never been branded as a leftover princess. I remember you are good at remembering people's faces, but take this piece of advice based on my experience. You should learn to remember people aside from their faces. Women, for example, can use cosmetics to change how they look. Have you ever seen your previous lover's face without any makeup? No. Letty looked like she had something to say but decided to keep her silence, out of either kindness, disappointment, pity, or all of the above. Do you put on makeup as well, Your Highness? Yes, but only a little. I am beautiful already, so there is no need to put much on. Tell me, am I wearing anything on my lips today? Duke stared at Letty's face, trying to discern whether she had any coloring on her lips. He never took notice if Letty wore makeup on a daily basis, but he was certain she had worn one for the party. He tried to recall her face that night and then compared it to her current look. You don't? You better pay closer attention to women then. I am using a lighter shade. Letty took Duke's thumb and pressed it to the corner of her lips. He looked at his thumb and there was indeed a pretty shade of light pink on it. Letty jokingly said to him that he has another assignment. Take your time in doing those assignments, no need to rush and remember everything all at once. You have all the time to study until my coronation. Another advice, do not even try to remember 2 languages under the same language tree at the same time. You will just confuse yourself. And a knock cut Letty's words and a maid informed them that Letty has a visitor. Your Highness, Lady Eleanor of Aufrecht House wishes to see you. Eleanor? It is unusual for her to come unannounced. Letty thought Eleanor's business might be important, so she decided to meet her in her private room instead. She asked the maid to clear the desk and gave Duke the books for him to study. Do you know Lady Eleanor? She is Prince Guido's fiancée, right? Duke, though not actively using his affiliation as a Barchet, still knew the basic information of the other families under the Guido faction. Letty thought of introducing him to Eleanor if he did not know her, but since he did, there was no need for it and she ended their lesson for the day. Eleanor Aufrecht entered the room when Duke took his leave. Eleanor is the daughter of Lord Aufrecht, a marquis under Guido. Letty had previous interactions with her as she would be her future older sister and had established a good relationship with her since then. Eleanor's chestnut hair and aquamarine eyes exuded a more gentler and softer aura, compared to Letty's sharp and striking beauty. Eleanor, how have you been? I last saw you at the ball hosted by the Lauensteins. Letty welcomed Eleanor with her perfect princess smile, but Eleanor returned it with a forced one and immediately looked down. Letty, I do not know what I should do. Take a seat first. I am all ears. Letty said with a sweet voice as if cooing the seemingly distressed Eleanor. The situation might indeed be serious. We, Prince Guido and I, were talking about our future and then Eleanor cried. This surprised Letty. She immediately went to her friend's side, held her hand and asked what was wrong. Prince Guido suddenly told me he wanted to break off the engagement. Break off? Why now? Letty found the timing to be too suspicious. The engagement between Guido and Eleanor had long been official and the only thing left was for them to make their vows. The only reason why their wedding was delayed was because of Guido's mother, the late Sophia, was against it. According to rumors, Sophia did not like Eleanor. Letty also remembered hearing her saying, anyone else but Eleanor, with a stern look on her face. Has he made an official request to your father? No, not yet. He still has not said anything to Papa. It was more of a slip of the tongue, but I wonder why, the last time I talked to Prince Guido, he even said he was sorry for delaying the marriage for so long. Guido's opinion on marriage was the same as Letty's. They would prioritize their positions first over love. Letty thought that Guido found the marriage with Eleanor advantageous for both families, and the only reason why he kept it ambiguous was his mother. Besides, he did not seem to hate the union at all, so why? An affair? Letty remembered seeing Guido alone at night during the night of the magic circle incident. Even so, she could not imagine him, the cool and nearly cold Guido, doing something as passionate as an affair. He was a logical man who could easily pick up sarcastic remarks and reply with twice the damage, and yet he could not comprehend a pleasant joke. He was not a warm person who could easily form relationships. Dear Eleanor, it has only been 2 months since Queen Sophia passed away. He might have said it out of confusion. Please stay with him until he has calmed down. Support him as his fiancée, his future wife. Letty carefully chose her words to calm Eleanor. For now, this was what she could do. Interrogating Guido and investigating about this matter had to be saved for later. Is that so? I was really worried he has come to hate me. No, there is no reason for you to be hated. You are a wonderful lady. Letty continued on listening to Eleanor and assured her that everything will be all right. By the time Eleanor was cheered up, the sun had nearly set and their shadows had already grown longer. Eleanor told Letty she would try to invite Guido to watch a play and left Letty's room with a smile. This has become complicated, whispered Letty. The room, now devoid of visitors, was silent. Letty took a seat in front of the chessboard and stared at the pieces while contemplating Eleanor's story. Prince Guido having an affair? No. It is more probable that he is having a hard time accepting Queen Sophia's death, but still, Letty mused as she idly fiddled with the chess pieces. I did think he was grieving, but I did not expect it to affect him this much. The rational Guido blurted out something he did not mean. If this indeed happened, then his sadness might be deeper than Letty originally thought. Maybe it was about time to give her brother a visit. Call Duke and also prepare flowers for Queen Sophia, Letty ordered her maid, who followed immediately, already knowing what should be done. Letty's maid prepared her outdoor clothes and shoes, and helped her change. By the time her preparations were finished, Duke was already standing outside her room, carefully holding the flowers arranged for the deceased queen. We shall pay a visit first to Queen Sophia's grave and then make a call to Prince Guido. Letty thought on how long it had been since she went out of her way to meet Guido out of sisterly affection. Up until now, she had been acting out of her duties as the first princess and simply chided Guido whenever he and Friedhelm would start a fight. Now, she felt something was changing between them as compared to the time when she had lost all hopes for their relationship. If this continues, I think I can give a positive answer to my assignment. How much shall we be on good terms? Letty understands that it would be impossible for the three of them to go back the way they used to be. But the current situation was a whole lot better than the time when she thought she'd get the crown at the expense of her brothers. Letty was able to accomplish both of her goals at the same time. Guido happened to be giving his mother a visit in the North Cemetery, so Letty did not have to look for him. She was somehow surprised to see him there, standing by Queen Sophia's grave, but she still walked silently and stood beside him. Truth be told, I did not expect to see you here. Letty said as she knelt down, gently placed the flowers she brought on the ground and offered a silent prayer for the late queen. I see you come here quite often. I've seen the same flowers before. And that means you come here just as often. There is something I want to talk about. Could you spare some time? Sure. It is a bit difficult to talk about it in front of Queen Sophia. Let us go somewhere else. Letty walked further into the cemetery and Guido listlessly followed her. Duke and Guido's knights followed a few steps behind them. I just had a talk with Eleanor, and she told me that you, after all this time, are being hesitant about your marriage. Is it true? Yes. Guido knew about Eleanor's good relationship with Letty, so he had already expected Eleanor to consult with Letty, and Letty, in turn, would question him. He was about to give his prepared answer when Letty asked something he did not expect. Are you all right? Guido faced Letty. Their eyes, sharing the same steel blue color, met, but his was evidently filled with confusion as to what was the meaning behind Letty's question. I thought at first that the reason why you are cancelling off your engagement was because of an affair. But seeing you like this and how frequent you come here, I am certain you do not even have the heart to think about it. Guido was surprised to hear the word affair. His expression did not hint anything about his surprise, but the fact that he was silent and did not immediately reply to Letty's question, laced with a tinge of joke, was proof enough that he did not expect this. I see. There was that option, Guido softly whispered. Letty heard this and felt relieved to know that even the mere thought of having an affair did not cross his mind. Only 2 months have passed since Queen Sophia passed away. All this time I thought you were all right. Queen Sophia's health was already declining for some time and you were perfectly calm during the funeral services. I really thought you were doing fine. Letty's beautiful face slowly closed into Guido's. You look a little worn out. Prince Friedhelm was also worried about you. You should take a rest. Sometimes, you think you are all right, but truthfully you are not. Letty's "are you all right" was not a question for Guido to answer, but rather words of sympathy coming from a worried sister. If you have any complaints, try talking about those with Eleanor. She may seem quiet, but she has a strong heart. I am certain she will be your support. I know, she's too good for me, Guido said as his normally cold facade softened a little. Letty stopped digging deeper into the issue. That was the furthest she could go as his sister. Anywhere further was Eleanor's, his fiancée's, turf. We will go back now. But you should take your time, Letty said as she turned back on her heels and gave her signal to Duke, who was standing a few paces away. Bishop to d6. Letty turned back again to face Guido. Her expression was somewhere in between shock and displeasure with what Guido said. I guess you truly are all right. You should at least try to feign weakness and choose a poor move when you are down. Letty said with a tinge of relief evident in her voice. She turned her back again and continued on walking without saying another word. Hey, I also remember you saying bishop something before. Is it a code of sorts? Duke asked as they walked back to the castle. He decided to ask something different to Letty instead of trying to find out what the royal siblings talked about. When Queen Sophia passed away, I invited him to a game of chess once everything had calmed down. So we alternately give our moves every time we see each other. Guido did not mind playing a game and accepted Letty's invitation and suggested this playing style, which could take months to finish. Guido taught Letty how to play chess, whereas Friedhelm taught Guido. The three of them used to play the game together with Letty and Friedhelm, sometimes teaming up to conspire a plan on how to defeat the invincible Guido. The one who loses the game will have to expose one of their weaknesses. Is that promise all right? Isn't that dangerous? Yes, of course, it is all right. We are both aware that this is just a simple game. If I win, I would just ask him to tell me one dish he hates. They were walking on the path covered with ivy-lined walls leading to the usually peaceful royal villa, but what they saw upon their arrival was far from peaceful. Letty's normally calm maid went scampering towards them and cried, Your Highness. Thank goodness you're safe, but your mother's, Her Majesty's white lilies. Letty asked her maid what had happened. After hearing the gist of the situation, she immediately went to the site of the case with speed unbelievable for a woman. The site was located in the eastern part of the castle, the place where the first and second queen consorts took care of white lilies. Letty stood from a distance to observe the scene. There were knights from the order already there and some passers-by gathered to see the commotion. She checked on the scene by peeking through the gaps in between the people in the crowd. What was supposed to be a beautiful bed of lilies filled with white flowers swaying in the wind was now a wreck of scattered and tattered petals with a bloody magic circle drawn on it, and in the center of the circle was a cat's dead body. Mother and Queen Sophia's lilies. Who could do such a thing? Letty cried upon seeing the horrible sight. Duke was readily behind her and supported her as she nearly fainted from the shock at seeing what had happened. Letty, the delicate princess, was deeply hurt at the savagery done to her late mother's lilies. Or so she wanted them all to see, because Duke knew for a fact that behind this act, his master was fuming with rage and he could easily imagine himself doing anything necessary to pacify a raging Letty later. Your Highness, let's leave this matter to the order for now. This scene is not fit for your eyes. Letty nodded and followed Duke as he led her away from the horrendous sight. Letty continued on her frail and meek princess act for as long as there were people to see it. However, the moment they were out of the royal palace and near her villa, she dropped it. She stomped her feet as they walked to her room and let her anger explode. The second Duke closed the door to her private room. This is unheard of. You sure have the guts to fight me. I accept your challenge. I'll catch you and crush you with everything this kingdom has. Charging you with treason is not enough. Letty revealed her true self. She punched the wall with all her might as she said this. Her movements all seemed so natural and fluid, from the flow to the exertion of force. Duke didn't need to ask if she had done this before. Her actions spoke of it. The supposedly meek and gentle princess had been punching walls to vent her anger for a long time. It's not yet clear that you are really the target. If we're going to base it on this latest attack, the only clear thing is that the target is the royal family and... But I, the heir to the throne, is the face of the royal family. 'Tis the same as picking a fight with me. Well, you have point. How dare they do that to Queen Sophia's lilies? Letty silently swore as the cruel sight played back in her mind. I must say this came as a surprise. I thought that the second circle would also be discovered somewhere where many people gathered. Just like the tournament. Duke stated. The second circle was drawn in blood on a bed of flowers. At its center was a cat's dead body. Scattered around it were plucked petals of white lilies, and beside it the sentence, I know who you truly are, also written in blood. Is the royal family really the target? There is still a possibility that I am targeted as an individual. It is not a secret that those lilies are the ones I bring with me when I visit Mother. For Letty, this incident showed how much she was looked down on as the crown princess. And she did not bother suppressing her anger about it. I also heard there were no clues found for this incident as well. It's the same as the last one, a daring act delivered with utter care and caution. Duke asked for information from a knight of the order nearby while they were at the scene. Unfortunately, he got nothing of importance, and just a confirmation of the only thing they knew about the perpetrator, that finding him, or her, or them would be difficult. But Letty, though fuming with anger, kept a clear head and was able to observe the scene properly and found a clue. There is a clue in this second circle. There are 2 people involved. The petals scattered around the circle were plucked in 2 different ways. Some of the petals were carefully plucked out and some were recklessly torn. This means that one of them may be the brain behind this while the other one was not interested. Letty might have put on an exaggerated act when she saw the violated flower bed, but while she was being dramatic, she was also keenly observing every detail, including the petals scattered around the circle. This was one of Letty's strongest weapons, a woman's eyes providing her a point of view different from a man's. Men would normally focus on the gruesome things, such as the bloody circle and the cat's corpse, but Letty was able to see the minute detail in the difference of the petals. Then that means the pair is composed of a mastermind and an accomplice. The mastermind has to have some power over the accomplice to force him, or maybe her, to do something they do not want to do. My guess is that they can be a noble and their servant or knight. If we are going to go with this, then I think it is safe to say that the unaffiliated knights of the order present during the tournament can be ticked off our list of suspects. The people in attendance during the first incident were nobles with their honorary knights as participants in the tournament, and unaffiliated knights of the order who were helping to manage the event. If the latter were to be removed from the list, it would greatly reduce the number of suspects, but there were still too many of them left. Letty and Duke were already wishing for more information when the perfect source for it entered the room. Ainue. I'm back. Would you like some details on the second circle? Leonhardt greeted as he peeked inside the room in his blood-stained coat. The order had once again asked for the help of the genius prince. You also went to check on it, right? There's no need to hide it. Anyway, I think you would agree that this somehow came as a surprise. Well, we did expect seeing the number 2, nothing unexpected about that. Ahahaha. Leonhardt said with his usual bouncy manner of speaking. The number I was written on the first circle and the number 2 on the second. The first offering was a bird and the second was a cat. Anyone with scant knowledge in the occult could understand the obvious logic behind the circles. Letty knew what Leonhardt was pertaining to. Don't you find it interesting that the offering got bigger this time? The cat was bigger than the bird. Why use a bigger offering? Well, you see, this is a staple in the world of horror and occult. The offerings for each ceremony get bigger and bigger and bigger, and at the final ceremony, the offering is a human, finished Letty. Yes, you're right. Therefore, the order is now putting this incident at top priority before anyone gets hurt. They are planning to solve this before the third one comes up. Your Highness, we should increase your guards. Make sure to have me or a knight from the order with you at all times. Let them handle the investigation for this. We should notify Seventh Heaven and Valkyrie as well to focus on protecting their masters. Letty nodded her agreement to Duke and Leonhardt and shared with them her thoughts. If I was the criminal, and my target is the royal family, my next opportunity will be on Cornelia's birthday. There is no more obvious time than this. It would be best if we can forestall him on that event. The upcoming birthday of Cornelia, the second princess of Somavessel, which Letty had kindly taken charge of the preparations, was the perfect opportunity to cause an uproar. Many of the princes and princesses and most of the nobles in the kingdom would be in attendance. It was truly the best time to make an attack if the target of the curse was truly the royal family. Leon, did you notice anything else? Anything you might even dismiss as trivial? Well, I did meet Guido Aniue at the scene. He was unusually persistent in asking me if I knew who the criminal is. I guess even he, the cool one, won't stay put with Queen Sophia's favorite white lilies sullied like that. He used to give those to his mother every year for her birthday. No one could blame the calm and collected Guido if he lost his cool in that situation. The situation would cause anger to anyone, to have a bloody curse circle drawn on a place dear to him. Letty and Leonhardt were trying to justify Guido's uncharacteristic display of emotion while Duke was trying to reconcile the knowledge he had on the relationship of the eldest royal siblings. He had always thought that they were on bad terms with each other, but following the conversation he had heard, what he knew might be wrong. 2 days after the discovery of the second circle, Duke had still yet to find and answer the question he had in mind since he heard Letty and Leon's conversation about Guido. He wanted to know about the childhood of the 3 eldest royal siblings, but was hesitant to ask Friedhelm since he was one of the parties involved. So he decided to ask another person not involved in it but knew about it firsthand. Of course, he had to hand in the payment in advance. Thank you for helping me out. These physical tasks are too much for my flimsy arms, ahahaha. By the way, is it all right for you to be away from Ainue? Please, Your Highness, I honestly do not know how I should react to your joke. As for Her Highness, she is currently in a meeting, so I have some free time before I have to fetch her. Duke, carrying a stack of books, was walking towards the archives with Leonhardt, his chosen informant. He asked Leonhardt the question that had been bugging him for some time. How was Her Highness' relationship with her older brothers when they were children, and how about now? Their relationship? I think they are close with each other ever since before, though the current situation has forced them to act otherwise. Ever since before? Meaning they are on good terms until now? Yes, yes. Even now. I even think that one of Ainui's intention in hosting the previous tea party was to cheer up Guido Ainui. Duke knew that Friedhelm truly cared for Letty, but he did expect that the same was true for Guido. He had always thought they were really on bad terms, just as the rumors said. Anyone would have thought so since they acted more like strangers to each other in public. My elder brothers are chained by the curse called the bloodline of the three Grand Marquises. They have no choice but to distance themselves from each other for now. Well, it's not like I do not understand the reason why their families would want to regain their place in the royal family. I guess that is just how religion works. No matter how much people try to separate the church from state, they will always find those two entangled with each other. It is an interesting topic for research, you know? Ahahaha. According to the story, the kingdom of Somavessel was founded by her first king, the god Christian, also known as the Night King. Therefore, the members of the royal family are descendants from the gods. This is what the Lauensteins, Eulenbergs, and Kleinschmidts wanted back. They wanted to restore the noble pride in their names. I somehow feel bad for Friedhelm Ainui and Guido Ainui. They have been pressured all their lives to be king. I sure am glad I was born from parents of royal blood. Oh, and for the record, I am not on good terms with my elder brothers. Leonhardt suddenly stopped in thought and then opened his mouth again. Wait. That's wrong. We are not on bad terms with each other. It is more like I am not within their field of vision. Yes, that's it. Well, I wouldn't want to be in it anyway. If I were, I'd be dead now. Murdered, and it would be disguised as an accident. Ahahaha. Leonhardt was a prince mothered by the first queen consort Julienne. Technically, if the traditional line of inheritance was followed, he was the next in line to the throne, therefore the one most in danger. But with what happened now, Letty took Leonhardt's position and shouldered everything in his place. Duke realized this now and decided to be a better support for his master. I wonder why. If anyone would ask me whether I hate or like you, I would say I like you. I mean, you do not look at Ainui with weird eyes and you are very professional with your duties. Thank you, Your Highness. But recently, I do not know why, but I feel annoyed whenever I see your face. Yes, especially that expression. I wonder why. Ahahaha. Duke replied with a simple I see, as he was completely at a loss with what Leonhardt was thinking. Ah. I see. So that was it. It is that I understand Letty best look. Yes, yes, that is exactly it. Ahahaha, now that I've noticed it, you are now more on the hate side. Duke let out a deep, deep sigh. He should have known that even Leonhardt was inflicted with that disease similar to lovesickness. Your Highness, please excuse my rudeness, but are you perhaps afflicted by a certain illness that makes one prioritize the ladies in the family over their own lovers? Stop the jokes. I am already 16 years old. Yes, of course. Duke was already feeling relieved when Leonhardt continued speaking. But if at 16 and it still persists, then I think it is already incurable, right? Yes. Anyway, I now know I hate you, but let us be cordial with each other in front of Ainui. We are both mature adults, are we not? Ahaha. Leonhardt was just the same age as Astrid. Duke did not think he was qualified as an adult and wanted to say something back, but decided to simply state his agreement instead. He had learned his lesson that rebutting just makes discussions last longer than necessary. Her Highness brothers, younger or older, are all a pain in the neck, whispered Duke as he returned the books to their shelves. Duke already had an inkling that his friend, Friedhelm, also shared the same sickness as Leonhardt, and that he was only trying to hide it. It seems that the only sane royal brother was the serious Guido. Leonhardt and Duke finished returning the books and were already going out of the archives when they saw Guido. Leonhardt swiftly hid behind Duke and bid him goodbye. Well, I shall go now. Talking to Guido Ainui taxes me. See you. Isn't it the other way around? Duke thought but did not voice out since he was being the mature adult. Duke watched Leonhardt, who was already a few paces away, take a route different to where they passed through to go to the archives. Then, he stood up properly, gave the approaching Guido the proper greetings, and bowed his head. If Guido was here, it meant that the meeting was already finished and he had to fetch Letty. He was about to excuse himself and hurry when Guido stopped him. Can I talk to you for a while? With me, Your Highness? Duke did not have any idea as to what Guido would talk about with him. It is true that his family was under the Guido faction, but his family was near the tail end of the hierarchy and they personally only had one conversation with each other before. Duke decided to accept the invitation, but he was on full alert and requested to the prince to keep it short. While Guido and Duke were having their conversation, Letty, clueless as to why her knight was running late, was waiting for him in the meeting room. Oh, is Duke late? I understand that he is still a knight of the order. I do not mind if he is late for a while. Yes, of course, nodded Johannes Muller, the commander of the Royal Chivalric Order and one of the attendees in the meeting. He is man in his mid-40s with a stately air but amiable and approachable personality. However, he was also a veteran knight hardened by experience, and it is no joke that the black cape he had worn as the commander was once dyed red by the blood shed by his enemies. Your Highness seemed to have enjoyed the meeting. No, I was certainly bored. Letty did not utter a word during the meeting, but her eyes keenly observed the expressions of all those in attendance. Johannes knew about this and did not believe Letty's expression of boredom and found her denial interesting. Letty and Johannes had long been chess rivals because Letty had always relied the order whenever she and Leon needed protection. This was quite peculiar, as most nobles disliked the company of Knights of the Order because they have their own honorary knights. How is the investigation going for the most recent Magic Circle incident? There were no human victims yet due to the Magic Circle incidents, or else it would have been discussed in the meeting earlier. However, it was evident that the circle was growing in scale since the second circle used a bigger offering. Letty thought since the commander of the order was already beside her, she might as well ask if there was any progress. I am truly sorry, Your Highness, but we have not gathered any new information since our previous report. But please, rest assured that we are doing our best for this case and the order is putting utmost priority for your safety. Please be patient with us. Johannes bowed deeply, saying his apologies as he thought Letty's question was a reprimand. That was not meant to scold you. I simply wanted to know the status of the order. In case you are short on men due to the ongoing investigation, and would not have enough to act as guards for Cornelia's birthday, I would ask Father if he could lend me his Knights of the Round and maybe ask some more from Prince Guido's Valkyrie. I am grateful for your kind consideration, Your Highness, but you need not concern yourself. We have already lowered the priority for the investigation on the incident. It is still called an investigation, but we are just getting statements from people inside the castle. Johannes told Letty, an obvious attempt to hide his message that the order is adequate and able to handle the situation and honorary knights would be unnecessary. The relationship between the Knights of the Royal Chivalric Order and honorary knights was as bad as usual. Oh, Prince Guido has also asked me again about this incident. Again? Yes. He was quite persistent about this case as well. He has asked me several times about the previous incident too. Maybe he is worried about Princess Cornelia's birthday party. I see. Replied Letty, but she was not at all convinced with the reason Johannes gave her. I understand if he was concerned about this second circle since it involved Queen Sophia's flower bed, but for the first one, why? He seems to be paying too much attention to this incident on magic circles. And he does not even believe in curses. Maybe on that night of the first circle when she met Guido, he was not there because of a secret love affair, but to look at the magic circle again. If he went back to the scene just as a criminal would, too many things will not add up. It is completely meaningless for him to sully his beloved mother's lilies, and it is completely out of his character to rely on something so uncertain like a curse. He can easily hire an assassin to finish off anyone he wants to. Letty gave herself a small laugh as she found herself as well thinking too much about the magic circle. She pushed all her thoughts on the circles aside and thanked Johannes for giving her a truthful report. Your Highness, I have another piece of information. Duke shall be transferred to handle a minor post in the order so that his tasks will be lighter. I shall advise him as well to use the free time he will gain to protect you. What post? Originally, Duke should have quit the order the moment he became Letty's knight, but due to some circumstances in the order and Letty's ulterior motive, he is still a part of it. However, he had to be assigned to a lesser post because there is an implicit rule in the order that to pursue higher ranks, the knight should be unaffiliated. Now that Duke has a master, he was now disqualified from that career path. He shall be in charge of training the new members of the order. Though I have a feeling this post will be more challenging than it has been in the previous years because of the presence of one troublesome rookie. Anyway, it is the young one's role to bear such pains. Letty immediately thought of a young redhead knight when Johannes mentioned troublesome rookie. Is he referring to Astrid? If he already had him investigated, then I am certain he has probably figured out the truth. If the commander had decided to keep Astrid and let Duke handle him and suffer doing so even after knowing about Astrid's past, then, truly, the order's commander is not someone to mess with. But are you busy as well, Your Highness? Is it truly all right for you to let Duke stay with us? Yes. Duke may have enough connections as a knight, but his lateral connections within the noble world are nearly non-existent. He could use his position in the order to build that up more, and of course, he could gather more information this way. Instead of warning off Letty on her plans to use the order's information network, Johannes showed generosity and happily welcomed her to use it as she pleased. Thank you. But I do feel a little bit sorry for taking away your future commander. No, don't be, Your Highness. The order will not at all be affected by the loss of one or two youngsters like him. It is rather my pleasure to let him go if he would be useful to you. Duke's noble birth, clear mind, superior abilities, and wide popularity among his colleagues made him the perfect next commander of the order. But because Letty took him and he would have to resign in a few years meant that the order would have to go back to the drawing board and search for their next commander. Despite all of that, Johannes gladly gave his blessing to Letty. If you say so, then just let me thank you for that. He was truly the only one I wanted to have no matter what. Ha ha ha, to that I can totally agree. Letty let out a strained laugh and once again asked Johannes whether he also wanted Duke as his next commander, but he strongly denied it again, probably because he had no plans on praising Duke openly. But I also feel sorry for him. He might have dreamt of becoming the commander and I took away that chance from him. No, Your Highness. Don't be sorry. Becoming the commander of the order is not something to be dreamt of. Johannes clearly refuted Letty's words. The highest ranks in the order are all filled up by leftovers, those who were not chosen or wanted. On the front, we may act almighty and brave saying that we are serving the country and our king, but deep inside, we are thinking of something else. The title commander is just another name to call someone with broken dreams. For everyone, the commander was the knight all other knights respected. But Johannes said it was different. He and I are already enough to represent the supply of knights crushed by reality. Johannes' voice when he said this was heavy. Letty wanted to ask him more about this when Duke arrived. Your Highness, please excuse my tardiness. Johannes stood up upon hearing Duke's voice. Well then, Your Highness, I shall leave the approaching youngster to your care. And for the upcoming birthday party, I hope you would consider placing another promising youngster by your side for additional protection. A good day, Your Highness. He bowed and left the room after he gave Letty his words of encouragement. Duke slightly bowed his head in salute to his commander and afterwards walked towards his master. Sorry for being late. Do not worry. Johannes kept me company and I am aware that you still have your duties to the order. Well, actually, I was called on by Prince Guido on my way here and we talked and Duke's expression showed that he was unsure whether he should tell Letty what his conversation with Guido was about. You do not have to force yourself. If it is sensitive, you do not have to tell me. You are under Guido's faction and I understand you have your own circumstances. Besides, I am not a narrow-minded lady who would get jealous because of your previous men. Hey, quit choosing words that can cause a misunderstanding. Letty walked out of the meeting room. Duke followed behind her and started telling her about his conversation with Guido despite his hesitation. Prince Guido asked me to teach him how to have an affair. An affair? He asked you, oh. I see. Hey, what does the I see means? Your face. You see, your looks are very likable to women that they are the ones approaching you. If you wanted, having an affair or two would be a piece of cake to you. Therefore, it is quite logical to ask for lessons on infidelity from you. Do you understand? Letty easily understood the reason why Guido would choose Duke as his teacher on this particular subject, but the reason behind why he would like to know how to have an affair was a complete mystery. She tilted her head on one side, and the only conclusion she could come up with was this might be one of those. It might have been one of Prince Guido's infamous jokes. Could you please explain it to me in layman's terms? I don't see where the joke is. Sorry to disappoint, but I do not see where it is either. Let me share with you a childhood story. One day, the four of us were having a nice cup of tea and Leon said that I would only be marrying someone that is more beautiful and smarter than I am. Then Prince Friedhelm replied, that means she'll be marrying Guido. Duke smiled a little bit, as he could easily imagine Friedhelm saying those words in Leonhardt's disgusted face at the joke. And you know what Prince Guido said after that? Stop saying foolish things. Siblings cannot marry each other. He said that with a serious look on his face. It was a joke no matter where you look at it. Ah. You can classify him under the same category as your clueless junior. I find their cluelessness annoying. No, wait. It is not his cluelessness. It is his face. It is that irritatingly beautiful face that makes everyone take him seriously. They all think that he was scorning the shallow joke when he was in fact just being a dork and did not understand the simple joke. Letty blurted out merciless comments against that cold-hearted Guido. Just as expected of his half-sister. I wonder though. Where is the joke? He might have ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Like he was trying to find out your tastes in women? Or he was trying to get some information from our side? I understand. I'll be careful next time. I really don't get what runs inside the heads of intelligent people. Duke whispered. The commander of the order, Johannes, paid a visit to Letty in the royal villa to report the changes in the security plan for Cornelia's birthday party. There were now more guards assigned to be on duty during the party. Oh, you changed the plans drastically. Yes, Your Highness. We have concluded that Princess Cornelia's birthday has the highest possibility of being the next stage for the magic circle. This may be the only chance we can get the upper hand in this case. I agree with you. Whatever their purposes are, it is clear that they want the circle to be discovered and cause commotion because of it. If they do it at night, the chances of it being discovered in the morning of the next day are higher. So this party that will be held at noon is supposedly the best time for them. Johannes came up with the same conclusion as Letty. Well, even a girl like me was able to think of this. Certainly, the commander of the order would have figured that out. He would have also simulated all the possible scenarios of catching the culprit with the least damage. Letty thanked Johannes without saying how grateful she was to have such a capable man as the commander. I understand that we have limited resources, but would it also be possible to increase the guards in the Katlia Palace? I agree that the next most likely target is the birthday party, but if they are trying to outwit us, then there is a possibility that their next target is the nearly empty Katlia Palace. That is correct, Your Highness. I shall prepare men to be stationed in Katlia Palace. Letty, now satisfied with the security plan, gave her consent. The most they can do now was to have tighter security. The only thing left was for them to be able to carry out the party safely. Oh, there was another thing I could do in advance, but I am not the one to do it. Do your best, Duke. The other advanced preparation was currently ongoing in another part of the villa, and Letty could easily imagine Duke's scowling face because of it. The youth should learn how to face crises. Letty whispered, putting aside her own young age. Commander Johannes present to Letty might be a simple gift, but it might be something else, something filled with hidden motives. And whatever it is, I'm the one expected to look after it, right? Duke sighed upon seeing what the present was. Yes, sir. I will give my best, sir. The additional knight Johannes lent to Letty, as her additional guard for the party, was none other than the amazing rookie, Astrid Gale. Duke was deep in thought on how he should deal with this troublesome present from his commander. I do understand his reasons for doing this. Skill-wise, it'd be a total waste to just assign Astrid as a runner, but giving him guarding duties is too much special treatment for an individual knight. The commander was truthfully a capable one. It was one of his responsibilities to assign tasks that would match each newcomer's skills, and he did it so perfectly with Astrid. However, Duke was the one bearing the responsibility of teaching everything about being a bodyguard to someone used to killing. He could easily see how much of an ordeal this training would be. I got your message. You transferred me to a leisure post, but you won't let me have it easy now, don't you? Damn you, old man. The Royal Chivalric Order is composed of men coming from a wide range of social status. Some are of royal and noble descent, while some are simple commoners. Therefore, as they spend years together, their manners of speaking are somehow leveled off and they become slightly bad-mouthed. Duke, though at the lowest rank of the nobility, was still a noble and grew up being taught the proper manners of a gentleman, but with his current predicament, ungentlemanly words were running through his mind. Duke took a deep breath and accepted his fate. All right, I'm going to teach you the protocol of protection. I'll try to find time every day, so you'd better remember everything I teach you. Review all of it at the end of each day and make sure to remember it the next day. Duke has been quite busy lately with his own studies. Letty told him to memorize all details regarding Sommervessel's social hierarchy, so he had been spending hours a day staring at the hierarchy his master gave him. Add to that the foreign languages she asked him to master as preparations for his future post as the knight of the first seat of the Knights of the Round. Now, he had to teach Astrid the basics and protocols of protection during his free time from his duty at the Order and a few moments before going to bed. So today, to take advantage of their day off, he asked Astrid to come to Letty's villa for a lecture. Listen well, there are two things you have to remember as a close protection guard. The most important thing, just as the name of the role suggests, is to stay close to the person you are guarding. The next important thing is to be able to send signals to any messenger knight within range in case you notice something strange. Yes, sir. Duke wanted Astrid to at least try these things once for practice, but since they did not have any time left, Duke could only trust in Astrid's inborn instincts. If you happen to find someone suspicious roaming around your charge and you could not coordinate with the other knights, the first thing you have to do is to check if he has weapons on him. To do this, you have to bump into the suspect casually. But remember, don't be too obvious and openly touch him. Be covert. The target should not suspect that you are suspecting him. I should only check? Why not get the weapon? Can you? Wait. That's not the point. If you get their weapon and they notice afterwards that it is gone, they'd become more suspicious and cautious. This can make the operation harder if the targets start sending signals to other members of their party. Remember, don't do anything reckless on your own. That's an absolute rule. Duke reminded Astrid strongly. I'll teach you one technique to do this. Act as if you are in a hurry and bump into them. Remember to keep the focus of your eyes somewhere afar to make them think they were not really the ones you were targeting. Excuse yourself, say your apologies quickly, and then move on without even looking at their faces. Bump, look afar, excuse without looking. Astrid nodded his understanding that a simple bump was not just a simple clash of bodies, but rather there was more to it. One last reminder. Be careful when your target is a lady. If you simply gave them the perfunctory apologies when you accidentally bumped into them and carelessly touched their bodies, there are some instances when they would file a case of molestation against the knight. So for lady targets, put on a good smile and ask if they are fine. You can try saying, "Pardon me, milady. Are you hurt anywhere? Pardon me, milady. Are you hurt anywhere?" Astrid repeated and thrust the line into his head. He was willing to give all of his efforts to protect the princess he so admired. Ask some of the other knights to be your practice partner for the male version. Let's practice the lady version first. Yes, sir. Astrid followed Duke's instructions and he bumped into Duke. Wait. Hold on. I said lightly, remember? Lightly. A lady would have already stumbled with that force. Again. Duke immediately pointed out Astrid's mistake before Astrid could even say his apologies. He prepared again to bump his senior, this time being conscious to make the contact as light as possible. However, he found the movement of checking the presence of weapons within a moment of contact quite difficult. This action requires so much precision. There could only be one point of contact, so I should at least already have an idea where a weapon could be hidden. He realized in this short span of time that what he needed was not the skill to feel up for weapons, but rather observation skills to make a good guess as to where the target could be concealing the weapon. While thinking about all of this, his fingers instinctively moved due to the habits instilled by his previous jobs. Ah. The line. Oh, right. Pardon me, milady. Are you hurt anywhere? Astrid asked with a smile, but his act did not pass for Duke. Can't you do it better? Better? How? More knightly? More appealing? What I mean is that the smile should be cooler, more mature, and not your childish grin. You are smiling for a lady. Duke's vague advice simply confused Astrid, for right now, he only knew two types of smiles. One was his usual refreshing grin and the other was the smile despite the pain kind of smile that Letty taught him. So imagining the new knightly, appealing, and mature smile was proving to be difficult for him. Duke and Astrid were silently thinking of how to solve their predicament when their silence was broken by a loud laugh. Ahahaha. What is this? A comedy? If it is, 'tis very entertaining. Ahahaha. Professor. The laughing person was Leonhardt, who passed by the room while he was on his way to Letty's to borrow her desk since his room was already buried deep in books. He happened to witness the serious training Duke and Astrid were doing and could not hide his laughter to himself. Professor? Ah, yes. I remember Her Highness saying that you were teaching at the Knight Academy. Yes. Professor is teaching us manners and ethics. What? Manners and ethics? Now I see. The one teaching the proper manners and conduct to the incoming knights is His Highness. I see. Duke thought the world might really be ending because the Academy chose to ask the worst example of manners and ethics to teach it. And before Duke could continue his comments, Leonhardt defended himself. I did not choose to teach the subject myself, for your information. It was purely coincidence that it was the only post available. Just think of it this way. I was able to attend the Academy, not as a student, but a teacher. It has been a tradition in Sommervessel for her princes to get education from the Knight Academy. However, Leonhardt's weak body did not allow him to take part in the quite physical curriculum, so he decided to attend the academy as a teacher. That showed the prowess of his brain, by being recognized as a professor at the age of 14. Anyway, Ennui Sir Knight, I am afraid it is impossible and a complete waste of time to teach Astrid that way to apologize. That would only work with your extremely handsome face. There is a better way which would fit his personality better. What would that be? Allow me to teach my former student for free on this one. I may look like this, but I am still a prince. Who do you think escorted Ennui to all of those balls and parties she attends? Yes. That would be me. Letty had always found rumors on who her lover was extremely annoying, so she attended social gatherings only with her brother to stay clear of rumors. Now if Leonhardt misbehaved in any form and danced lousily, his feet had to bear Letty's merciless attacks, so he was consciously aware to be a prince whenever he was escorting his older sister. Ennui Sir Knight, you shall be the target. Astrid, take a good look, said Leonhardt as he took off his glasses. Leonhardt bumped into Duke lightly and before Duke could say anything, he distanced himself immediately, looked at Duke, and said, I'm sorry. Are you all right? Duke was rendered speechless for a moment. Leonhardt delivered the line with an upward glance, an apologetic look and a high-pitched voice of a boy yet to have grown. It was an apology overflowing with charm that no lady would be able to say anything else other than she was all right. Duke knew Leonhardt was a handsome lad if he took off his highly reflective glasses but could not help but be surprised at how princely the Leonhardt was in front of him. Wow. Professor looks so cute, just like a girl. Astrid, innocent and inexperienced about life, exclaimed the one thing Duke consciously avoided. The comment warranted Astrid a punishment rendered personally by the offended. Leonhardt quickly took from the desk a thick tome, most likely Letty's, and hit Astrid on the side of his head with its corner. If there is a man out there who would be glad to be called cute, I tell you, he is nothing but a pervert. For this kind of case, the best praise would be, just as expected of Prince Leonhardt. Remember that Astrid, because you are kind of stupid. Yes, sir, came Astrid's reply in reflex when replying to someone of higher status when in fact he was still in a daze due to the hard blow he received. You all right? Duke asked worriedly. Yes, replied Astrid as he shook his head to wake himself up. Ah, senpai, I took this from you a while ago. Astrid remembered that he took a sheet of paper sticking out from Duke's pocket, but before he could hand it over to his senior, Leonhardt stole it, scanned the contents inside. You truly are the epitome of a serious, boring man, aren't you? And I was expecting something like unfinished poetry, a blackmail threat, or a sketch of your lover. I am fine being a boring man, thank you. Is that so? Here you go. Leonhardt handed over the paper to Duke. What was written inside? Astrid asked curiously. A table of comparison between the social hierarchy and titles of our kingdom and of other countries penned by none other than Ainue. I understand that it is something required for you to know as the future first seat knight. Getting it wrong is nothing else except for being rude. Right? Ahahaha. Duke was seriously studying everything on that sheet just as Letty had ordered. Leonhardt had already come up with the conclusion that he did not like the Duke who acts as if he is the one who understands Letty the best. But other than that part of him, Leonhardt actually likes him. He is quite different from what I expected him to be, Leonhardt regrettably whispered silently in his heart. Ack. I have to go back to camp. Please give my regards to Her Highness. Yes, yes, yes. Of course you may go. Astrid headed towards, not the door, but the window. He stepped onto the window frame and before Duke could stop him, he had already disappeared from the window and a sound of nice landing was heard, leaving his senior and his professor behind. Leonhardt peeked out of the window. Astrid jumped off and whispered his amazement on Astrid's superb reflexes. He sure is something, isn't he? I see you have a lot of disciplining to do. Ahahaha. Oh, I just remembered something I heard in the order about him. The rumors say that everyone in the order is spoiling him because of his skills. Is there any truth in it? Spoiling? Yes, like sparing him from writing the reports and writing those for him? He is not smart, so if you do not let him do those things, he will stay an idiot. Why not save him from idiocy now, before it becomes too late for him? Leonhardt was also familiar about the internal affairs of the order just like his sister, though in a different sense. His being privy about the order was probably because of his position as a teacher in the Knight Academy. Hearing this internal information from Leonhardt, it reminded Duke about a particular rumor on the Intelligent Prince. That he conditioned his students to be absolutely obedient to him and that even though they had graduated from the academy, they still worked for him, like ants, bringing information to him about the order. I shall let the higher-ups investigate your sources, but let me say this. I am different compared to the previous instructor. I am not spoiling Astrid in any way. I see. What do you do then? I don't spare him the reports. I make sure he passes them. Then I would mark the corrections and ask him to write it again legibly. Leonhardt faced Duke with an unconvinced look. So how exactly is that not spoiling there? I cannot see it. I never gave him any considerations in my subject. Not even once. I gave all of his assignments an F, which is what he rightfully deserved. It was the rightful mark to be given to an assignment written in a code that could not even be decoded by the Rosetta Stone. Oh, and by the way, all of his assignments and tests were Fs. Please wait. If everything was an F, then how did he pass and complete the required units to graduate from the academy? I asked him to take a supplementary exam as a final resort. I changed the format from written to oral and he passed it. I think the problem is with his abilities to express himself, his linguistic capabilities. But I doubt that can be solved since this is not his mother tongue. You're saying that we spoil him, but don't you think you are also spoiling him, Your Highness? The two were busy debating on who was spoiling Astrid more when Letty came into the room after she had received the report from Johannes about the changes in the security plan for Cornelia's birthday. She already heard the heated discussion between her younger brother and her knight, so she decided to call their attention, dismay evident on her face. What pointless thing were you arguing about enough to distress both of you? I could hear your voices from outside. I am glad to leave if you wish to continue your little debate. Letty was about to turn around and go out of the room when Leonhardt stopped her. No, Ainue. We are not arguing at all. In fact, we are on very good terms, aren't we? Yes, we are on very good terms. Duke monotonously agreed since he was a mature adult. It was the day for the party in celebration of the birthday of Somavessel's second princess. To let her younger sister, Cornelia, shine as she was the main celebrant, Letty decided to wear a somber lavender gown, but the edges were trimmed with white lace so the dress created a charming image befitting a 17-year-old young lady. Her hair was tied with a nearly transparent ribbon sharing the color of her dress and it was further decorated with little white flowers symbolizing joy for the celebration. For the final touches, she wore a set of amethyst jewelry, a pair of earrings and a necklace, which completed her gentle ensemble of lavender and white. Letty, with all of her elegance and beauty, entered the great hall just like a true princess from a fairy tale, and this was even made more real with two knights, Duke and Astrid, following her back. I wish you a happy birthday, dear Cornelia. You look so wonderful. Thank you, Wani-sama. Cornelia gave Letty her heartfelt thanks, not only for wishing her a happy birthday but also for taking care of the preparations for her party in place of her late mother. She was thankful for having her older sister with her to celebrate this joyous day. Letty smiled gently to her younger sister and whispered to her that next year would be grander since it would be her debut to adulthood. Duke, looking at the young girl receiving greetings from different people, could not help but have mixed emotions for the young princess. This was because he heard from Letty that on Cornelia's 13th birthday next year, she would not only have her social debut but also the announcement of her engagement. An engagement at 13? Isn't that too early? That is what it means to be a lady in the royal family. Cornelia had already met her fiancé once, so it is better compared to some who would be meeting the person they are marrying at the wedding ceremony itself. But more than that, I suggest you be more concerned about your studies. A princess's birthday meant that nobles who normally are not present in the castle would attend. So, just as Letty planned, this would be the perfect place to test how much Duke has studied. He could leave the protection duties to Astrid for now. A review on Lord Aufrecht. He is a marquis under Guido's faction and, Letty prompted Duke to continue. The father of Lady Eleanor, the fiancé of Prince Guido. Duke continued and searched for the marquis with his eyes and found him chatting with another marquis from Guido's side. Letty followed Duke's eyes and checked that he was indeed looking at the right person and nodded to show that he got it correctly. That was easy. I expected you to know that much. Lady Eleanor is Lord Aufrecht's daughter with his second wife. He and his first wife did not have any children. Try and search for Eleanor. Duke did as he was told and searched for a young lady with soft-colored chestnut hair. He directed his eyes once again and told Letty that Eleanor was the kind-looking lady happily chatting with Guido. Letty affirmed her answer and added more information about the Aufrecht house. Lord Aufrecht's first wife was actually my aunt, but I did not have the chance to meet her since she died before I was born. From what I heard, she had difficulty in giving birth to their child and both she and their son, which would have been my cousin, did not make it. Duke nodded and tried to remember this information. If my cousin lived, he would have been my fiancé. Our ages were perfect, you see. He would have been 4 years older than me. So if the child was a boy, he would have been your fiancé. If the child were a girl, she would be Prince Guido's. Looks like it was Lord Aufrecht's destiny to be related to the royal family. Duke gave this comment without realizing that he was also destined to be connected to the royal family based on the fact that he received invitations from Friedhelm, Guido, and Letty, the 3 eldest royal children, to be their knight. Your Highness, please accept my sincerest congratulations for your sisters, Her Highness, Princess Cornelia's birthday. Lord Burrell, thank you. The skies had been unfavorable these past few days, so I was a bit worried, but I was glad to see the sun shining this morning. Certainly, the Almighty is one with us in celebrating Princess Cornelia's birthday. Yes, I, too, am glad for the good weather. As Letty was busy chatting with the Earl, Duke tried to recall information about him. The Burrell family is supposedly under the Guido faction, but the atmosphere between him and Letty was closer to that of allies friendly chatting rather than enemies feigning cordiality. When Burrell left, Duke confirmed his thoughts with Letty. Lord Burrell is under Guido's faction, right? I am glad you remembered. Yes, he is under Guido. But he is a firm believer of the royal family faith, so he is on good terms with me as well. There is nothing wrong in having a good relationship with him. Letty found Duke to be confused upon hearing royal family faith, so she added an explanation about it. The first king Christian is believed to be a son of God. Therefore, his descendants, us, the royal family, have inherited this sacred blood. Thus, this hobby of overly revering the royal family is called the royal family faith. Letty consciously selected the words hobby and faith to describe this certain belief to show that she was neither a supporter nor a hater of the royal family faith, and was only a curious observer. So, if you say royal family, then does this mean he is also on good terms with Prince Friedhelm? Yes, he is. By lineage, he is under Guido, but his stance as a person is neutral. He was a very devoted husband and was devastated with sadness when his wife died. He was able to overcome that sadness of losing his wife by clinging on to his faith in God. If the royal family had any value, then maybe that was it. If the believers of the royal family faith revere and pray to the royal family as children of God, then it is the task of the royal family to live according to the expectations of the believers on how a royal should be. Every child of the royal family has been educated to live up to that. They believe that a princess should act like a princess and a prince should act like a prince. It is a reasonable demand. And a queen should act like a queen? Yes. I shall give Lord Burrell a reign he wishes for from a queen. After Burrell's greetings, the line of greeters for the next queen did not grow any shorter. However, despite the unending wave of people, Letty never mistook anyone from someone else. She addressed each of them with their names and titles. After each greeting, she would share information to Duke about the lineage and recent events about each greeter. To be a royal means you've gotta have amazing skills. Duke never had any difficulty with remembering people's names and faces, but even he felt overwhelmed with the number of people giving their respects to Letty. He was now not even sure if he matched the name with the correct face. Somehow, he started dreading the review Letty would throw at him during the evening ball tonight. And contrary to our expectations, nothing's happening. The supposed target for the next Magic Circle incident, Cornelia's birthday party, ended without anything untoward happening. The great hall where Cornelia's birthday party was held underwent a transformation. The prettily decorated hall by day was transformed into a grandiose ballroom for the evening's ball. The ladies swapped their conservative dresses for elegant gowns with daring cuts emphasizing more of their womanly charms. The innocent atmosphere of the hall was gone and replaced with a more matured tone, a true sign that the evening ball was a social party for the adults. Duke, you do not have to return until you have finished your assignment. I will be fine. Now go and talk with the incumbent knights of the round, knights of Seventh Heaven and Valkyrie, and the nobles on my side whom I have introduced to you during the day, ordered Letty. Are you sure? There's quite a lot of people on that list. Yes. Astrid will be here while you are gone. Tonight is nothing but a hurdle as you are already acquainted to all of them. Better prepare yourself now, as I plan to drag you around to meet all of the nobles living in the kingdom. Duke nodded his understanding and exchanged looks with his junior. Astrid was able to do well and did everything that was taught to him all throughout the day, so Duke thought it was safe to leave Letty to him for a while and left to complete his task. Letty followed Duke with her eyes, and once she saw him talking to one of the current knights of the round, she decided he would be fine and allowed her gaze to scan the area. Since she had already finished most of the obligatory greetings during the afternoon party, all she had to do was to finish the remaining ones, and she could leave as soon as it was acceptable. For now, she had to look for a place to be her sanctuary, because if she stayed in the middle of the ballroom, Friedhelm would definitely get hold of her and pester her with his husband recommendations. She kept herself alert in search for the perfect timing to run away from the crowd. Letty, with Astrid behind her, went out to a balcony located on the second floor to catch some of the night breeze. Astrid, is the person you want to be your master in attendance tonight? Yes, your highness. Who? I can do the introductions for you. Letty thought of using her status as the princess to recommend Astrid if his chosen master was high in hierarchy, but the young knight shook his head. I'm thankful for your offer, but I think I should try first and give my best. If that is not enough, then I'll just have to be better. Very well then. Letty thought about Astrid's future, considering what she could do if his chosen master did not choose him. Astrid may be a commoner, but his abilities and skills are enough for his name to reach Commander Johannes's ears. They might already be considering him as candidate to be the next commander, but are having second thoughts because he is not of noble descent. Letty had in her power to grant a random title to Astrid if his lack of it were to hinder him. It was a life she saved once, she would help him however she could. Now, if he could just surround himself with intelligent people. Letty thought about the future as she leaned her back on the handrail of the balcony. Ah, senpai, you're back. Her Highness? Duke asked, his voice signaling he had finished his assignment. I am right here, called Letty. I see our business for tonight is over. I did send him an invitation, but I did not see him, so he most likely did not come and had just sent someone else in his stead. Duke stood beside his master and asked her with a puzzled look, him? Do you mean? Seeing her words made her knight think of something she did not mean, she rephrased her words to clear whatever misunderstanding might be forming inside his head. No, not a lover, but a knight candidate. He is not included in that list I gave you before, but I have already set my eyes on him. However, I should be careful about the order, timing, and the factions to be successful in getting him. Until then, all I can do is prepare and act on how I can sell the position of being a knight of the round at a higher price. A great-great-great-uncle once told Letty that men are weak against dramatic productions, so Letty thought of taking advantage of that male psychology to bring her next target down to his knees with her tears. To complete my ideal knights of the round, there are people I need to be there no matter what. They may even be harder to get than you were. Especially this one I am planning to be by my 4th or 5th night. I might even need the whole kingdom to bring him down. In fact, I have already asked Leon to find anything I can use for it. He is quite a big fish then, for you to be thinking of ways to blackmail him this early. Letty did not seem to have any plans on simply persuading her next target. She would not accept no for an answer, and to do that, she might even need the kingdom as her backup. This was proof enough that this man, whoever he might be, was not just an ordinary person. I am quite looking forward to how the pleasure of bringing a man down to his feet would fay. Letty's words were cut short and she set her gaze at something. Duke looked towards the direction Letty was looking, but he could not see anything wrong. I can see clearly in the dark, how about you? Letty asked Duke, still staring at the same direction. I don't know how clearly your clearly is, but I'm normal. Then can you see the figure drawn on the floor of the balcony over there? There is also something at its center. Duke squinted his eyes to shape out whatever Letty was describing. He was at least able to see that there was indeed something on the floor of the other balcony, but he could not see the drawing she described. Astrid, come here, called Duke. Astrid was standing on guard by the entrance of the balcony and walked immediately towards Duke upon hearing his call. Duke then asked him to look at the same balcony and tell them what he saw. An animal? And yes, there seems to be something drawn on the floor as well. So it was not my imagination then. That, I think, is our third magic circle, and the offering this time looks like a dog. Are you sure? Letty squinted her eyes and nodded at Duke's question. Is there any chance we have missed this during the day? Duke suspected this was an oversight, but Letty though otherwise. The balconies were decorated with flowers during Cornelia's party. If this was already drawn during that time, someone would have discovered this when the flowers were cleared in preparation for the evening ball. But why? The evening ball was a separate occasion and was in no way connected to Cornelia's party since she had yet to make her debut. Therefore, if the target was truly the royal family, a princess birthday party was the more logical target since it was in celebration for a royal child and not this regular social event. They might have changed their plans because of the increased security during the day. But still, Letty could not even make a guess on what the reason behind this act was, and the only way to know it was to catch the perpetrators and ask them directly. Anyway, the first course of action is to report this. Astrid, go immediately to Commander Johannes. Protocol would require Duke and Astrid to report this immediately to their commander. The Knights of the Order would then call off the ball and arrange a facilitated evacuation where each knight would stand guard at all the exits of the Great Hall. They would look like they were guarding the guests when in fact they were already searching who among them would have traces of blood on them, which could make them the primary suspects. Letty would have ordered the two knights with her to follow the protocol, but leave the report for later. The perpetrators were able to draw the circle right under the nose of the order. I highly doubt that they would be so careless to leave traces of blood on their clothes. We will not be able to catch them if we simply go by the book. The criminal or criminals made their every move with extreme caution that not even a clue as to who they were was left in any of the sites of the magic circle incident. Such a criminal would have easily prepared a change of clothes in case they were dirted with blood. It was a good thing I was the one who discovered this first. I have a plan that could forestall theirs. Astrid, go back to the first floor and shout that you have found the magic circle. But you will not point towards the balcony, but rather towards the gardens in the opposite direction. I will tell a lie. Not a complete lie. At least draw something that would look like one and then draw the attention of the people towards that direction. Duke, you shall stay with me to observe what would be the reactions of the guests when they hear Astrid. So the person who would look towards the balcony where the real circle is when Astrid shouts is our prime suspect, confirmed Duke. Letty nodded and reaffirmed their plan. Yes. The normal reaction to Astrid's announcement will be to follow where he was pointing since they know nothing about it. If there is anyone facing elsewhere, then that will make him or her a suspect. We only have one moment for this. Duke could remember in an instant who was standing where. Once he found the oddballs, Letty could easily identify them since she knew everyone in attendance. Astrid, take this with you. It will be too unnatural for you to find the magic circle when you are not with me, the person you are supposedly guarding. If anyone asked, tell them I dropped my earring and I ordered you to search for it, Letty explained as she took off one of her earrings and gave it to Astrid. Ain't that a familiar excuse? How many times have you used that again? What are you saying? I just thought of it now. Letty smoothly shrugged off Duke's questioning look and gave her signal to commence their plan. After he had finished the preparations, Astrid slightly opened one of the doors leading inside the Great Hall to peek inside. He looked at Letty and Duke who were standing atop a stairwell to observe the guests. He sent them a signal that he was ready and closed the door once again. He counted to 10 and pushed the door wide open and shouted with a rattled expression, "Oh no. Everyone. I found a cursed magic circle. The cursed circle. The third one." The Great Hall buzzed in an instant. All of the guests present at the birthday party were aware about the recent magic circle incidents and it was the latest topic of conversation among them. Now that the said circle had made an appearance at this moment, everyone was either surprised or curious, except, of course, the suspects who did not face towards Astrid's direction. I got 3. Duke instantly identified their probable suspects and described where they were to Letty. The first one is on your left. The man wearing the green coat standing near the third pillar. He reacted late to Astrid's announcement despite being near the door. Lord Dumir. The old baron has poor hearing so his late reaction is nothing unnatural. The other one is the lady wearing a dress with gold trimmings. She is standing over there near the goddess statue. She did not even turn to give Astrid a look. The Countess Falk. She is a meek lady and is easily frightened by things like this. I think it is safe to say she was so scared when she heard about the discovery of the circle and could not even move. Letty provided the identities, details, and possible explanations for the actions of each of the suspect. For the first two, Duke decided they were clean based on Letty's words. The last man is someone I also know. Lord Borel. Only he, out of the 3, faced towards the direction of the balcony. He is standing over there, second pillar from here, on our right side. Letty followed Duke's direction and saw the Earl standing there. His expression, however, was already mirroring the surprised reaction of the other guests. Lord Burrell, Letty did not expect him to be involved in this. Burrell was a royal family fanatic and he would not fit in her initial theory about the royal family being the target of the curse. He would not want to curse the object of his veneration. He was also present during the tournament. His knight was a participant and he was there as a spectator. Considering his background, he might have been ordered by someone to do this, since I doubt he'd do this out of his own accord. And the only ones who could give the order are. The Burrell house was under Guido's faction. The only people that could have given the orders were Guido or the family behind him, the Eulenbergs. So what now? Duke's question was not asking Letty what she would do now, but rather what she would do about this incident. Would she leave this to the order or would she keep on investigating to find the truth? He was worried that if she chooses to continue on, she might uncover a truth that he would not want her to, the truth that her brother Guido wanted to curse the entire royal family, including his own mother. The act of not knowing and knowing but acting otherwise looks the same to others but they have different meanings for the actor. I would always choose the latter no matter what the result might be. Besides, it is not certain that my brother is behind this. There is a possibility that the Eulenbergs are. If that will be the case, then it is a good thing for me. Letty wanted material she could use for threats or blackmail when she ascends the throne, more so if it was something like this, a failure by one of the families of the 3 Grand Marquesses of Sommervessel. Anyway, the first thing I have to do is to talk privately with Prince Guido. If I feign sickness, I am certain he would allow me to use one of the empty rooms. We could talk privately there. Duke, I would need you to support my story. Letty shared with Duke the perfectly consistent story she came up. It went like this. The magic circle Astrid found at the garden was a draft of the magic circle. Letty was the one who found the true circles drawn at one of the balconies on the 2nd floor. She felt sick upon seeing the bloody dog corpse used as the offering. Duke went to his commander to give his report containing nothing but the truth and left the investigation to the hands of the order. After finishing this, he searched for Guido to inform him about Letty's condition. Prince Guido, Her Highness does not seem to be well. She did not want to cause a scene and asked if you could lend a room for her to rest. Guido immediately nodded to Duke's request and went to Letty. He even lent his arm to his sister for support and escorted them by himself towards a room located at a quiet corridor. Duke could not help but admire how marvelous of a strategist his master was. Everything went smoothly and exactly as she said. It was a waste she was a woman. The order could definitely find a use for her superb brain. I'll go and fetch some water. Your Highness, would it be all right to leave Her Highness with you for a while? Guido silently nodded. Duke left them after giving Astrid a reminder in front of everyone. Astrid, stand on guard outside by the door. Remember, you should not enter a room where a lady is taking her rest even if you are her guard. Understood? Yes, sir. Duke's reminder served both as an order to his overly eager junior and as a warning to Guido's Valkyrie to prevent them from entering the room so that Letty could have her private talk with Guido. The room Guido escorted Letty was one of the rooms prepared beforehand in case some guests felt ill or tired during the ball. However, instead of letting her rest on a couch near the door and easily visible outside, he led her to the inner room, thinking she would be able to rest better there. Leticia, are you truly all right? Yes, thank you. I just feel a little nauseated. Letty replied, feeling a little guilty when she heard worry from Guido's voice. She continued acting sick and lay down on the couch but still kept her eyes open. The room was dimly lit and Guido, standing beside her, stared at her. Leticia. Guido's voice sounded different. His tone was lower than usual. Prince Guido. I have something to ask you. Letty slowly got up from laying down but Guido stopped her and held her shoulders. She could not even remember when they have looked at each other's face so closely. The room was dark, but Letty, with her night eyes clearly saw Guido's expression. We look so similar, don't we? What would you expect? You are my brother and I am your sister. It is natural for us to resemble each other. Slowly, the beautiful face inched closer and closer and Letty felt something different from her brother. At that moment, Letty did not feel he was her brother, but a man. She grabbed Guido's arm to stop him and create some distance between them. Nevertheless, Guido tightened his grip on her shoulders, as if in answer to her resistance. What is he doing? Had Guido not been her brother, Letty would have either kicked him already or screamed at the top of her lungs. However, she could not physically overpower him to get him off her. Letty's sight was filled with nothing but steel blue eyes framed by golden hair that were so similar to her own. Their gazes locked on each other and her mind was swirling with confusion. Why? Letty whispered with a hoarse voice, soft but still loud enough to reach Guido's ears. However, he was not moved and kept on closing in their distance, with strands of his golden mane caressing Letty's cheeks. Why, no, stop. This should not be. Onie-sama. Stop this. What the hell are you doing? Friedhelm entered the room at the same time Letty screamed. The scene that welcomed him was a dark room, his younger brother pinning down his younger sister, who was catching her breath. Anyone who saw the scene could easily imagine what was happening. Guido. Get off her. Letty is your sister. What were you thinking? Guido slowly stood up and uttered not a word. Why won't you answer? Still nothing. Then answer with this. Friedhelm took 2 swords hanging on the wall and threw the other one to Guido. Guido caught it effortlessly. This ain't gonna cut you, but is damn strong enough to break your bones. Letty, I'll have you decide who's better between the 2 us right here, right now. Friedhelm raged. He did not even bother to hide his contempt for his brother. Friedhelm drew his sword and threw its sheath. He was serious. Guido caught on to his meaning and followed suit. Wait. Stop this nonsense. The 2 princes were serious. If this went on, they would not just end with grave wounds. Letty could already see the imminent future fast approaching. She wished for someone to come and help. She thought of her knight. Please stop this. As if Letty's scream was their signal, the 2 princes launched at each other and a metallic clash echoed across the room. Letty unconsciously closed her eyes, fearing that the unpleasant future she thought of would materialize in front of her eyes. Then a voice spoke. It belonged to neither of her brothers. Senpai taught me it is rude to cause a ruckus inside a room where a lady is resting. In between Friedhelm and Guido was a red-haired, green-eyed young knight. He blocked Friedhelm's sword with his own and Guido's with his knife. This young lad had just prevented a national disaster from happening. You watchdog. Get your nosy ass off here or I'll cut your throat. Please, go ahead. Astrid was short so he was looking up to Friedhelm. But his piercing green eyes were as if he was looking down on the tall prince, threatening him, try if you dare cause there's no way you could. Seeing the worst had passed, Letty appealed to Guido, please, Guido Onie-sama. This is all just a misunderstanding, right? Please, withdraw your sword. Letty wanted to ask Guido a multitude of questions, but decided it was best to first solve this case at hand. She had to keep the situation in control. Your Highnesses, please slowly put your swords down and withdraw, Astrid prompted the 2 princes to retreat. Guido should go first. Friedhelm already withdrew his sword but had yet to put it down, glaring at his brother. Guido, without uttering a word, picked up the sheath of his sword and closed it. He threw the sheathed sword to Astrid and went out of the room. Oi, Leticia, is this really a misunderstanding? Yes. I was taking a break from the ball and Prince Guido was only checking on me. Please, believe that for now. Friedhelm did not say anything else and left the room. He chose to believe his sister's words for this incident, but that did not mean his anger had dissipated and the heavy wooden door had to bear the brunt of it. When her brothers left and the room regained its silence, Letty's strength left her knees and she fell down on the couch. Your Highness. Are you all right? Just surprised, thank you for stopping them. If not for you blood might have been. Your Highness, please forgive me for letting Prince Friedhelm inside. He said he was worried you were going to have a secret meeting with Prince Guido so he had to stop it at all costs. I thought it was all right since he was family. No, don't be sorry. If Prince Friedhelm did not come, who knows what would have happened. Although it would most likely end as an attempt since Letty would have summoned the night sword and rendered Guido unconscious. Letty let out a deep, deep, deep sigh. Astrid was kneeling in front of her when he felt something strange with Letty. Upon further observation, he felt the same impurity during the day of the tournament. He gathered up his courage to speak about it. Your Highness, may I ask you something? If that is about Prince Guido, do not even bother. Even I do not know the answers. No, this might be something different, but I'm not sure. I think that because of the sword of white light your Highness granted me, I am now able to sense impurities around me. I sensed some before on your hair that was stained by the bird's blood during the first magic circle incident. Letty remembered that day well since that was when she kicked Astrid out of her room and called him a mongrel. Now, she understood that he was trying to sniff out the impurities or the black scent as he called it then. I can also sense it again around your arms and shoulders. Didn't Prince Guido touch you on those parts? Letty spoke nothing but her silence meant affirmation to his question. Guido indeed grabbed her on the shoulders. The impurity from the blood from the magic circle and the impurity from Guido's touch were the same. Maybe His Highness is related to this incident, Astrid stated his hypothesis calmly. Letty wanted to deny Astrid's hypothesis, but there were far too many pieces fitting if Guido indeed played a role in this situation. 1. She met him at the site of the first circle a few nights ago. 2. He was uncharacteristically persistent in chasing after information about this case and kept on asking about the progress from Leonhardt and Commander Johannes. Lastly, Burrell, the only one who knew where the third circle is, was under his faction. Letty's head was swirling between understanding and disbelief. Give me your orders and I shall investigate on this case, Your Highness. Astrid did have the sword of white light and it holds the ability to counter curses. Add to that his abilities and skills acquired from being a former assassin, and he was the best man to do this investigation. I see. But even if you have the sword, you are not my knight and I cannot order you to do things on my behalf. Thank you for the information, but I will take care of this now. Letty did save Astrid, but she did not want him to feel indebted to her. He was just a hired temporary knight, she did not plan to use him more than that. Then, please let me return this to you. This is effective against curses, and there's the matter with Prince Guido. Please take the purifying sword and use it for your protection, pleaded Astrid. Astrid, the sword would already be useless even if you return it to me. It is already your power and I can no longer use it. A knight's investiture done in the name of the Night King meant that the Night King is dividing his powers to his knight. Whenever he grants a sword of promise to his knight, his power is lessened. Letty was aware of this fact, so she initially did not have any plans on granting any of the swords. Even the brave and strong Lion King Alexander and the one-armed King Oswald living in a time of war did not let go all of the swords of promise. No way, Astrid was dumbfounded upon learning the true meaning behind the sword and what Letty did for him. Letty placed her hand on Astrid's shoulder to stop him from blaming himself. Astrid, we humans are weak. There will always be times when we have to cling on to something to keep standing. For some it is God, for others it is their master, king, or lovers. It can be anyone or anything. Lord Offrecht lost his wife and son, but he continued on to love his second wife and their child and found happiness with them. Lord Borel also lost his wife but found solace in his faith in God and in the kingdom. As for me, I hold on to the fact that I am a reincarnation of the Night King. It is because of that fact that I was able to accept my fate as the next queen and do whatever I could to prepare for it. As for you, you can make it as the sword of white light. It can be your center, your source of strength. Use its light as your guide whenever you feel like darkness is swallowing you up. That is the reason I gave you that sword. Letty's gentle voice echoed in Astrid's heart. He looked up and faced the princess with determined eyes. I will, your highness, his voice was soft, yet strong. Satisfied with his answer, Letty let go of Astrid's shoulders and dismissed him. I am a bit tired. I shall rest here for a while. Stay on guard by the door and inform me when Duke returns. Shall I light up some more candles? No, this is just perfect to do some thinking. Astrid stood up and closed the door of the inner room. Letty reclined on the couch, closed her eyes and recalled the events of the day. Too many things had happened that she wanted to shout. Guido made an attempt on her. Her two brothers nearly killed each other. Guido might be the one drawing the circles. Guido Oniesama, if you truly are the one behind this, then who are you cursing? Letty whispered into the dark. Chapter 3. Discovered attack. Duke walked briskly into the corridor leading to the room where he left his master. Astrid, standing guard by the door, saw his senior coming and bowed his head. There was supposedly another Valkyrie knight with him, but the knight was nowhere in sight. Her Highness? Inside the room. She told me to notify her upon your return, reported Astrid. Astrid, did something happen between you and Prince Friedhelm? Something? I met him while I was on my way here and he scolded me saying, discipline your junior. He's way too impudent for a knight. That was the first time someone ever called you impudent. Most people would describe Astrid as easygoing. The next description others would offer is obedient since he listens well to what his seniors say and is quite respectful. Sometimes, the other knights would make fun of him but it was never with malice. Another thing. Did something also happen between Prince Friedhelm and Prince Guido? He warned me not to let Prince Guido anywhere near her highness. Something did happen but, hesitated Astrid, who used to say anything that was on his mind. Since his junior would not tell him what happened, Duke decided to ask Letty directly about it. He was about to turn the doorknob and open the door when Astrid blocked him and shouted softly that he should not enter the room. You see. Her Highness and Prince Guido were talking privately inside the room when Prince Friedhelm barged in saying that he could not allow them to have their secret talks. Since he was family, the Valkyrie knight nor I could not stop him from entering the room and then. Since Friedhelm appeared, then Letty's initial plan to talk with Guido alone failed. This meant that behind the closed door was a fuming Letty. I also could not clearly see what really happened, but I think that's what happened since Prince Friedhelm shouted. I think he came to check on her highness when he saw her acting that she was not feeling well and followed her here, but. Report in a chronological order. Anyway, I get the general picture. Based on Astrid's jumbled report, Duke surmised that the three royal siblings had a disagreement. And from Friedhelm's words, something happened between Letty and Guido. So what did you see? Prince Guido, Astrid paused, scolding himself for making such a baseless conclusion, but nonetheless shouted in a hushed voice. His Highness attacked her Highness. What's the weapon? I don't remember if he had anything on him that could be used as a weapon. Did he strangle her? No. You've got it wrong. His Highness assaulted her Highness. He attacked her as a man. Duke, dumbfounded, blinked several times and then asked Astrid for clarification. As a man meaning that way? That's unbelievable. I thought so myself. But when I went after Prince Friedhelm, I saw Prince Guido pushing Her Highness down on the couch. Then Her Highness shouted stop, and Prince Friedhelm roared, she is your sister. If Duke heard Astrid's story alone, he would have not believed him. But Friedhelm's livid warning about not letting Guido near Letty added up to the equation. So Prince Friedhelm's entrance somehow controlled the situation? No. His appearance aggravated the situation because he challenged Prince Guido to a duel. They have already drawn their swords, but Her Highness cried to stop them, so I intervened. I could not allow any one of them to get hurt. Astrid most likely went in between the two princes and stopped them from continuing any further with his superhuman agility. This was probably the reason behind Friedhelm calling him impudent. I'm sorry it turned out like this. You don't have to. Her Highness and I weren't able to consider Prince Friedhelm's actions. Instead, make sure that Prince Guido will be nowhere near Her Highness. Got that? Yes, sir, saluted Astrid. A knock on the door drew Letty's mind back to reality. Before she could even ask who was there, Duke announced himself and entered the room. Don't you need any light? Asked Duke, surprised at how dark the room was. I have night vision, so I am fine even without light. Our plan to talk failed. I will just have it moved to some other day. Did anything happen with Prince Guido? Duke should have heard already from Astrid what happened. His question felt more as if he could not believe it happened, so he asked Letty again, and not that he wanted confirmation. Prince Guido attempted to assault me. Prince Friedhelm saw the situation we were in and thought so as well, so that was probably what he intended to do. Though I am still at lost on whether he truly desired it. He has never shown any signs of attraction. Guido was serious, quiet, intelligent, calm and a very kind brother. He never saw Letty as a woman. But it may all be for show. No one knows what others feel deep within their hearts. Letty once said these words to Friedhelm. Are you all right? More than shock, my head is rather filled with questions. Why did he try to assault her? Was he the person behind the cursed circles? What did he want to do? You need not believe what happened. Even I still find it unbelievable. But do be careful around Prince Guido and Lord Burrell, Letty instructed Duke. This might help in restraining the movements of their prime suspects, since Duke was still a knight of the Royal Chivalric Order. I have not heard anything amiss yet about Lord Burrell, but Prince Guido has not been his usual self lately. I think this might be related with the incident about Eleanor. Let us just wait and see for now. Besides, Prince Friedhelm saw what happened tonight. I doubt they will do anything careless so soon. Got it. So how much are you planning to report to Commander Johannes? You can tell him everything, including our hand at having a fake circle drawn in the garden without letting the order know. Just leave out what happened with Prince Guido. Letty understood it would be better to report the Guido incident, but she wanted more time to think about what happened and to consider what her next actions should be. Let us go back to the villa. I would like to rest and continue thinking in private. But Letty was not able to rest since Johannes came to the villa shortly after she had arrived. He wanted to have Letty's testimony as the primary witness for the third incident. Instead of resting, she gave him her account of what happened, including her plan, the actions they took, and the result of it. Prince Guido and Lord Burrell may be related to this incident, but this is not certain and I can be wrong. Let us just go with the flow until we can get sufficient evidence to support it. Yes, Your Highness, you have my agreement. Please leave the rest to us. We shall put an end to this. You have my word. Thank you. And one more thing, I am returning Astrid. I think he will be of better use to keep an eye on our suspects. I surmise he is good at that. I think so too. He also did not seem to be of much use as Your Highness guard, am I correct? Letty shrugged off Johannes' sarcastic remarks and simply nodded her head. She then turned around to talk to Leonhardt, who was sitting behind her. Leonhardt, any new information? You know, I was planning to make this surprising announcement. The person who drew the fake circle was none other than Astrid Gale, a knight of the order. Only to find out it was all part of your plan. And because of that, I don't have anything new to say. You already knew even before I told you? The circle looked like it was drawn with a pen in the mouth. Anyone who knew his handwriting will instantly recognize it was him. You should have just asked me and you would have the perfect fake. Ha ha ha. The only old new information was that the third circle had the number 3 and the offering this time was bigger than the last. Anything else you noticed? Anything you may dismiss as trivial. Leonhardt tried to recall every detail he could remember upon the discovery of the circle. Ah. Guido Aniui came to see the circle. I guess criminals really do come back to the crime scene. We are not yet certain about that. Though this is the third time already. Guido had always come back to the locations of all the magic circle incidents. He is quite concerned about the magic circles, whatever the case may be, he is definitely connected to this. Johannes and Leonhardt excused themselves afterwards, leaving Letty alone in the room. She sat in front of the chess table and thought about what she should do now while picturing Guido inside her head and asking him, why? It was my turn next for this chess game with Guido Onie-sama. Letty planned on telling Guido her next move today, but with what happened this game would most likely end here. Yet, she still could not let go of the what-ifs and decided to keep the board as it was though she could already see the board gathering dust in the near future. Asterisk, this chess game may stop here. But what about me? Should I let the order take care of this and leave Guido Onie-sama to them? Or should I make my move to search for the truth behind this asterisk? Letty thought as she stared intensely at the chessboard like she was discerning her next move in a crucial part of the game. In truth, she felt she was trying to solve a puzzle with no solution. Shall I be your opponent? Letty heard Duke's voice close to her and looked up. She realized she got lost in her thoughts and time had noticeably passed by. She had been so distracted that she did not even notice Duke sitting in the chair across hers. Can you? Just your average player, replied Duke as he moved the pieces to their initial positions. Letty let Duke have the first turn to start the match. At first, she was nonchalantly making her moves, but soon her expression changed from indifference to annoyance and then she burst and swore at Duke. You are the worst. Why should I be called the worst by simply playing chess? What average player? The best I can do for this game is a draw. I think a draw is fine. What's wrong with it? The only person allowed to have a draw with me is my stoic older brother. Duke was far more skilled and stronger than an average player, which he initially led Letty to believe. She was somehow able to end their first game with a draw. Again. Ordered Letty and Duke obediently followed. Where did you learn chess? From Lord Barchett? Polished by my 2 years on border patrol. There wasn't any other form of leisure available there unlike here in the capital. These kind of games were all we had to pass time. You are a noble and yet you were assigned to the borders? Oh, right. You were aiming for the commander's seat. But still, I know those 2 years had been hard work even if it was somehow a rite of passage for the position. You know a lot about the order, huh? Commander Johannes has been a long-time chessmate, explained Letty as she looked at the chessboard. Duke peeked a look at Letty's face as she was staring at the chessboard. She was concentrating hard on what her next move should be that she did not notice Duke's gaze. She's too beautiful, isn't she? Maybe so beautiful that even Prince Guido couldn't resist. Duke remembered his junior was charmed by her beauty and proclaimed that simply looking at Letty's face was bliss though he found it quite incomprehensible. Maybe any man, even one who did not like Letty that way, could be lost in her beauty and… Shall we make a bet? Letty's question forced Duke to stop his not-so-polite thoughts. Don't ask something I can't afford. But anything's fine as long as it's within my reach. If I win, you will be giving me something I want and it will only be from your personal belongings. If I lose, I will invite Prince Guido to the next tea party. Letty was using chess to clear up her mind and make a decision. I have to win this then. If he could help Letty relax or make her decision, then Duke was more than glad to be of service to his master. He now concentrated on the board, just like Letty, to be able to anticipate her next move. Guido never attended any of the regular tea parties Letty hosted for her brothers and sisters, despite her constant invitations. It had been like that ever since, so she presumed it would be the same forever. However, this party contradicted her expectations because today, Guido's younger sister, Cornelia, proudly reported to Letty that she had succeeded in persuading her older brother to attend today's event. I am pleased to see you, Prince Guido. I am glad you have decided to grace us with your presence and play with your other younger siblings. Letty greeted him with her perfectly crafted smile. Anyone watching them would see a gentle younger sister welcoming her brother. Guido was about to greet Letty back when Leonhardt butted in and inserted himself between them. Why, if it isn't Guido Onie-sama. Long time no see. But you should have informed us you were coming so we could have prepared conversation topics fit for you. I mean, you are not Friedhelm Onie-sama who can join any conversation and keep it alive no matter what the topic is. It can be something stupid and all I have to do is laugh at it and the conversation won't die at all. Guido immediately gave up any intention on talking with Leonhardt, who was clearly making fun of him, and proceeded to seat himself in a vacant table without greeting anyone. He quietly sat there and watched as his younger siblings and cousins played around the garden. Ainui, let me handle Guido Onie-sama. I shall be his conversation partner. He never showed his face to this regular tea party, no matter how many times he was invited. I am certain he has something up his sleeves. Like doing the preparations for the fourth one. Are you certain? I do not mind. Recently, we just had a lively discussion on the interpretation and analysis of the history of the Lohberg Bridge. Or maybe it is more apt to say that we can only have discussions about those kinds of topics? Ahahaha. Letty was genuinely interested to know what kind of conversation could transpire between her supposedly alike but opposite brothers, but decided to let Leonhardt handle the situation. She could just butt in, if necessary. Letty Onie-sama. My older brothers are truly clueless on how ladies should be treated. I have selected the perfect ribbons and hairpiece to match my dress for today, but neither of them complimented me about it. Sir Duke is a far better gentleman than they are. Letty could not keep herself from giggling at Cornelia's comment. She knelt down to meet her younger sister's eyes. Cornelia, Duke is all about looks, swords, and chess. I suggest you should train your eyes better at discerning men, my dear. Should I take that as a compliment? Asked Duke. Yes, Letty replied quickly. I complimented you that much. Are you still unsatisfied? Letty stood up and let Cornelia join their other siblings. As usual, the oldest royal daughter was looking after the younger royal children. She came to think that these children should never be underestimated. Sometimes, it is because they are children that they can be brutally honest and can speak about things exactly as they are. Letty was somehow alerted because of a story she heard from them. She sent Guido a glance and called on Duke. She told him what she heard and what she planned to do about it. He was against her idea, but could not do anything to change her mind. He gave up and said he would obediently follow her orders. How did your conversation with Leon go, Prince Guido? I believe it has been quite a while since the two of you had a little chat, inquired Letty with her perfect smiling face. Guido kept his silence. By the way, do you remember the jacket you have lent me before? I would like to return it today. Could you come with me? Sure, was Guido's unsure answer. He could not believe Letty's words at face value because she looked like she had things to talk in private with him. He had expected this much, and this was not enough to throw the calm Guido off guard. And we are supposed to be siblings. Letty could not help but reminisce the time when even this cold prince beside her used to call her Letty with a gentle expression on his face and not Leticia with a stoic facade. However, the cursed blood of Friedhelm's mother, the Lauenstein, and Guido's mother, the Eulenberg, had torn them apart and even forced them to go against each other. Letty, however, decided that she would not allow herself to be pulled down by that. She asked the maid to open the door and urged Guido to enter her private room. Take a seat there, ordered Letty, pointing out the divan. She continued to walk further into the room to get a soft blanket. She threw it to Guido, who was already sitting there. I have several things I would like to discuss with you, but that can wait. You have something you should do first. What is it? Cornelia told me that you were having problems sleeping recently. Letty continued talking to Guido without taking the seat across the couch. Cornelia did? Girls that age can already be considered young ladies. They can already see through many things. I will wake you up when the party is over. Until then, rest. We shall talk after that. Letty had already noticed that Guido looked worn out when she met him in front of Queen Sophia's grave before. She told him to rest that time, but considering he now looked even worse, he did not take her advice. Rather, he exerted himself more, to a point that even his younger sister was worried about him. I don't mind talking now. Well, I do, please. It has only been 2 months since Queen Sophia passed away. If anything happens to you, our father, our sisters and brothers, Friedhelm Oniisama, Letty could not finish saying what was in her mind, but that was enough for Guido to feel her concern for his welfare. I shall go once you have fallen asleep. Letty knelt beside the couch and held Guido's hand. Guido gave up on protesting, showed his surrender by lying down, and closed his eyes. He thought he could feign sleeping and wake up as soon as Letty left the room. Or so he thought. The cheerful voices of the children outside, the warmth of family and the security of having someone near, completed the scenario needed to bring back a nostalgic memory. This drew him towards the world of sleep, despite his initial plan. Sweet dreams. Letty whispered softly, careful not to wake her older brother. Gently, she let go of his hands and went out of the room quietly. Duke was standing right outside the door and asked her with his eyes if everything was fine. Letty answered with a silent nod. Your Highness, I shall watch over him. Yes, please. I shall look after my younger siblings. If anything happens, send word through my maid. Letty was about to leave when Duke grabbed her shoulder to stop her. Please, don't do anything unexpected. You told me you were going to talk with him at a place with more people. That incident happened so recently. I think you're being too reckless. Please be more conscious about your position and be more careful. Yes, I understand your point, but he is still a brother to me. Asterisk, I will be bothered if he is acting strange. I will worry if he looked that exhausted, asterisk. Duke heard the self-mockery that laced Letty's words. He loosened his grip on her shoulders and rephrased his words. No, I did not mean to reprimand, I'm just worried. Duke. I forgot you were a nice person. But, truly, I am fine. Letty assured her worried knight and changed the topic. Would you feel tired if you were cursing someone? Cursing? Meaning hating someone? I think it's the other way. I mean, I won't feel tired while I am still filled with hate. If anything, I might feel empowered with it. But once I've completed whatever I planned, I think that will be the time I would feel the exhaustion brought by it. Once completed. Letty was now deep in thought. Why was Guido having a hard time sleeping? Was he cursing someone so much that his hate kept him awake at night? Whom is he cursing then? Why? Then the person Guido Onie-sama can hate that much. Most people might think it to be Friedhelm. Or maybe it might be me. Your Highness? No, it is nothing. I shall leave the rest to you. If the person Guido hated were Letty, many of the puzzle pieces would fit. Guido assaulted Letty, not because he could no longer suppress his ardent love for his sister, but rather he could no longer contain his hatred for her. Maybe he could no longer see Letty as his sister because she stole the crown from him. But still, Letty would be a queen and ascend the throne. It was her inevitable fate, no matter how much her brother cursed her. Letty knew that the only thing she could do was to pray and ask for a strong heart to accept the future she would never dare wish to happen. Guido once again saw a dream as he slept in Letty's room. It was the continuation of the dream he previously had, that dream of a stormy night and the three of them sleeping together in his room. Me too, agreed his older brother. They shared the same dream. Friedhelm, being the oldest, probably already knew at this time what kind of future the three of them would have. And that their happy times together were already limited, just a few more years before they became adults. Hey, Guido. I've got a difficult problem and I've already cracked my brain, but I couldn't find any solution to it. Guido understood which particular problem Friedhelm meant. And since you are smarter than me, maybe you can find a solution to it. Solution? Yeah. So make sure to study a lot and then one day, tell me how we can cut ourselves away from this binding fate. How can they free themselves from their cursed blood so that the three of them could once again live happily together? It was a problem with no apparent solution. I will study hard and I will definitely find the answer and tell you one day, Aniui, promised Guido. But up until now, he had yet to find the solution. Maybe, before he could find the answer, he would be punished. Countless little black hands descended down from the ceiling and attacked Guido all at once. Letty and Friedhelm, who were supposedly lying beside him, were now gone. He tried escaping from the black hands clawing at him, but he could not as the numerous hands grabbed onto his limbs, restraining whatever form of resistance he made. Then one of the hands reached for his neck. His body bounced up in surprise, and he woke up. A dream? Guido wiped off the sweat from his forehead. He could vividly recall the tight grips of the black hands. He touched his throat and commanded himself to calm down. Those black hands again. Maybe there was one part of him who wanted to see that dream. That part of him who wanted to be punished. He sat up and placed the blanket on the couch. He sat there for a while longer, telling himself that he would only stay until his head cleared up. He would only stay until the nostalgic warmth lingering on the sofa cooled down. He covered his eyes with his palm and sighed deeply, breathing out everything that had piled up inside him. Guido slowly stood up after gathering enough energy to his feet. He walked towards the door and opened it. He found Letty's knight standing on guard outside. The knight slightly bowed his head to the prince. Your Highness, how are you feeling? Would you like to rest a little longer? The party is still quite lively and may not be ending anytime soon. No, 'tis all right. I've had enough. Duke would never know the weight behind Guido's words. The only thing he could understand was that Guido no longer wanted to stay. Please wait, Your Highness, Duke called out to stop Guido, who was already heading towards the garden. Please forgive my tardiness in giving the proper greetings when I became Princess Leticia's knight. Is that all you have to say? Duke's apology was nothing else but polite. But his eyes conveyed something different that was so intense even Guido could have not missed it. Then, please allow me to take this chance to say more. Her Highness told me to look after you. But I am certain she wanted me to guard you. Pardon my impudence, I do not trust you that much. Duke's hand was resting on the nill of his sword, a way of saying that he was ready to draw his sword if the prince would dare lay even a finger on his master. Guido sent Duke a glare as cold as his steel blue eyes. But that was not enough to thwart Duke. How do you see my master, Your Highness? I do not have to answer to a knight like you. Guido coldly swore at Duke and quickly walked past him. Duke, however, did not allow him to pass and grabbed his shoulder tightly. I thought so. I don't mind using force to get my answers. Let go of me. I refuse. Her Highness, even though something like that happened, even though she is still confused, even though she knows what she's doing is foolish. Is genuinely worried about you, Prince Guido. What do you know? You've only been her knight for a few months. Guido shouted, letting his emotions get the best of him, a rare event for someone like Guido who could easily suppress his emotions with logic. Guido grabbed Duke's collar. Listen well. Protect Letty from everything. If not, I will be the one going after your neck. Guido pushed the surprised knight and left him dumbfounded. I think I've heard the same spiel from someone else. Anyway, this means that Prince Guido is worried about Her Highness. This was better than the two of them hating each other. Guido reciprocated Letty's concern for him, whatever the meaning behind it might be. And that was a bit of a relief. Duke, deciding whether to go after the prince, looked at Guido walking away. Then he saw a black hand grabbing Guido's feet and he did not seem to notice. What is that? But when Duke blinked for a moment, the black hand was nowhere in sight. Am I imagining things? Maybe it was just a shadow, Duke told himself. After Guido went home without even saying goodbye, Letty returned her younger siblings and cousins to their respective governesses. She went back to her room only to find something inside that rendered her speechless, and Duke, following her, was dumbfounded. This is a little awful, is it not? Letty said, though the state her room was nowhere near a little. Anyone else might faint or feel sick just at the mere sight of it. Duke, call Leon. This can be cleaned up later. Letty's room, where Guido was sleeping a few moments ago, was filled with countless black handprints. There were prints on every part of the room, from the ceiling, to the walls, on the furniture, and on the floor. The handprints appeared to be random at first, but upon closer inspection, the hands were most concentrated on the couch where Guido slept. Prince Guido, whispered Duke. His initial reaction was to suspect the prince who was there a while ago. This was a natural conclusion to come up with since he was left alone in the room and a prime suspect with the magic circle incidents. Letty, however, remained calm and collected and examined the handprints. She tried to fit her hands with one of the black hands and concluded, Prince Guido could have not done this. The prints are even smaller than my hand. These could only belong to a child. Then some children who attended the tea party? Ahahaha, that would be impossible too, commented Leonhardt as he entered the room and took a closer look at the handprints. What I mean is that these prints did not come from human hands. See the fingers. Letty hummed at Leonhardt's better observation. So after the curse circles, we now have handprints of a monster from the unknown. The incidents are becoming more and more ominous. She stretched out her hand to one of the black handprints and traced it with her fingers. Oi, cried Duke, but Letty ignored him and held up her now dirted finger close to her face to check the dirt. Charcoal? Dried mud? It has been sunny all day, right? Where do you think they got this much dirt to make mud? Well, putting that aside, I find this too intricate to be a prank. Don't you think so? They gave so much effort to do this. They would have to prepare the charcoal mud mixture first and then they had to dab their hand vigorously on everything. This is surreal, were Leonhardt's earnest observations. Letty went out of the room to ask a maid to bring a cloth for her to wipe her fingers. She waited for her maid to come back outside the room. This allowed her the time to look at the whole fiasco from the doorway. Now, I cannot convince myself anymore that these are just simple handprints. Ain't Look at the blanket on the couch. That is not a simple print. It is gripping something. A simple handprint would only cover the exposed surface of the blanket. But this peculiar one went all the way around the blanket as if it was holding something. This rendered the three of them to a perfect silence, each busy trying to come up with an explanation about the hands. A maid broke their reverie. Your Highness, Prince Friedhelm has arrived. To which room should I let him stay? He really has impeccable timing in times like this. It will be too troublesome if he senses something is amiss. Prepare a room far from here. Have this room cleaned while I talk with him. No one should know about this. Leon, if you want to examine this, do it now. Duke, come with me. Yes, yes, yes. I shall do as I please. Letty left Leonhardt in her room and went out to welcome her uninvited guest. Your Highness, aren't we going to report this to the order? Asked Duke. Give me some time to think if this is related with the recent incidents first. Of course it is. It's clear that this is directed towards the royal family. I think we should report this and reinforce security around you and the others. If the target is truly the royal family, I think we can narrow down the probable targets. Asterisk, it can be me, asterisk, but Letty could not tell Duke and swallowed it down. Anyway, just remember not to let anything about this reach Prince Friedhelm, emphasized Letty before they entered the room where Friedhelm was waiting. A pleasant day, Prince Friedhelm. Do you not think it to be quite early for a secret meeting? It is still bright outside. I really wanted to come here earlier, but Guido came today, right? Yes, he did. So I avoided him. Do I really have to spell everything? It'd be too unnatural if we were seen together aside from the secret meetings you orchestrate out to be tea parties. Letty nodded her agreement to what Friedhelm said. Then what brings you here? I came here on Mother's request. She asked me to tell you that she longs for your company and is inviting you to visit her at Katlia Palace. She said it has been quite lonely there and your presence will be highly appreciated. Katlia Palace was where the queen consorts lived. Men were generally not allowed to enter there. Friedhelm's mother, the third Queen Rosalind, was on good terms with the other queens, Guido's mother the second Queen Sophia and Letty's mother, the first Queen Julienne. The three queens used to live there harmoniously, but now, only Queen Rosalind was left. I understand. I know how quiet it must have become now. Letty acknowledged the invitation extended to her and knew there was something else to this conversation. Duke, please go outside. As you wish, obeyed Duke, and he went out of the room. Friedhelm left his own knights outside as a sign that he wanted to talk privately with Letty. She caught that signal and agreed with his unstated request. Once Duke was out of earshot, Letty asked for Friedhelm's true intentions. Please tell Queen Rosalind I will pay her a visit one of these days. So what are you really here for? Not too far from what I've said already. Mother was asking why won't you return to Catlia Palace? Me? To Catlia Palace? Letty used to live there when her mother was still alive. But after her mother died due to sickness, she decided to move out and live in the separate royal villa. It was too dangerous for her and Leonhardt to continue living there now that their shield, their mother, was lost and they would be too open for attacks. The royal villa, on the other hand, was under their mother's family, and therefore a safe place for them to stay. This was the best course of action in order to protect Leonhardt, the son of the first queen and a true pure blood royal, from assassination attempts. I agree with Mother's suggestion, you know? It ain't good to have the heir living in just a villa. I see your point, but Catlia Palace is not a choice. I cannot have Duke there. If Rosalind was lonely, Letty would pay her a visit. However, if she moved residence, it would be to somewhere else other than Catlia Palace. She was thinking of a plan when Friedhelm asked her a question. Hey. If you become the queen, what will you do to Catlia Palace? Your husband is definitely not a queen consort. Are you gonna leave it vacant? Well, I do not mind if Queen Rosalind continues using it. I don't think Mother plans on doing that. What now? Will you create your own harem? Letty did everything she could not to punch her vulgar brother and swore that one day, she would make him learn his lesson on propriety. If she did that, she would definitely be going down the road to becoming the Heartbreaker Queen at full speed. Joking aside though, why don't you consider my personal opinion on the matter? How about making Catlia Palace as the temporary home of the heir until your coronation? If you become Catlia's mistress, your sons can enter the palace, but I, as your brother, can no longer go inside. With this, Letty finally understood what her brother wanted to say. Only the queen consorts and their children could stay in Catlia Palace. However, as per tradition, princes who have come of age at 13 would leave Catlia and take residence in the royal palace. The princes then could still come to Catlia and visit their mothers who were the present mistresses of the place. So if Letty moved there and became its mistress, her brothers could no longer get in. Asterisk, in other words, he was worried about me. That was a very roundabout way of saying it, asterisk. Friedhelm saw what Guido tried to do to Letty, and he has probably been worried sick about this since then. It had bothered him so much that he even came all this way just to tell Letty to create a place where her brother Guido could no longer come near her. I will consider your suggestion. Thank you for it. I will think about coming back to the royal palace. Leon is already old enough and will be fine even if I leave him alone here. Attempts on Letty's life may still be prevalent, but the same could no longer be said for Leonhardt. There was no longer any reason for him to be targeted. He no longer needed her protection. Staying here for long would cause speculations. If you have nothing more to say, I suggest you leave now, said Letty. That ended their conversation and Friedhelm agreed to it. He was about to leave when he remembered something. Do you have enough guards here? Duke is your only knight, right? Mother's family is lending some of their men. We have enough. Besides, I do not think having many guards can win against a curse. The only thing that can counter a curse is the Sword of White Light, which Astrid currently possessed. Letty was planning to ask for his help when the need arose. Curse? I think half of the blood flowing in me is more of a curse than those cryptic circles. Friedhelm could be referring to either his royal blood or the blood of the Lauensteins. It was most likely the latter, the blood as one of the 3 Grand Marquises. Wonder why people never forget the fact when something was stolen from them, but always forget the fact when they were the ones who stole something, Friedhelm said. Land, money, lover. The moment someone succeeded in stealing away something, the stolen thing becomes their own. Then the person from whom this was stolen from would never forget about it because it was originally theirs. Since it belonged to them first, they would have to steal it back. The royal blood was stolen away from them and they were stripped of their titles as dukes and became the Grand Marquises. Now they only remembered the fact about the stealing. They have forgotten the reason why it was taken away from them in the first place. I'm sure that Guido, coming from the Eulenbergs, has heard the same plea as I did. Their pleas sound like a chant for a curse. This is our lifelong wish. Restore Lauenstein's place in the royal family. This plea had turned half of Friedhelm's blood into a curse that took form as chains strangling him to this never-ending battle for political power. To steal back what was stolen from you. Get it back no matter what. Do not stop until you have claimed it back. That's what they want. About you? What did you do? Friedhelm shot Letty a question. Probably the same as you. I would want it back. I am human, after all, answered Letty. Letty was the reincarnation of the Night King, but she was no god. Letty completely understood that she was only human, a normal person. If something was taken away from her, she would surely be emotional and would do everything to get it back. Was all Friedhelm replied. His expression was unreadable and Letty could not tell if he was satisfied or not with her answer. He left with, "See you tomorrow." The next day, Friedhelm was surprised to see Letty without Duke escorting her for the day's meeting. He immediately wanted to ask her about her knight's absence, but only had the chance to do so after the meeting was over. He had some errands to run to outside. "He shall be back by noon," was Letty's reply to his query. "Then at least have that guard dog with you if Duke's not available. If you don't want him, then give him to me." "Do you expect me to go around the castle with a dog in tow? What are you trying to suggest?" "She doesn't get it," whispered Friedhelm and said nothing else. Letty decided to excuse herself before the topic went to his prospective husband candidates for her. She bid him goodbye and walked on in search of a place to think. Today's meeting was once again filled mostly with stupid men. This was the only thing Letty could think of to write in her diary. Holding in a sigh, she continued to walk towards the perfect place to do some thinking. With the guards she borrowed from her father, she proceeded on to the long gallery of kings. However, someone else was there before her. Lord Borel. Borel was an earl under Guido's faction. He was also one of the prime suspects for the magic circle incidents, even though he was widely known to be a firm believer in the royal family faith. He was probably here in the long gallery to appreciate the portraits of the kings of the past. Letty put on her princess smile and walked towards the earl. This was the perfect time to conduct a discreet investigation about him. "Oh, Your Highness," the earl greeted lively. "It is an honor to see you here. I had just come to greet our kings. I have been quite busy lately and did not have the time to pay them a visit," he continued. He was supposed to be exhausted with all the things he was speculated to be doing. But his current energetic mood did not match the suspicions presently laid upon him. Asterisk, if he was being forced to curse the royal family in contradiction to his belief, how can he be smiling this way? "I thought he would not even be able to face the kings he reveres." Asterisk. "Please, Your Highness, take your time here. I shall excuse myself." Letty stopped thinking when Borel told her he was more than glad to leave the long gallery for Her Highness. "No, there is no need for you to do that. I would not wish to drive away the first visitor. Besides, we have a lot of room here. But please do stay with me when a noisy knight finds me here and get scolded together. I have been told not to wander around too much due to the recent magic incidents." Letty touched on the topic of the cursed circles herself in order to see what would the earl's reaction be. "I doubt there would be any insolent fool to curse our next queen, Your Highness. Though if there is, I am certain they would be severely punished by God." His answer was unexpected. His words conveyed nothing else but the strong faith of a believer of the royal family. Letty gave a vague smile to Borel's profession of faith. The contradiction in his state made her wonder that maybe Borel facing the direction of the circle was just a pure coincidence. "I am looking forward as to how Your Highness' portrait would look like. I personally recommend having it drawn right after your coronation. I am sure it will be beautiful. Your Highness, if you wouldn't mind, may I know who are you visiting today?" "King Karl-Heinz, my great-grandfather. Did you have the chance to meet him?" "Unfortunately, I was too young to remember, Your Highness. But I do remember King Karl-Heinz's second queen. Even though she was from a noble family of low rank, she was lady worthy to be part of the royal family. Letty's great-grandmother used to work as a court lady in the castle. After Karl-Heinz's first queen left him, he began to take notice of her. She was known to be very genteel and kind. Their love story was very popular as a real-life fairy tale. Prince Guido and I have been told to look a lot like our great-grandmother." Letty mentioned Guido to once again see how the earl would react. If Guido was forcing him to cooperate with magic circles, he might have some kind of reaction to his name. But Borel did not have any noticeable reaction and simply gave his agreement. "Yes, indeed, Your Highness looks very much like the late queen. But for Prince Guido." Letty wanted to ask for the rest of his sentence when a stranger's voice broke their conversation. "My lord." Borel was startled when he heard his servant's voice. He cleared his throat and faced his servant. He was informed that he already had to return and the earl nodded. Their dispositions are not alike. Prince Guido's and Her Majesty's. "Your Highness, if you wouldn't mind, I have to excuse myself." Borel nodded and walked out of the gallery together with his servant. Letty watched the earl go. She did not think anything more about Borel's comment since her great-grandmother was said to be a warm person. This was a complete opposite of her logical and cold brother. Maybe I have to reconsider and rethink these incidents right from the start. There were still some more possibilities left to be considered about the incidents. Is the mastermind truly Guido? Or is it the Eulenbergs? Or maybe someone else they were yet to discover? I think I should take a break first to refresh myself. Paying Queen Rosalind might be a good idea. Letty went to Catlia Palace, since she was already within the vicinity. As she climbed up the stairs to Queen Rosalind's room, she passed by the ballroom and saw the white lilies from the window. The late Queen Sophia loved these lilies and she could not help but gaze at the beautiful flowers. I see you have fulfilled your promise sooner than expected. But, how long are you going to stare at that? You came here to visit someone, right? Good day, Prince Friedhelm. I see you have come to visit as well. Friedhelm was standing beside Letty, who was looking at the flowers for some time already. But he, on the other hand, was not looking at the immaculate flowers. He was looking at the blonde man standing in front of the flower bed. He's still there. He sure doesn't get tired at looking at those, said Friedhelm, who had already seen Guido in the same place earlier. How long was he standing there? Why did he stay there for so long? His recent actions really seemed to be different from the Guido they knew. Asterisk, should I call him? Should I leave him alone? Asterisk. This situation was the perfect timing for her to ask why, and there was no need for her to orchestrate one. Why was he so concerned about the circles? Why did he try to assault her? Asterisk, Letty, you were the one who decided to know and act innocent about it. Get a grip. Do not hesitate now, asterisk, if anything happens, she could just scream at the top of her lungs and her voice would already resonate around the whole Catlia Palace. This is the perfect chance, Letty said as she scolded herself to approach her brother. I shall go down and talk to him. He might be worrying about something and I. Quit it. Friedhelm sharply said, cutting his sister's words as he grabbed her hand to stop her. Why are you stopping me? Asterisk, you asterisk are not supposed to go there. Don't give Guido your half-hearted kindness. Letty felt embarrassed when Friedhelm called her half-hearted without knowing her real intentions. She thought that Friedhelm already saw what her actions would be, she was only showing kindness in consideration of their political standing and that would be it. But Friedhelm was pertaining to a different half-hearted kindness. Tell me, what did you do if you fell in love with someone you should not? What would I do? I might be confused at first, but I think I would give him up. Before she accepted her fate to be the heir to the throne, she also had dreamt about being in love as a normal girl would. She had considered different scenarios like what would she do if she fell in love with someone of low rank. Would they elope like what couples do in the novels? Would she choose her heart over her responsibility for the country? There were many choices to consider, but she knew herself well enough to be able to say she would only have chosen one and nothing else. Should it happen she fall in love with someone she should not, she would give up that love. Letty knew that for a fact. But what if you cannot completely give up and erase your feelings? I will still stand by my choice. But if the feeling is that strong, I might end up doing something I did not mean to. That's it. The stronger the control on the mind, the wilder it can be once the control has gone loose and that. I do not mean to things happen. Now if you did something like that, how would you like your partner to react? Would you want compassion? Kindness? Letty thought again on the answer to Friedhelm's question. If such a situation happened, she would like her partner to give a clear rejection. That's a good girl. Now, you know what you should do. She should not go down there and call on Guido. She should go home now and continue rejecting him. If Guido truly loved Letty in a way he should not, a clear rejection is definitely what he wanted Letty to do. Letty reluctantly gave up this chance to investigate and walked her way out of the palace. But before she could go, Cornelia called up to her. Cornelia looked up to Letty as her beautiful and smart older sister. She was happy when she learned that Letty came to visit Catlia Palace, so she was quite disheartened to see her going home after talking only with Friedhelm. She called Letty to stop and grabbed on her sleeve, wanting to have a chance to talk to her. Letty Onisama, Guido Onie-sama has not paid us a visit recently. When Mother moved to the South Rest House, he even invited me to visit her every month. But ever since Mother passed away, Catlia Palace has been so lonely and quiet. Letty could understand Cornelia's loneliness due to the loss of her mother and the recent aloofness of her brother. Cornelia, Prince Guido is also sad about losing Queen Sophia. But he is so busy, he did not even have the chance to feel the loneliness, so you have to be kind and gentle with him. Can you do that? In my place, for I can no longer do so, continued Letty in her mind. Ever since Guido became their primary suspect, Letty kept on telling herself that there was a reason why the circle was not drawn during Cornelia's birthday party. That Guido still wanted to respect and celebrate his sister's birthday. Onie-sama is also lonely? Yes. So if he comes to visit, stay with him all the time. After she left Guido to his sister's care, she started walking again and did as Friedhelm told her. She walked back straight to Royal Villa without even sparing a glance to the garden where Guido stood. Part 2. Letty had no plans on going to the Night King's space tonight, but when she noticed it, she was already there. Letty laughed softly. She was laughing at herself for once again succeeding in escaping reality. Then she heard a loud noise echo across the room. Oswald was shouting, "Please. Tell me what will become of this kingdom. What will he do?" He was grabbing the heartbroken King Ledger's arm. Oswald was normally quiet with eyes showing his acceptance and surrender of everything. But right now, his eyes were raging as he asked Ledger, a reincarnation of the Night King after him, from his future. "What did you do if I tell you? If it's bad, I shall change it." This power is here for a cause. Letty was confused on what was happening. The Lion King Alexander saw her bewildered expression and beckoned her to come near him and stay away from the two kings. What happened to King Oswald? I smell blood. Maybe he's right after he was cut. Letty looked at the place where Oswald's left arm was, but she only found traces of blood. Alexander's words were true. Oswald bestowed the sword of steel iron to his dear cousin, the crown prince, as a gift and as protection, hoping he would come back alive. Years passed and his cousin did return alive. But he was no longer the crown prince of Somavessel. He cut Oswald's arm using the same sword granted to him. He was no longer a prince but a prisoner of war who surrendered to the enemies. Why won't you tell me? Please, let me know what will happen. I don't have any particular reason, but I don't feel like telling you. Hey, old man. Don't just watch. Say something to him. Do we really have the power to change the future? Ledger asked Alexander, who was passively watching his exchange with Oswald. Who knows? Maybe yes. Maybe no, was Alexander's nonchalant reply. That's a lie. If you wanted, you could have changed your future. If you kill King Julius, your future definitely would have taken a different turn. You will live. Why won't you do that? Because we are still humans. We may have the powers from the Night King, but at the end of the day, we are not God. We are humans trying to live the best of the limited time we have with whatever we've got. We can't rewind our own lives as we are desperately living it. And that's why the Night King loved our existence. You know that. Oswald released Ledger's hand and faced Alexander. But this power from him is a power from a god. If we desire for something to happen, surely we could make it happen. You still have the choice to reconcile with King Julius. My prime minister wanted me dead and attempted a coup d'état. There's no way I could let that pass. The moment he did that, the path for a reconciliation had been lost. The only future left is for either one of us to be gone. Then, surely, there is a future where you lived and King Julius perished. Impossible. I cannot kill Julie. Letty swallowed her breath at Alexander's next words. And maybe that's why I'd die. Alexander said it like it was the most natural end he would ever meet. The Lion King knew of his fate and he had accepted it. His title perfectly captured his true essence, a strong and brave lion. Letty gritted her teeth as she reflected on what she had been doing in her own share of reality. I thought we could fix our relationship and work together. That naivety made my heart weak. I have to steel my resolve again. A king should be able to give his judgment bereft of his own emotions. A king could send away anyone into exile, even his own brothers, all for the sake of his country. Seeing hope in a harmonious relationship with her brothers softened her resolve. She has accepted before the fate that on the day she ascended the throne, her brothers would already be dead. Listen. Destiny is set. We may have the power to know the future, but we don't have the power to alter it. You either live with it in despair or try to have hope only to be beaten by despair at the end. Having a choice on how to live with it is at least better than having none at all. I'm so glad to be a reincarnation of the Night King. But still, stammered Oswald. Go back to reality. Get some sleep. 'Cause unlike me, you still have a future. Live together with despair. Alexander said as he stretched out his hand covering Oswald's eyes. The moment his hand touched Oswald's face, Oswald vanished. What did you do? Asked Letty. Sent him back. The sword of the great earth will heal his wound, but his strength won't return unless he sleeps and rests. Letty was amazed to know that the Night King's power allowed them to do that. Probably out of all the reincarnations of the Night King, she was the most unfamiliar of the full extent of their powers. The need to use it never came, so she did not try to discover more about it. Ledger's voice spoke as if he came up with something. Sometimes, I think that the Night King's power, but he did not continue and swallowed down his words. He soon bid goodbye, leaving Letty and Alexander alone. Queen Leticia, make sure you become a queen who can ask the question why. If not, you'll become like this. And Letty found herself set back to reality with his small piece of advice. Part 3. It was closer to morning than night. Letty found herself awake in this peculiar time of the day and could not find sleep again, no matter how many times she tossed and turned on her bed. Be a queen who can ask the question why. If not, you'll become like this. If she continued without asking Guido why, then his assault on her will be forgotten and finally considered as if it did not happen at all. But the chessboard would still remain and get covered in dust. They were that kind of people. Letty decided to get up and silently left her room. She knew the villa like the back of her hand. It was no surprise that she was able to reach the room of her destination without anyone noticing her. She silently opened the door and entered his room. Thank you for your hard work, was Letty's unusual greeting of appreciation for her night. He must have been so tired that he no longer cared about removing his jacket and changing out of his uniform before he plunged down his bed for sleep. Most likely, he was asked to help as a guard for the reinforced security as preventive measures for the magic incident. And he was just supposed to be a trainer for the new knights now. When morning came, he would be up and alert, all ready to be her guard, and she would not even hear a word of complaint about it. It sure is great to be a man, to have that much strength. I won't last longer than 3 days if I did that. She thought as she sat on the edge of Duke's bed. Looking at Duke's sleeping face somehow calmed her. Then Duke slowly opened his eyes, because either he felt Letty's rude gaze or he felt the presence of someone else inside his room. Or maybe his sleep simply just got shallower. "Your Highness," Duke said hazily. Duke opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was his too beautiful of a master inside his room. She was not his type though. He thought she was a dream. Or is this real? The thought blasted all the drowsiness he felt and bolted him awake. Did anything happen? He instinctively took hold of his sword lying beside his bed. He thought something grave happened enough for Letty to come to his own bedroom. Letty apologized for waking him up without looking at him. "I did not mean to wake you up. Nothing has happened. You can go back to sleep." "Nothing?" "Yes. Nothing. I just came on a whim." Duke looked at Letty again and this time, properly. She was sitting on his bed. What the? Does she even know she is also a lady? She came into a man's bedroom at night and was sitting on his bed. This too beautiful of a sheltered princess clearly did not know what those actions meant. But that was his initial reaction. Soon his mind started working. No, it's too roundabout and hard to understand. But Her Highness is. Letty, at the most unexpected timing, would sometimes falter for a moment. Duke did not know what could trigger that, and he had already given up trying to understand. Maybe it was a part of her she would never show him, no matter how much he gained her trust. He sat up next to Letty and purposely let out a deep, deep sigh. "This is just a boring story," started Duke as he pictured at the back of his mind a younger version of his dear friend. "If I were to describe Prince Friedhelm in one word during our academy days, it would be trouble. He was made to follow the prince's every whim that he sometimes got fed up with it. There were times that their petty squabbles ended up escalating into fistfights." Duke's tone suggested he did not mean it as a joke. There was truth in his voice. Letty could only respond with a wry smile since she fully knew how annoying her oldest brother could be. "I cannot say those are good old memories. Even if I think about it now, those times were really trouble." But Duke recalled those few moments. The two of them shared the same dream for the unknown future. Their youth made them believe that their path is leading them towards nothing else but light. It was fun, concluded Duke. He was not aware that he was smiling. True, Friedhelm was complete trouble for him. Trouble supposedly was not a fun thing. But it was with Friedhelm. Nothing could replace those 2 years they spent together in the Night Academy. Even though he was nothing but trouble? Asked Letty. Yeah. He sometimes annoyed me to the brim, but it was fun. I probably matured up some years because of Prince Friedhelm. I learned it was possible to live in harmony with someone I thought I'd never get along with. He said it indirectly, but surely, his smart master would be able to read in between the lines. She would get his message that he understands that she did not particularly want to talk, that she simply wanted to be with someone and that he would stay by her side for as long as she wanted him there. Stay for as long as you want. But don't go to any other man's room like this. Got that? Duke might be an understanding knight, but he thought he should properly warn Letty about this. Letty, however, was shocked that he took the effort to remind her about something so obvious. Of course. I am not going to any other man's room aside from yours. This meant that Letty did not see him as a man. But the answer still made him happy. It was quite pleasant to know she trusts him that much. Duke, do you remember that time when I secretly met with Prince Guido? You mean that time you went on your own without telling me? Yes. When you scolded me about that, I told you we were talking about something no one else should know about. But that was a lie. I did not promise to meet with him. I went there to check on the circle again alone. That was the time when everything started. Why was Guido there? What was he doing? When I came back to the side of the first circle, I accidentally met Prince Guido, who was there alone, without any of his knights. What do you think about it? Hearing that makes him more and more suspicious, I think. At that time, Letty thought the target of the curses were the royal family. So Guido, then, was a victim and not a suspect in her eyes. Now he was being suspected due to a different angle. If he has someone he would like to curse to death, then maybe it is me. I took the crown from him. Duke was supposed to give his agreement on this, but, no. It's not you. Why? Normally you would be the one jumping to this conclusion. Letty was surprised at Duke's blatant disagreement on her deduction. Even if he is the one behind all these, I am sure that you are definitely not his target. He told me to protect you with my life. His eyes were serious when he told me that. He isn't someone who'd hurt his own sister. Duke proclaimed with sincere and truthful eyes. That relieved Letty, even just for a bit. Did he really tell you that? You are not making it up? Do you think I am a man capable of spontaneously conjuring up an elaborate lie just to please a lady? A tactless lie? Yes, Letty paused and then softly continued, I do hope what he told you was true. She said it with a voice so gentle, it sounded like a young girl fervently wishing upon a star. Letty kept silent for a while and softly bid goodbye to her knight. I shall go back to my room now. Duke was willing to let her stay until sunrise or for as long as she liked, but Letty stood up and walked towards the door. This time, her back was straight and her shoulders squared. Her eyes were determined. Letty refused his offer to escort her back, but he ignored her refusal and walked with her back to her own room. Sorry for troubling you. This is a part of the job. No, this is no longer a part of it. You are simply kind. It was dark, but Letty's fleeting smile did not escape Duke's eyes. Then as an apology, I shall let you ask me one question. Right now, Letty felt like she would answer to whatever Duke would ask her. There were a lot of questions that flooded his mind, but the first one that popped up in his mind was a question that had been troubling him for the longest time. Only his pride would not let him ask her about it. Well then, tell me the name of your second knight if you have already decided who it would be. A particular junior in the order flashed at the back of his mind, a junior far stronger than he was. Asking the question took a lot of courage from Duke. But Letty seemed to be oblivious about that fact and simply nodded in thought. I guess it will be fine to tell you. I have already set my cap on my next knight. Letty walked closer to Duke and gently placed her hand on his shoulder. She tipped her toes to reach Duke's ear. She covered her mouth with her other hand. It was in the middle of the night and there was no one else around, but Letty purposely created the atmosphere of having a secret talk. She whispered to Duke the name of her second knight and slowly stepped back. Really, was Duke's surprised question. Yes. Good night, bid Letty. Surely, this time she could sleep peacefully. Duke heard the calmness in her voice and replied with the same greeting, good night, and added, remember to take a break once in a while. Go on your incognito walks, play chess. Whatever or wherever it'll be, I'll be with you. How can that be a break if you will be with me? Letty bid him a good night again and closed her door, the sound echoing in the stillness of the room. I think, I have found a bit of my answer for my assignment. If living in harmony with something I thought irreconcilable is possible, surely. But for now, what Letty needed was more information to know the truth. She was a bit reluctant to go, but she had to pay a visit once again tonight to the Night King's space to search for answers. Part 4. Letty once again found herself in the Night King's space. Lion King Alexander and Heartbroken King Ledger were present. One-Arm King Oswald was not there. The concept of time did not exist in this particular space. So the continuation of her earlier visit did not and will not exist. Yo. Queen Leticia. Hello King Alexander. I have something to ask you. Letty sat beside him, deciding that he would be the better informant to ask about something in the past. Is it possible for curses to work in this world where magic no longer exists? Curses, inquired Alexander, his head tilting on one side. Letty summarized the events that happened recently in her side of reality. Magic circles, obviously for a curse, were drawn multiple times around the royal castle. The target was unclear, whether it was she, the royal family as a whole, or just another member. Another piece of information was that impurities were coming from those. Who noticed the impurities? You. No. The knight bearing the sword of white light. If white light says so, then there's no mistaking it. That magic circle is working as it is supposed to. Probably a book containing correct information on magic escaped the burning. Just ask white light to purify it. Just as Letty thought, as long as Astrid with the sword of white light was there, the curse could still be controlled. But this information only confirmed what she already knew. Alexander continued his explanation. There was probably a book to counter that curse or to trace back who the caster was, but such a book no longer exists in my time nor yours. Magical elements barely existed in our times. The gods, the sources of magic, had disappeared from this world. When they left, ancient magical entities such as fairies and nature sprites disappeared as well. Letty and the others knew not whether they had only gone into hiding or had completely vanished and gone extinct. Do you know of a curse that leaves countless black handprints behind? Is that a curse or a prank? I think it'd be cute if they were paw prints, right? Ledger lightheartedly chipped in. No. They were not cute paw prints nor simple human handprints. I can say they were horrendous handprints of an unknown creature. Letty drew a likeness of one of the handprints. Handprints? It sounds more like a summoning spell to me than a curse, Alexander said after contemplating the situation. He jokingly added, tell me afterwards what it summoned. I'll give it a try if a dragon comes out. If it was a dragon, I would not even have a room to return to. Letty already drew and described that the handprints were the size of a small child. Alexander, however, let his imagination run loose. Ludger's eyes also sparkled as he heard the word dragon. And lastly, continued Letty, I know who you truly are, was Letty's soft whisper. It did not escape Ludger's ears and he was surprised at Letty's words. Eh? What do you know about me? I was not referring to you, clarified Letty. Then me? I've got quite a handful of things you might know about me and I can't guess which, said Alexander. It is not about you either. Letty was getting tired at their stupid replies when epiphany suddenly dawned on her. What did Alexander say again? Why would you have many ideas to share if someone suddenly tells you they know who you truly are? I understand that we have a secret identity as the reincarnation of the Night King, but other than that, what other secrets would you have? Don't you have one? I'm sure everyone has one or two things they're hiding. Like a disgusting habit or being a womanizer, Ludger sent Alexander a glance when he said womanizer. I mean, those are still parts of who you are. Did someone tell you that? Alexander asked Letty. More like written. It was inscribed next to every circle that was drawn. That's an interesting threat. The criminal should be ecstatic right now. Letty suddenly remembered Guido at this comment. He was nowhere near ecstatic. He looked more like troubled and tormented. Think about this. The criminal is currently watching how the victim trembles in fear and trepidation. And from that safe distance he is enjoying everything that is happening to his victim. Hey old man, I bet you've tried doing that, haven't you? Well, I did say something close to that before to one of my subjects I chose randomly. Anyone who's hiding something or knows something would start acting differently and seeing their reactions is just golden. So the criminal would be in bliss. And anyone who knew something would be amiss. I might have been looking at this in the wrong way. Now that there was a different perspective, Letty traced back her thoughts. What if Guido was not the one cursing but rather the one being cursed? I know who you truly are. Guido might have a secret, so these words affected him so much. This can explain why he was going at such lengths to investigate about the magic circles. It was because of this that he started to act suspiciously, like calling off their engagement and assaulting Letty. I should calm down first and think about this right from the start. Letty bid her goodbyes to the other kings and went home to her reality. Part 5. Letty woke up and got out of bed. She took a seat in front of the chess table and blankly stared at the pieces as she contemplated on certain things. If Prince Guido was the one being cursed, then it was only natural for Astrid to sense those impurities. So the first question to answer was who was the one cursing him. The second was why. And last was what does who you truly are pertain to. The puzzle still had a lot of missing pieces and she had no clue where she should start looking for them. She knew not who the criminal was. Based on Alexander's words, the perpetrator should be in Cloud 9 right now since the curse was doing its task. A dead end. Maybe I should take my monthly break just as Duke suggested. Then she remembered another instance where she heard something about a monthly habit. Yes, Cornelia said something about doing every month, that she and Guido would pay a visit to their sick mother when she transferred to the rest house. Letty stood up at the realization. That is peculiar. Guido Oniisama told me in the tea party 3 months ago that the last time he visited his mother was already 4 months ago. That will contradict Cornelia's statement saying she visited every month with him. She easily dismissed this information before, but now it might just be an important part of the puzzle. Why did Oniisama lie about that? The simplest answer was because he did not want anyone else to know that he was meeting with his mother. Then, why? It was only natural for a son to visit his sick mother. Why would he hide it? Something probably happened between Sophia and Guido. Did Queen Sophia's take care of Guido mean something else? Sophia left Guido into Letty's care and she repeatedly said this to her. At that time, she thought Sophia was asking for her cooperation when Guido became the king. But she might have been meaning something else. It might just be her motherly concern as well. Or maybe she had already noticed Guido was acting strange before and wanted to ask Letty to take care of him when she dies. Wait. She has been telling me this for long before. Sophia had told Letty these words since she was a child. Guido's secret might not be recent. It might be something that had been hidden long ago in the past, and this was the answer to the third question, what did who you truly are mean? But there are things she'd better know in advance. I know. I wanted to myself, were Oswald's words during her earlier visit in the Night King space. Letty shook her head in disagreement as she remembered this. No, King Oswald. You did not want to know the future. You wanted to know what your cousin was thinking. Why did he betray his own country? Why did he betray you? These are the questions plaguing your mind. And so am I. I do not want to know about the past nor the future. I want to know the present. What is going on with Guido Oniisama right now? What was he trying to hide that he even lied about his visits to Sophia? Letty might have been wrong. Maybe Eleanor was not the perfect person to step in. Maybe it should have been her. The night when Duke caught a glimpse of Letty's heart had passed. Letty walked towards the observatory tower on the rooftop of the Order's dormitory. Duke was following behind her. Letty was looking down on the new knights doing their best during their morning training. She seemed to be enjoying the view. Found someone fit to be your third? Yes, none other than Commander Johannes. Letty pointed out her finger to Johannes, who was observing the training. Stop asking for the impossible. I was referring to the new ones. Everyone has potential. But they are all still young. Letty said as she held her hair from being blown by the wind. She looked up the sky and continued, this is a great view, is it not? She paused and took in the beautiful sight. And so in the end, the only thing I can do is stand on top. If I would be forced to choose between being a sister and being a queen, I would choose the latter. I am that kind of a lady. Letty wished to be a true queen, a true ruler standing tall and straight in front of her people, leading her kingdom towards the right path without ever faltering along the way. Isn't that good enough? Really? I thought you were going to say I am not cute at all. I became your knight because you are like that. You're good as you are. Letty, surprised at his answer, turned and looked up to Duke. And a rare thing happened. A genuine smile grazed her lips. Big words for such an upstart. Duke probably had no idea how much those words steeled Letty's resolve. I came here today to steel my resolve as a queen. From here on, I will go and uncover the truth with my own hands. It may be something I will regret knowing as a leftover princess, but I am certain it is something I would be grateful to know as queen. Duke, stay with me for a while, would you? Chapter 4. Resign. Letty sent Duke, a letter in hand, to Guido. The letter was brief. It contained Letty's desire to talk privately and the details on the time and location where they should meet. Good day, Prince Guido, greeted Letty. You look quite pale. Did you get enough sleep last night? What is your business? Guido asked, going straight to the point. They were currently in a secluded corridor in the royal palace. It was barely used and it provided them privacy. Guido went alone, as was requested, and his Valkyrie knights were nowhere to be found. Have you forgotten already? Letty said tentatively. I could not forget about that night. Letty need not to say specifically which night she was referring. Her words were enough of a hint for Guido. What she wanted to talk about was the truth behind his attempted assault on her person. Why did you do such a thing? We are siblings, are we not? Guido was prepared to answer these questions, but he could not hide the surprise in his steel blue eyes when he saw the seriousness in Letty's questioning gaze. But it was a fleeting moment, for Letty averted her eyes quickly and his own went back to their normal icy stare. Letty took a step forward. Onie-sama, please look at me. Her eyes, pain faintly reflected in them, were once again looking at his. I was surprised at what you did that night. But I truly. Leticia? Please. Call me Letty, like you did in the past. Letty reached out her hand to the evidently surprised Guido and wrapped her arms around him. She rested her head on his chest. It seemed like a lifetime ago since they had shared an embrace and the warmth from it had brought back nostalgic memories from their childhood. Memories they both longed for, but could no longer return to due to their lineages. I have wanted to do this for so long. But not as your sister, whispered Letty, in a voice innocently alluring yet no longer belonging to a girl. After a few moments, Letty untangled her arms and placed them on his chest to replace the position once occupied by her head. She used them as support as she looked up at her older brother and stood on her toes. Guido was transfixed on Letty's beautiful eyes. Onie-sama, sighed Letty, her eyelids half closed. Their faces were closing in the short distance between them. They could already feel each other's breath with the proximity. Everything was silent until Guido broke it. Letty. Guido shouted and tore himself away from his sister. He was unable to control the force he exerted and she nearly tumbled down. Letty shrieked out of surprise and Guido was shocked at his lack of control and concerned whether he might have hurt her. Letty saw his expression and decided that the show was now over. She straightened her skirts and changed her demeanor. Your face says you only see me as your sister, concluded Letty. If Guido were truly in love with Letty, he would have not been able to refuse the kiss Letty offered. Even if his famous cold logic got in the way, he would have not reacted so repulsively. No, Guido only saw Letty as his sister and nothing more. His expression clearly showed the refusal of a brother. Do not fret, assured Letty, I share the same feelings as you do. You are my brother, nothing more. She looked straight at her brother, took a deep breath and asked, let me ask you again. Why did you attempt to assault me? Guido was showing a small crack in his normally perfect facade. It was all just a matter of pushing him a little more to reveal his secret. I know who you truly are. Guido stepped back as Letty repeated the words written on the cursed circles. I can see that you are hiding something. You thought the inscription on the magic circles were pertaining to you. That is the reason why you kept on coming back to check on the circles. That's, mumbled Guido, but Letty was not yet finished. I could understand why you would want Eleanor to distance herself from you. You would not want her harmed since you thought you were being cursed. But I still could not fathom a reason why you would do something like that to me when you were not serious about it. No, Eleanor is, hesitated Guido. Letty knew he was at his tipping point. Would he tell everything? Or would he keep silent? But they were interrupted. Prince Guido, came the alarmed cry of Guido's knight. Letty was not surprised at the sudden appearance of his knight. She knew he would not be stupid enough to come alone and was expecting to bring at least one knight who was probably hiding in the shadows. But that did not change the fact that she was seriously displeased at the uncanny good timing of the knight. She did not try to hide her displeasure and sent the knight a sharp glare unbecoming of a kind-hearted princess. Princess Leticia, please step away from His Highness. Do you understand the implications of your actions? Letty was aware that from a distance, her little act would look like she was threatening Guido. However, she found explaining the whole thing to this nosy knight quite troublesome, so she left this irksome task to her brother. He was his knight after all. I remember telling you to come alone in my letter, chided Letty. But I shall not hold it against you. I did not expect you would, and I was not alone either. I shall leave you to your knight to explain what happened. This was brought on by Guido, he most likely planned it, and Letty saw the responsibility of clearing up the misunderstanding was his to hold and not hers. Before turning around, she left Guido a message, rook on 6 to d1. You are not allowed to resign. And with that, she turned on her heels. She sent a signal to Duke, who was hiding and staying on guard from a safe distance, and they walked out of the corridor. I was quite shocked. Duke said first after they walked a few paces. By who? Prince Guido? His knight? By you, Your Highness, Princess Leticia. Your acting was very convincing. It took a lot to restrain myself from stopping you. Duke was already privy to Letty's plan before and knew everything was just an act. But he still found himself drawn in by her acting that he had a hard time stopping himself from yelling out. The said superb actress, however, was walking calmly as if nothing happened. He found Letty's cool attitude towards the situation a little vexing, so he decided to tease her with a previous incident similar to this, but Letty did not react to it with grace. To think you punched me when I did that. Since when did you become my brother? Admonished Letty, an eyebrow raised in question. Please forgive my impertinence. I am not, nor will ever be your brother, apologized a defeated Duke. I still considered you a man to some extent during that time, and punching you was my instinctual reaction. But to act and try to seduce my brother means nothing. Though, honestly, I am glad he pushed me away and it simply ended as an act. Duke was not the only one suffering from nervousness and cold sweat that time waiting for Guido's reaction. It was not obvious, but Letty was also anxious on how her older brother would take her plan. But the risk was worth it. Now, she was certain Guido tried to assault her due to some other reason and not because he was irrevocably in love with her. However, whether his problem was related to the magic circles or not, she didn't know. She would have to wait for him to make a move in order to make any decisions. They did not have to wait that long. Letty and Duke were back at the royal villa and she was peacefully looking after Duke's studies when an agitated Astrid opened the window and shouted, Your Highness. Are you in here? How did you open that? The older knight exclaimed in surprise. What is wrong? The princess inquired coolly. Commander had ordered me to watch Prince Guido closely because he was acting strangely recently. So while I was on my watch, one of his knights came reporting to him about the appearance of the fourth circle. It was in the granary, and the offering was a goat. Astrid's testimony had cleared Guido for this incident, since this meant that when the fourth circle was made, he was somewhere else being watched by Astrid. But they still had a working hypothesis about 2 people or more being involved in this whole case, so he was still not yet entirely clean, though this meant the other suspect was in play for this move. After receiving the report, Prince Guido went back to his room first, probably to prepare before visiting the fourth circle. Then he found 2 pieces of paper on his desk. Astrid stopped for a while to jump into the room. He then presented to Letty a small, folded piece of paper. I remember seeing His Highness' surprise when he read the note, so Astrid hesitated in an attempt to choose a better word, and then continued. I borrowed it. I was only able to or rather to borrow one. Guido immediately left his room after pocketing the notes. He was outside walking with his Valkyrie when Astrid decided to act. He walked towards them and lightly bumped Guido, providing the perfect chance to snatch the note from his chest pocket. He apologized and proceeded to walk on. After gaining some distance, he read the note and based on the content, judged that he should report it and thus his appearance in one of the rooms in the royal villa, Letty's residence. You did very well, praised Letty as she took the piece of paper from him. She opened the folded sheet, read its content and came to conclude, so it truly was the other way around. Written on the paper was the short missive, you are to be the last. Anyone who would receive this kind of message right after a magic circle was discovered would surely consider this as a death threat to their person. Prince Guido has an idea why he would be cursed. Astrid, go and report this immediately to Commander Johannes. Yes, Your Highness. Saluted Astrid and dashed to the window and jumped out from where he came in, heading towards the camp of the Royal Chivalric Order. Duke, go to the Royal Palace. Got it. I should look for Prince Guido, right? And warn Valkyrie as well about the threat, confirmed Duke. Yes. It looks like he is hiding the fact that he had received a death threat. I will come with you. His knights rarely leave him alone, so I doubt anything untoward can happen. But with this clear threat, I should force the truth out of his mouth if he will not speak. She would have to ask Astrid to be by her side. The curse seemed to be real and working, so she would need the sword of white light nearby to counter the curse. She gathered up her skirts and started to walk, picking up her pace until she broke out into a run unsuited for a genteel princess to search for her older brother. Duke was right behind her. She asked the first servant they saw in the royal palace and inquired if they have seen Guido. They were pointed to the Catlia palace. The pair went there and found Guido's Valkyrie standing outside the entrance. Is Prince Guido in there? Letty asked. Yes. His Highness said that he would be visiting Princess Cornelia. The situation had taken a turn for the worst. He would not be normally visiting his younger sister during this time. He knows that she is having her lessons during this time. He threw us off his tracks. Go and search for him now, ordered Letty. Guido most likely used Catlia Palace to separate himself from his knights. He wanted to go somewhere alone, to the place written in the note he received. Guido's Valkyrie knights went into panic due to Letty's words. Duke called them into order. Wait. Do you know where the fourth circle was found? We heard it was in the East Granary. I suggest going there first. There is a high possibility His Highness went there to check on that. Duke remembered Letty telling him how Guido went out of his way to check the previous circles. So it was highly probable he wanted to check this last circle on his own. He thought that his master would be headed to the granary as well, but he found her still transfixed in her place. Don't you think this is strange? The East Granary is only used to keep reserve supplies should there be any surplus in our produce. Thus, it is rarely used. It would have made more sense if it were the main South Granary. It could be interpreted as a threat that they could poison the kingdom's supplies should they want to. So why there? Letty thought of the possible reasons for the location. East, she mumbled. There was something particular about that direction. Why did they not choose Catlia here in the north or even my villa in the west? Why are all of the circles concentrated in the eastern side of the castle? Why the sudden change for the fourth circle? That place is not related to the royal family at all. Were they forced to choose somewhere with less security? The first circle was at the Order's camp, inside the tent reserved for the royal family during the tournament. The second one was on the white lilies of the late Queen Sophia. The third one was on the balcony of the Great Hall in the royal palace. Now, the fourth one was in the East Granary. The first three circles were drawn in locations connected to the royal family, but this fourth circle was not. Despite that, all of these locations shared one thing. They were all in the eastern part of the castle. Duke agreed on everything Letty said. He called forth his mental map of the whole castle that was ingrained in him as a knight of the order who would be given duties to stand on guard all around the castle. Once the sites of the magic circles were marked on his map, he noticed something. The locations are evenly spaced. Are they forming an arc? Then realization hit him. These circles are forming a bigger circle. If the four locations were connected with lines, they would make an incomplete five-pointed star. Then the fifth circle is, started Letty. The big fountain in the east wing. Duke finished. They both knew they had to rush towards the fountain if they wanted to make it in time. Duke, go there through the eastern corridor. I will cut the distance and use a passage here in the Catlia Palace. Guido was Friedhelm's brother. Surely, he would also know about the shorter path Friedhelm favored using to go around the castle. The passage would grant him both speed and stealth. Losing his knights would have been easy. I'm on it, bid Duke as he ran towards the corridor. Now was not the time to fuss about staying by Letty's side. He would be taking the longer path, so he had to speed up. Letty, too, headed out, taking the shorter way to the fountain. On her way, she found a guard and asked him if Guido went that way. The guard replied that he did and saw him heading towards the fountain alone. Letty thanked the guard and rushed towards the same direction Guido went. Please. Let this be nothing. Let this anxiety be entirely baseless and untrue, was Letty's silent plea. She breathlessly reached the small area around the fountain nearly at the same time as Duke. A few paces away from them was the fountain and an arbor a bit further behind it. There were two figures standing inside it, her brother, Guido, and the Earl, Lord Burrell. Letty felt relief wash her down. Burrell was under Guido's faction and extremely loyal to the royal family. He would not hurt him. Or so they thought. Burrell's face turned red with rage and he started shouting, "You lowly fool. How could you even dare sully the sacred royal blood? Take this divine punishment for all your treachery." Burrell took out a knife and aimed to cut Guido. Guido, however, did not even cower nor move to protect himself and simply stood motionless. Guido graduated with top marks from the Knight Academy. It should have been easy for him to disarm an old earl. Yet, he did not flinch. He was standing there as if truly awaiting the punishment. Stop! Letty shouted. Burrell's knife reflected the moonlight. The sky was too clear for Letty to call for lightning. She thought of a different way to separate them. Sort of gale wind. Blow them off with your gust. Just as she willed, a strong gust of wind blew the two men out of the arbor. However, Letty was not able to control the wind she summoned, and it was too strong. The two men laid motionless on the ground. Duke reacted faster than Letty and ran towards the two men. Letty followed soon after she snapped out of her initial shock. Duke went on to check on the prince and Letty went towards the earl. She took Burrell's knife first and threw it away before she went to check on her brother. Onie-sama. Please wake up, cried Letty beside Guido's ear as she took him from her knight's arms. She tried to remember how strong the wind she created was because she was growing worried every moment Guido did not show signs of waking up. She was trying to assess if he had suffered any head injuries when he slowly opened his eyes. Letty? Do you feel pain anywhere? Did you sustain any wounds? Please, fight out the curse. Please, begged Letty as she embraced her brother tighter, relieved that he was safe. Guido, on the other hand, was at a loss on what was happening. Princess Leticia. Please get away from that man. Letty looked up to see Burrell shouting, his eyes filled with rage. Duke immediately stood up to cover Letty and Guido. He drew his sword and pointed it at the deranged earl. Lord Burrell, are you out of your mind? Why did you suddenly attack His Highness? Letty and Duke both found it strange that he would attack Guido despite him being under the second prince's faction and his excessive belief in the royal family. We have all been deceived by that man, Burrell explained and pointed a finger to Guido. He had passed himself as the prince he was not. How could you say he has deceived us? Questioned Letty. I have no proof. And that has what led me to do this. I shall, with my own hands, exact the punishment from the heavens and deprive his soul of the gift of reincarnation. I am doing this for God, for the king. Burrell took a step forward and pleadingly asked, Your Highness, Princess Leticia, a pure royal, that man is. Then Letty felt something change in the air at that moment. The place had turned eerie and ominous. Something was coming at them. She felt it in her skin. Arg, growled Burrell. The next thing they saw was the earl, down on his knees and clutching his chest tightly. Duke could not understand what was happening. He no longer found the ailing Burrell a threat, so he held his sword down but still kept it at hand, just in case, and went a step closer to him to check. Does he have a heart ailment? Duke asked Letty and called out to Burrell, Keep yourself together, man. Letty was on the verge of panicking because of the unexpected turn of events when she saw black hands coming for the suffering earl from behind him. When the hands got hold of him, they hungrily searched for his heart. Letty swallowed down the fear creeping out of her. The hands were coming from somewhere farther behind him, the arbor, concluded Letty. The fifth circle was drawn inside it, and that was where the black hands were originating. Each of the hands came crawling in search of Burrell, and when they did, they wrapped themselves around him. They are going for his chest, for his heart, realized Letty, but it was too late. The black hands got hold of the earl's heart, carefully caressing it, as if checking if they had the right organ. When they were certain, they crushed it. Letty could not help but close her eyes at such a gruesome scene. Burrell let out a final cry that sounded like the agony of death itself. Letty covered her mouth with her hands, keeping down the scream building up inside her. Guido and Duke were most likely blind as to what was truly happening because they could not see the black hands and the menace it was causing. Letty could see them because of the sword of black darkness, governing the dark and impurities, residing inside her. The whole scene set shivers down her spine. After they fulfilled their purpose, the grotesque, black hands went back to the circle and were gone. And this was the crime of Lord Burrell and his succeeding murder. It was the truth behind the magic circles. And the subsequent death that followed it. The party of three found themselves unable to move. They were dumbfounded at the reality that exceeded their capacity to comprehend. Amongst them, the princess was the first one who gathered her wits about her and tried to make sense of the events. When Duke and Letty thought of where the fifth circle would be, Duke mapped out all the previous locations. After that, they came to conclude that the circles were actually forming a bigger one in the shape of a five-pointed star. So when they reached the place, they found Burrell and Guido. The former was probably planning to kill the latter as the offering and complete the curse Leonhardt had told her. Severed from the circle of life, denied passage to the kingdom in the skies, forever become nothing but a consciousness wandering the land. However, Burrell made some mistakes in writing the curse and called out the numerous black hands. The curse failed and took the life of the caster of the spell and then vanished. There were still many loose threads left, but for now, the case of the magic circles was closed. Just to be sure, Astrid might still be required to keep watch on Guido for a while, but if nothing else happens, the case would completely be over, even though there were still a lot of mysteries surrounding the incident. Duke, call a physician, and the Valkyrie who went to the fourth circle, ordered Letty. It would also be better if someone could check after Lord Burrell. Yes, Your Highness, bowed Duke and left. Letty let out the sigh she was holding as soon as she heard the sound of Duke running go further. You should lie down for now. Let us wait for Valkyrie before we get you moved. No, Guido wanted to say he was already fine, but could not finish his words. Letty thought his stopping abrupt, so she asked him, what's wrong? She looked at the direction Guido faced. She held him tighter due to what she saw. Black hands, whispered Guido. The black hands had made their reappearance by the foot of the late Earl. Based on Guido's surprised utterance, he could see them now. The hands were now heading towards Letty and Guido. They weren't dreams? Guido thought aloud. Letty clenched her teeth in agitated thought. The curse was not yet over. If anything, the black hands simply got stronger after they consumed Borel. Their movements were sharper and faster, and even Guido could see them already. But why? Shouldn't the curse have been completed after they got the offering for the fifth circle? Letty was shocked at what was happening. She could not think of any reason behind it, until she remembered something the Lion King Alexander mentioned before. That sounds more like a summoning spell than a curse. It was then that she realized another possibility, the possibility of it as a spell to summon something, probably a magical creature of sorts. If that were the case, who could control the creature summoned now that the original person became the last offering? I simply could not leave these hands on the loose. Who knows what havoc they could wreak here? The hands were now closing in on them. Letty braced herself for an attack, but the hands only went for Guido. They were wrapping around him, searching for his throat, and continued to strangle him. Prince Guido, called Letty, but he passed out due to the lack of air. Letty called forth the Night King's sword and swung it around the black hands, and they stopped for a moment and retreated slightly. She stood in front of Guido to protect him from the grotesque limbs and called forth another sword. Hellfire. She may not have white light, but she still had the sword that could burn everything it touches. She returned the Night King's sword in her body as she held Hellfire to bring down flames that engulfed the hands. She could exert more power to create a fire twister, but she could not afford to be that obvious. As the burning flames dissipate, she found the black hands were not even affected by the flames. It did not work? The flame of the sword of Hellfire could burn anything that exists or tangible. So if these all-consuming flames could not burn those hands, it only meant one thing: those hands were not of this world. It could either be an embodiment of the curse or an impurity that had taken shape. Whichever it was, only the sword of white light could do anything about it. What should I do now? There is no time to call for Astrid. Letty shuddered at the thought of the black hands coming after her as she went out to search for Astrid. She could not surmise how much damage it could bring. She racked her brain for any idea she could use to control the black, wriggly hands. Using black darkness would be meaningless. To use that sword meant like giving food for the impurity. The opposite element should be used, only the white light would have any use in this situation. She was already running out of ideas, and then she thought of something worth trying. She drew out the sword of iron steel, which she normally kept inside her body to protect her from physical wounds, but she would use it now to inflict a cut on her palm. Blood dripped from the cut and dyed her whole hand red. Then she called the sword of black darkness and wiped her bloodied hand on its dark blade, leaving traces of her blood on it. Come here, hands, I have a meal for you. Letty called as she steadied herself in holding the sword in front of her. Just as expected, the hands came rushing to the sword, lured by the scent of blood. When the hands came in contact with the sword, they looked like they were merging with the blade. I knew it. Since they were of the same element, I could use the sword as the core in sealing it temporarily. Numerous hands fought over to get a hold of Letty's blood. Letty thrust the black hand-infested sword down into her shadow forming by her feet. The black darkness sheath was her shadow. The black hands noticed what Letty was planning to do and started resisting going inside the shadow with the sword. They tried to push the sword upwards, but Letty rewarded their efforts with a kick from her high heel, which sent the sword straight down to her shadow. This is a judgment order. Thou shalt follow me. At once, the hand stopped moving and the sword was completely sealed in her shadow, together with the black hands. Silence descended upon the place. Letty looked at her palm she had cut a few moments ago and found the wound had already stopped bleeding. It was now only a thin red line running across her palm. The sword of great earth had healed it. To be honest, I am not comfortable knowing that is in my shadow, but that is the only option I have right now. I shall consult about this with Astrid later. Until then, it would have to stay here, Letty said to herself. She composed herself for a moment before kneeling beside an unconscious Guido. Prince Guido, called Letty. Please wake up. Leticia? Guido immediately responded to Letty's call and slowly opened his eyes, albeit still a bit confused on what was happening. Duke went to fetch your knights. There is no need to worry, you are unharmed, but you might be dizzy due to the sudden loss of consciousness. Black hands, he mumbled. A dream, declared Letty. You were attacked by Lord Burrell and lost consciousness. Duke was able to save you from any further harm. I see, Guido dazedly replied. It was that dream again. Letty could not help but wonder since when had Guido been tormented by those hands and that they might have been the cause of his recent lack of sleep. But he was now safe from them and he could have his peace back. May I ask what had caused this to happen? Letty asked absent-mindedly, but took back her words immediately and shook her head. I'm sorry. That was not what I wanted to say. She paused and took a deep breath. Thank goodness you're safe. She hugged her older brother tightly. Guido did not know what to say. Letty helped him stand up and he could not find the words to tell his caring sister there was no need for her assistance. What is it you wanted to talk about? I assume it is of the highest importance since you chose this place. Greeted Letty as she reached the meeting place Guido had set for their private meeting. The day after the incident with Burrell, Guido asked Letty to meet him in the Catlia Palace. His purpose for selecting the male prohibited zone was for them to be truly alone, for neither Duke nor his Valkyrie could enter this palace. If this is about yesterday, surmised Letty. You need not to worry. Duke already took care of it. Duke was aware that Letty wanted to keep the fact about Guido having an idea on why he would be cursed a secret, so he explained that Burrell's attempted murder was not planned and happened suddenly. Letty, on the other hand, did try explaining to Duke what really happened. Black hands were summoned due to Burrell's imperfect magic circle and Letty sealed the said creature inside her shadow with one of the swords inside her. Duke, however, simply dismissed Letty's story. Not believing my account is already Duke's fault and not mine, Letty thought indignantly. I had forgotten to give you my move for our game. Guido's calm voice brought Letty back to the present. The game, at present, would most likely end in a draw. 'Tis king to b7. This was a bad hand from Guido. It would allow Letty to win in 3 moves. Wait. This move can only mean that. I resign, finished Guido. Letty was confused why he chose to lose. She could not see why he would do it on purpose. This game, despite their bet, was nothing but a game. I remember the bet for this particular match was for the loser to reveal one of their darkest secrets, am I correct? Guido did not wait for Letty's affirmation and continued. Then I shall fulfill my part of the bet. Letty initially asked Guido to tell her the food he hated the most at the onset of their game. But knowing him, he would have not specifically chosen this place only to tell her that. But before I let you into it, let me tell you a story first, started Guido, the wind blowing gently against his face and swaying the white lilies in bloom. The silence that ensued after the wind stopped was deafening, until Guido broke it with an unexpected comment. We look alike a lot, don't we? You are my brother, stated Letty. I am your sister. We are siblings. It is only natural for us to have some resemblance. They both soon realized that they were repeating the same conversation they had that night. A faint smile crossed his lips. You look a lot like your mother, Queen Julienne. So I have been told quite frequently lately. Letty's voice was indifferent and her smile vague. She had no idea how she should react whenever she received that comment, that she looked like her mother who was estranged to her. But due to the circumstances, she had taught herself to reconcile with that fact, for there was no denying that she is her mother's daughter. Have you not found it odd that we look so similar to each other despite having different mothers? Is that not because we shared the looks of our great-grandmother? The elders have always said that. The elders of the kingdom had often described them as resembling the benevolent queen of the wise King Karlheinz, so they would surely share her wisdom as well when they grew up. Yes. Perhaps, I do share grandmother's face. Guido's words agreed with Letty, but his tone suggested otherwise. What are you trying to say? I don't look like my mother, nor our father. I remember being looked at with eyes of suspicion as a child. His words sounded like he was suggesting Sophia's infidelity to the king, and Letty immediately rebuffed him. Queen Sophia would never betray our father. You, of all people, know how much she loved him. Guido calmly shook his head, clarifying that that was not what he meant. Letty was getting confused as to where this conversation was going. She no longer had any idea what Guido was trying to say and decided to listen to the rest of his story. When the suspicion about my birth was at its peak, you were born. Guido said this as he looked straight into Letty's face that resembled so much like his own. They shared the same steel blue eyes and golden hair. The late Queens Julienne and Sophia were happy to see the two looking so alike as if they were full siblings. We looked so similar that no one else doubted that we were siblings. Now that the cloud of suspicion had cleared, the need to know the truth also vanished. Mother was grateful for your birth. If not for you, the truth might have long been known to all. Onie-sama? Letty was already able to piece out what her older brother was trying to say. There were rumors that time that I was switched at birth. Guido uttered these same words before during a past meeting. But these words carried a completely new meaning now. This was no joke. Letty was at a loss for words and stood still for a moment. She was trying to find words that could refute Guido's claim. Is there any evidence to prove it? None. Lord Burrell told me that the last and only living witness had died. She was a woman who had a glimpse of the eyes of the real Guido. She died 3 months ago. But before her death, she had managed to tell this to Lord Burrell. Apparently, they had been exchanging letters, as they were both mourning the loss of the Countess and their heir. She was the one who assisted her in giving birth and had since then felt the guilt of not being able to save neither the mother nor the babe. Guido was relaying to Letty everything that Burrell had informed him at the arbor last night. The said woman was just an apprentice then when Queen Sophia gave birth to her first child. Her sole responsibility that time was to carry her teacher's equipment and stay alert outside the birth room. However, the true Guido died at birth and they needed hot water to clean the infant. The then apprentice midwife was called to fetch hot water and bring it inside. This was the time she saw the eyes of the true Guido. And they were not the cold, blue eyes like the winter skies Guido had. Now, there was no more evidence at hand that could prove Guido was not the son of the king because the recent death of Burrell's midwife. The probable masterminds had also long passed on, the elder Marquis Eulenberg and the late Marquis, the elder Aufrecht. If there would be anyone who could remember this issue and raise it now, the present Lord Eulenberg would simply laugh it off for he knew nothing about this. This was also the most likely reason why Burrell took the matters into his own hands and went directly for Guido. Burrell's lunatic belief in the royal family could not forgive Guido for acting like a prince when he was not one. He thought that a curse stripping Guido of his passage to afterlife was the most worthy punishment for him. So he did everything that needed to be done for the curse, from drawing the bloody circles to providing the offerings. Once all of the preparations were complete, he called Guido with the intention of killing him as a form of divine punishment. Did you think I would believe your story purely based on rumors? You would, ascertained Guido. It is clear for anyone to see that my eyes are neither inherited from my mother nor father. But it could still be from our great-grandmother, insisted Letty. Guido shook his head. If I am the real Guido, was there any reason for all of the court ladies present during my delivery to die within a few years? Letty understood what he was trying to say. But, she started and yet could not find words to raise an objection. It was all due to luck that the Burrell family's midwife was still alive. They thought that as an apprentice, she never had the chance to enter the birth room, so they spared her. Guido sounded like he had already investigated this matter. He was not one to share information he had not verified himself, so he was most likely convinced about this as the investigation proceeded. If, Letty said tentatively. Even if that is the truth, I know you would still keep your position as the prince. You would not resume your true identity, would you? You have come this far without anyone knowing and there is no concrete evidence to claim that you are not a prince. If the truth about this matter came into light, the Eulenberg family, leader of Guido's faction, would fall from grace and be stripped of their status as one of the great marquises. This will leave Friedhelm's family, the Lauensteins, the sole contender for power and surge them to the top of the political hierarchy. Guido knew about that and had already decided to bring this secret with him to his grave to protect the Eulenbergs, regardless of the torment and suffering this truth could cause him. There was a child born nearly at the same time as me. He was declared dead at birth. He was the son of George Aufrecht, the heir of then elder Lord Aufrecht, with his first wife, your aunt, the sister of Queen Julienne. The current Lord Aufrecht, George, was the father of Guido's fiancée, Eleanor. Letty was aware of her aunt being the first wife of Aufrecht. My true identity is the son of Lord George Aufrecht, Heinrich. I am your cousin, Letty. No. Letty clenched her fists. If Guido looked like his mother, the older sister of her own mother, then it was natural for the two of them to look alike for she resembled her own mother as well. But who could commit such treachery to their own country? Of course, them. The cursed Eulenbergs, cried Guido as if he was spitting fire from his mouth. When Friedhelm Inue was born, this meant that the Lauensteins would have a king from them. The Eulenbergs had to do something to prevent that future from happening. Queen Sophia had to give birth to a son. She had to and the child had to be alive. Letty swallowed hard as realization hit her. The Eulenbergs were driven to a corner. Queen Sophia was the second queen consort. She was higher than Rosalind, who was only third. If she gave birth to a son, he would have a higher possibility to be the heir to the throne. If the true Guido died at birth, then they would have definitely switched him with the son of the elder Aufrecht's heir. This was probably a scheme the previous generation had planned long ago. They could not afford to have the child dead. They would have prepared something for this situation in case it did happen. So it was likely that they had George Aufrecht's Heinrich as a reserve. If not, switching them would have been difficult. So Eleanor is your half-sister. You share the same father. Yes. So when Mother started noticing parts of the deception, she did everything to prevent our wedding from happening and acted like she did not like Eleanor for me. Does the present Lord Aufrecht know about this scheme? Does he know that he is your real father? I doubt it. He has a strong sense of justice. He would have not played a part in this scheme. No, I think he has no knowledge about this. And the elder Lord Aufrecht is unlikely to have told anyone else, even to his own son, the father of the child they switched. Letty found sense in this and agreed. If the present Marquis knew about it, then Eleanor would have never been Guido's fiancée. The elder Aufrecht died a year after Guido was born. He could have not possibly foreseen that a daughter would be born out of the second marriage of his son. And that the said daughter would later on be engaged to Guido. This sin committed by the previous leaders of the Eulenburg and Aufrecht houses, together with the midwife of Queen Sophia, was at the brink of leading to a more grievous sin to be committed by unwitting participants. When did you learn about all of this? During my second visit to mother when she transferred to the rest house in the south. She told me everything then. This happened 4 months ago, matching what Guido told Letty before. He probably did not want Letty to know about him meeting his mother during that period. He was not used to lying and ended up uttering a tactless one when he said before that he had not visited his mother far longer than the truth. Why did you attack me then? I had decided to consider the length of our chess game as a grace period, a time for me to think and consider all of my options. I had considered one possible scenario, and thought it to be the most possible one. If I reveal this secret, the Eulenburgs would be blamed for this. They would lose all their power and fall from grace. But if I, after returning to my rightful position as Lord Aufrecht's heir, and marry Queen Leticia, then maybe I could bring back the power they had lost. Guido paused, took a deep, deep sigh and continued. But it was the most impossible of all. I could not look at you as a woman. Letty was his sister. He could not see her in any other way even after knowing they were not related by blood. Letty felt Guido's sincerity and told him she shared the same feelings for him. Their true relationship might be as cousins, but to her, he would always be her older brother. What do you plan to do about Eleanor? I am currently thinking of a way to break off our engagement. If nothing works, I will marry her. But we shall never have children. Guido did not want Eleanor to bear the burden of a sin she knew nothing about. If because of this resolve, she would have affairs outside their marriage, he was willing to let her. No, he would rather be more relieved if she did. Why are you telling me about this? What are you planning to do? I have already prepared myself to keep this secret alone. I was ready to carry the burden of this sin without sharing it with anyone. But I had a hunch that telling this to you is needed for me to come up with the answer to that problem. Answer to what problem? Aniue asked me to find a way how we can cut ourselves from the chains of our heritage. He asked me when we were young and he believed I could find one. Letty blinked back, tears threatening to come out. He had prepared himself? Of course not, he was forced to. If this truth came out, the Eulenburgs would lose their power and tip the scales to the Lauensteins. This would lead to a true battle between two true siblings, Friedhelm and the Crown Princess Leticia. Guido was not doing this for his Eulenburg kin at all. He was ready to carry the full weight of this truth for Letty and Friedhelm despite his wish to be punished for this and be set free from the shackles of this binding truth. This was why he did not resist in any way when Borel attacked him. Guido was about to leave as he had said everything he wished to say when Letty stopped him. Wait! Shouted Letty and embraced her suffering brother. I will definitely find a way to let you live as you want to. But until then, let me share the burden with you. So please wait a little more, Onie-sama. Guido had been carrying this secret alone ever since Sophia shared it with him. He had sacrificed sleep and peace in order to think of the best course of action to take for his siblings, for his country. He had spent so many sleepless nights cracking his brain for a solution. Letty should have stuck her nose in sooner. She could have shared the burden with him earlier. He was not someone who would casually joke about himself being switched at birth. He hid the truth with his poker face and stoic nature, but those had truly been words filled with derision and a silent plea for them to take notice of his true identity. I will be a great queen respected by all as soon as possible, a queen that can control and suppress the 3 marquises and keep them in check. But until I become one, please wait for me. If Guido's true identity was made public, the political balance would collapse and a strife between Letty and Friedhelm would ensue. And Letty still did not have the power to prevent that. Friedhelm was born to be a king. She was brought up as a sheltered princess. Winning against him, who was complacent and confident enough to quiz her and give her assignments to work on, was impossible at the moment. Letty clenched her teeth in frustration at her lack of power and her state of helplessness. She could no longer stay as the leftover princess. She would have to be the queen respected by all. Then I shall wait. And until that time, I shall continue on being Prince Friedhelm's equal and rival. To keep each other in check would help Letty as she builds herself. They both knew that Friedhelm was also aware of this role even though he had not said anything to them. He surely shared Guido's sentiments. How about you? Guido asked. What do you think about me not being your real brother? You are my brother. Even though you say you are not. And that is true, not only for me, but also for our other brothers and sisters, including Friedhelm Onie-sama. Letty fought back her tears. Letty was certain Friedhelm would have said the same. He would continue loving Guido as his precious younger brother. However, unlike Letty, he was also bound by a cursed line. Half of him was a Lauenstein. He would want justice to be served and would bring down the judgment on Guido despite his love for him. He was that kind of person. If Friedhelm Onie-sama was a natural-born king, then I should just be better than that and be a queen no one would dare challenge. The warm and happy days the three of them spent together. This was what the curse of the three grand marquises had stolen from her. I am no god. I am a human who will gladly take back what was stolen from me. She had to hurry. Letty was now feeling the urge to be the queen she aspires to be. The Letty who left Catlia Palace was one filled with resolve and determination. Leave the incident about Lord Burrell to me, Letty told Duke. I shall ask Leon to weave a truth anyone would believe. Duke simply nodded at his master's request as he met her by the entrance. He knew she would not tell him anything more even if he asked. Her eyes told him so. All he could to do was to obey, or suggest a way to assist her. We could use your name to get more foothold in the investigation being done by the order. Recommend me to Commander Johannes to be the leader of the investigation since you would like it to be handled discreetly due to some political reasons. All I've got to do is pass to you or to Prince Leonhardt any evidence we get before I forward it to the order, correct? Yes, please. Letty realized her decision to let Duke stay in the order was truly wise. If not for him, the order might be able to uncover parts of the secret truth and dealing with that would have been more difficult. And about my second night, opened Letty. I have decided to be more aggressive. I no longer have the leisure of time. I am also planning to move back to the royal palace so you should also prepare, informed Letty. All these she said as they were briskly walking back to the royal villa. Duke understood that something happened during that visit to Catlia Palace. If his master had decided to hurry things, then he, as her knight, should follow suit. After escorting Letty back to the villa, he went first to seek his master's younger brother before he headed back to camp. He knocked on the door of Leonhardt's private room. No one's in here, came Leon's lousy excuse from opposite the door. I see you are present, your highness. Please excuse me. Duke opened the door and saw a room filled with books all over the floor and more books stacked on the desk, which perfectly hid Leonhardt from view. Without waiting for the prince's acknowledgement, Duke started telling his purpose. Prince Leonhardt, I would like to. Didn't I say no one was here? Cut Leonhardt. Prince Leonhardt, Duke addressed him again. Leonhardt begrudgingly lifted his head from his book, mumbling how rude Duke was for entering his room without permission and ignoring his words. What is it? I don't have any intention of being civil with you when my sister is not around. I have a message from Her Highness. She is asking for your help to create a truth anyone would believe about the curse circles done by Lord Burrell, relayed Duke. What an unexpected mastermind, exclaimed the prince and continued, please tell my sister I will do it. Lord Burrell, huh, Leonhardt whispered as he tilted his head to one side. True, the late Earl was a bit strange with his extreme belief in the royal family, so what could have pushed him to draw those curses around the royal castle? Well, that was the reason why Letty was asking him to come up with a truth no one would ever doubt. Your Highness, I also have my own personal request to you. Would you be my language teacher? Huh? No. I won't, Leonhardt flatly refused. Don't you already have my sister as your teacher? Her Highness has started to move. She needs all the time she can get and I would not let my master waste her precious time just to look after my studies. Please, Prince Leonhardt, begged Duke. Duke would never want to drag Letty down. He was more than willing to bow down to his master's younger brother, no matter how many times needed to get the prince to accept his request. Then how about asking someone else other than me, like Friedhelm Ue? I may look like this, but I'm quite busy, you know, the prince continued rejecting Duke's request, but this knight had a plan. I thought you'd say as much, commented Duke, and with one swift move, he took Leonhardt's eyeglasses. What do you think you're doing? Could you give it back now? Said Leonhardt with the most serious voice he could muster as he looked at Duke straight in the eyes, his hands open waiting for the eyeglasses. I have now proven my hypothesis. Prince Leonhardt, your eyesight is not bad at all, isn't it? What are you saying? It is very bad. Truly? But I do remember you were able to recognize instantly Her Highness' penmanship with the comparative list of positions I had in my chest pocket before. If you really have bad eyesight, you would have not possibly be able to identify the handwriting at that one moment you saw it and without the aid of your glasses. The contents were written quite small. Really? Uttered Leonhardt, his voice lower than usual. And then when I took your glasses off just a while ago, your eyes did not even change. You should have at least squinted a little to look at me if your eyes were really as bad as you claim they are. Duke examined the prince's glasses closely and found that it did not have any grade. It was just made out of ordinary glass. So what could be your reason in hiding behind these glasses? Rhetorically asked Duke as he returned the fake spectacles to Leonhardt and continued, well, I was once your age. A young man at 16 could be complicated. I understand there's a need to put on airs, especially if you have a complex about a very beautiful face often mistaken to be that of a young lady. Wait, sputtered a slightly discomposed Leonhardt. This exclamation was his undoing. Duke donned on his ladykiller knightly smile. Rest assured, your highness, your secret shall never reach the ears of your older sister. But I cannot guarantee the same prudence will be exercised with a particular friend of mine. We are, after all, the best of friends. There was only one person known to be Duke's best friend. Leonhardt paled at the thought of it, the face of his annoying oldest brother, Friedhelm, popping in his mind. The normally verbose prince was silent. He could not think of an insult venomous enough to damage this smug knight in front of him. And when he did say something, it was very reminiscent of Letty's usual insult. "You're the worst," exclaimed Leon with a loud thud coming from the thick tome he just closed and smashed on the desk. He was not yet done. "I think I hate you a lot right now." Duke continued to smile and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." And with that, Duke had gained himself probably the best language instructor in the whole kingdom in exchange for the little regard Leonhardt still had for him. The language used in this text is older than ancient Hellas. But Borel might have had the means to translate parts of it, and he was able to pick up some words such as reincarnation and offering. I presume he attempted to interpret the writings on his own and came up with a wrong understanding of the text. Leonhardt was presenting the analysis of the recent case on the curse circles. In front of him was an ancient document filled with notes and annotations. He probably interpreted the spell written here as "make an offer to revive thy beloved wife." He might have thought that the spell would bring back his deceased wife, so he started drawing the magic circles and gave the respective offering for each. The first was a bird, then a cat, a dog and a goat. If we follow this sequence, we could see that the offering got bigger with every succeeding circle. But at the end of all of this, Lord Borel was just a novice trying to copy what was written here, and he could not deliver the whole ordeal perfectly. Being a novice, he was bound to make mistakes despite his efforts to copy the circles as accurate as he could. He was also a firm supporter of the royal family and probably wanted to spare them from the trouble that would be caused by the spell. Borel was known as a believer of the royal family, at a religious level. Letty and Leonhardt decided to use this fact in order to clear out the contradictions that might arise in their version of the truth. The first circle was supposed to be found after the tournament was over, which was why it was covered by the carpet. He did not wish it to cancel the event. As for the lilies plucked, scattered and damaged during the second circle, we have confirmed from our head gardener that these lilies would have wilted soon if not for the incident. This is probably why he had selected that specific part of the garden during this time of the year. For the third circle, he avoided Princess Cornelia's birthday celebration and opted to draw the circle at night, which had more possibility to be discovered the following morning. The parts in Leonhardt's explanation that could have been the truth were probably for the first and third circles only. The first circle involved Letty and Friedhelm, while the third would affect Cornelia. These three were true royal children, and his faith in them would have not allowed himself to cause them harm. It was highly unlikely for him to know about the lilies, but adding this small detail could add much solidity to their claim. Besides, people tend to believe what they want to, and this little detail would make their truth more believable. Then he drew the fourth circle in the rarely used granary. After this, he prepared for the last circle. After he had finished drawing it, he called out Prince Guido to go to where the fifth circle was. He was to be the offering, a man of royal blood. But before he could finish this last requirement, he had a heart attack that caused his death. The Royal Chivalric Order has witnesses for this. One attendee asked as to what the inscription "I know who you truly are" meant. "This is just my hypothesis," prefaced Leonhardt. "But I think it did not have any particular meaning. I find it to be common in spells of dark magic where evil tends to keep its name unknown and masked in anagrams and mysterious codes. This case happened because of Borel's undying love for his wife. And at the end, he was the only casualty of this unfortunate tragedy." Leonhardt's explanation of the events would make sense to anyone who knew the late Earl. Everyone knew about his love for his wife and how much sadness had devastated him when he lost her. He would certainly hold on to anything, even to that little hope he found in that book, just to have his wife back. Lord Borel is now gone. We hope to let this case rest and close it here. The order closed the presentation of the results on the investigation of Lord Borel's death. Everyone attending it had agreed and left the room with heavy hearts. "Thank you for everything you have done to create this believable story. I really appreciate it." Letty knew the sleepless nights her younger brother endured to smooth out any wrinkles in their story to convince, not only the Order, but also other scholars of the ancient language, on the credibility of their version of the truth. It was definitely no easy task, and she was truly grateful for his help. "Nah, it's not a big deal. Working behind the scenes has always been my specialty. Though it might have been a lot easier if you had let me see Lord Borel's diary and correspondence. Ahahaha. I assure you, they did not hold anything useful." Duke forwarded to Letty Borel's diary and letters when they were found in his mansion. These documents contained the details about this incident, both on the circles and reason that drove him to do so. Borel thought that Sophia knew about the whole truth and kept it to herself. So as revenge, he drew one of the circles on the late queen's favorite lilies and destroyed them. Letty wondered, when did Queen Sophia know about the truth? It was a question that would likely never be answered, but it was highly possible that she already knew that Guido was not her own son. And yet she still treated him like her own. If she did not, she would have not bothered on leaving him to Letty's care. She would have not asked her to take care of him. She worried about him like how a real mother would. And that was probably the reason why she told him the truth. She did not want him to suffer the consequences of a sin he was not responsible of. She did not want him to marry his own half-sister. Her last days might have been filled with apprehension and trepidation that Guido would later on know about the truth, and it would be too late for him to do something to prevent both himself and Eleanor from sealing their damned fate. Leon, there was absolutely no need for you to see it, repeated Letty. There was no need for him to be burdened with this truth. She and Guido could carry it well on their own. She would just have to keep those documents safe should the time to use them come. If you say so. But you are aware you are being secretive, right? Teased Leon. Yes, I am. Perfectly, was Letty's bantering reply. Leonhardt probably knew Letty was keeping something from him. It could be about Guido. But he was wise enough not to press her for any information about it. Putting that aside, what are you planning to do about Lord Burrell's servant? He did not know much about his master's planned murder. He simply assumed that what they were doing was some kind of ritual to bring the late Countess back to life. When they told him that Guido was to be used as an offering, he just said that this confirmed his suspicions and profusely apologized for the mess he had been part of. Duke reported that the servant confessed everything he knew about the case to the Order when he was interviewed after he was identified to be Burrell's accomplice. However, he was only a servant who blindly followed his master's orders, so he was judged blameless for this whole case. She had decided to let the Order deal with the servant. Safekeeping of Guido's identity, check. Truth on the magic circles, check. Now, all that was left in Letty's to-do list was, I am going to visit Prince Friedhelm, so you may go home first. She sent Leonhardt back to the royal villa as she went on her way to finish her last task of informing her oldest brother. Letty was received in Friedhelm's private drawing room and she shared with him the proceedings of the meeting earlier. He was not one of the attendees because the meeting was only for the people involved with the investigation and security of the castle. Friedhelm, based on the fabricated truth, understood Burrell's motivation and saw himself probably doing the same should it happen to him. So, aside from the offerings and Lord Burrell, the only casualty was that one dress of yours that got ruined by the bird blood? Someone sure has such great bad luck, huh? I quite agree, sighed Letty. But I am glad that there was no one else that got hurt. So we have here a flawless story leading to a woeful end. I guess I don't have any choice but to believe this then. I'm sure Leon had to run around a lot just to tie all those loose ends. Well, I guess that's it for this case then. Friedhelm proclaimed his agreement on the truth, but his face did not look convinced at all. He was not someone that could be deceived easily, even with such an intricate lie. You know something, don't you? He eyed Letty suspiciously. What something? Letty asked back innocently, shrugging her shoulders as she looked down at the tea swirling in the cup as she slightly played with it. She had one more thing to say to her quite observant oldest brother. About Prince Guido. We have settled on being siblings and chessmates. What about Guido's true feelings? We are siblings and chessmates, ended Letty. She wanted to leave Guido's feelings vague, as this would help in concealing his true identity. This way, Friedhelm would come to think that the two of them had a discussion and this was the conclusion they came up with, regardless of what they truly feel for each other. And you think I'll believe you? Whether you believe me or not is your problem, not mine. Letty said this without even lifting her eyes from her thumb tracing the brim of the teacup, a clear sign she had no plans on breaching this topic further. You are certainly not cute. You won't find a husband if you keep on acting this way, you know? Said an exasperated Friedhelm. I certainly would not want to be told that by someone who was abandoned by their own fiancé. Letty teasingly smiled at Friedhelm. He could no longer hide his irritation at his impertinent little sister. And whose fault do you think it is? They broke off the engagement because I am not the crown prince. You were chosen to be the heir, so my broken engagement is definitely your fault and not mine, charged Friedhelm. Do you not think that was quite far-fetched? Letty thought it was. True, a part of it may be laid on her feet, but she thought that Friedhelm simply lacked his own charms and appeal to keep the engagement. Saying this to him, though, was like rubbing salt on his wound, so she kept this to herself and mocked him silently. Putting that aside, what is it exactly are you looking for in a husband? Asked Friedhelm to change the topic and added, don't go on telling me again that ridiculous ideal of yours. Give me the details. Be more concrete. A man who would say yes to everything I say. You aren't looking for a husband. That'd just be a loyal retainer or a servant, cried a frustrated Friedhelm. Letty simply replied him with a silent look as if saying exactly. Oh. I get it. You can just go ahead and marry Duke. No, thank you. He is all about looks, swords, and chess. The most he could be is as a lover. So he's got a good opinion from you, then, teased the older brother. No, he doesn't, contradicted the younger sister and ended the conversation there as she stood up and straightened her skirts. I shall take my leave then. I am set to meet father after this, bid Letty as she walked towards the door. But before leaving the room, she turned back to Friedhelm and gave him some advice. Better not touch that tea I left. Your maid was being particular about the patterns on the cup. Did you not notice? Friedhelm stood up in surprise and looked at the teacup Letty was holding a few moments ago. He remembered that she did touch the cup, but never drank from it, though he could not see the brown liquid as anything else but tea. I, stammered Friedhelm. He did not know what to say. Did not give the instructions? Letty finished his hanging sentence. I understand that much. But obviously, your family does not find the need to follow your decision of keeping the peace and observe the situation for now. The Lauensteins may be your ally, however, that does not mean they defer to you. Letty sternly reminded her older brother about this fact, though she graced him with one of her gentle smiles she usually gave her younger siblings after she scolded them about something. And one last thing before I forget. I already have an answer for the problem you gave me. Do not be too friendly with Prince Guido. The only reason why you are trying to be on good terms with each other is because I, the next queen, had ordered you to do so. Letty stood straight and looked at Friedhelm with a piercing gaze, her eyes brimming with the inner strength of a queen. I shall not let the two of you be comfortable with each other, enough for you to talk on your own. If the Lauensteins and the Eulenbergs decide to join hands, I shall have to kill either one of you. I would let them think that the other betrayed them, and that would be my opportunity to tear both families down. Keep each other in check, or get killed. She knew she needed time to be the queen everyone would recognize. But until then, she would have to let her brothers take the harsh path. Now that I am to be queen, before you are my brother, you are my retainer. So you should follow my orders. And if the need arises, be prepared to get killed. As soon as she finished saying her little speech, Letty turned around and continued walking out of the room. She did not want to hear Friedhelm's opinion on her answer nor see his reaction to it. She never looked back. You have to think as a queen, Letty. You have Prince Guido's weakness. With this, you already have the Eulenbergs chained to you. This only leaves Friedhelm and the Lauensteins as your biggest enemy. You will definitely find their weakness. And quickly. For beyond this chaotic and bloody competition for the throne was the bright and warm future they were all wishing for. Part 2. Only the one-armed King Oswald was in the Night King's space, and it was unusually quiet. Letty was somehow disappointed, for she wanted to inform the Lion King Alexander that the spell did not summon a dragon, but a grotesque creature of countless black hands. Queen Leticia greeted Oswald. When are you in? He quietly asked Letty as he saw her coming. Right after solving the mystery of the magic circles. However, it is nothing but a trifle incident and not worthy to be recorded down in the annals. I suppose you do not have any knowledge about it. Then at least tell me what month and year. Insisted Oswald, who seemed to be his normal gloomy self with dull eyes that looked like he had already given up on everything in life. I could tell you what would happen in the near future. Have you never been curious to know what the future holds for you? This was a sweet temptation. But Letty shook her head without even sparing the idea a thought. There is no need for me to know. I do not want to. I am not as strong as King Alexander to bear the despair it could bring me. Until that day comes, I am fine without knowing. But that does change the fact you would still feel the same despair and hopelessness when that time comes. Exactly. I know what it feels now. I just had a taste of it a while ago. Letty said as she thought that she had gotten her own dose of despair under the name truth. But what is wrong with feeling the despair? We are humans, not gods. We will cry, worry, be angry, be sad. But the most important thing for us is what lies after all of that darkness. To accept all those negative things and be able to break through and overcome them. I was able to find the answer to a problem because I learned about the truth. With the secret of the Eulenbergs safe in her hands, all she had to do was to discover the weakness of the Lauensteins. If she could do that, she would be invincible. She could gradually strip down the two houses of their powers and leave the title 3 Grand Marquises as nothing but a name. You are strong, Queen Leticia. No, I am not. If I am, I would not be saying these things at all. She was still stumbling on her feet, and she no longer had her older brothers to keep hold of her or break her fall. But she does now have her trusty knight to be by her side at all times. If strength lies beyond despair, maybe despair is not that bad at all, concluded Letty. Oswald closed his eyes and simply replied, "Is that so?" A silence ensued in the room until Oswald broke it with a question. Have I indeed become stronger after that day of despair and desolation? Have you not continued on fighting this nearly endless battle without ever escaping from it? If that is not strength, then I do not know what else is. King Oswald, I am proud that a king like you would be born from this line. Letty bid her successor goodbye after she had said these words. She knew men did not want their tears witnessed by anyone. They were such complicated creatures. I see King Oswald is as dark as he usually is, greeted the heartbroken King Ledger as Letty was about to leave the Night King's space. You really are the best there is, Queen Leticia. If only I was born earlier, I could have been one of your lovers and it would be total bliss. Are you perhaps in love, King Ledger? Why, yes, of course. To the best woman in the world who got everything she wanted. Part 3. When Guido heard that Borel's funeral was held privately in his manor, he decided to tell Letty about this news since he also wanted to talk with Leonhardt. However, when he, escorted by Valkyrie, reached the royal villa, he was only able to do one of his tasks because Leonhardt happened to be out. He is usually in Katlia Palace around this time supervising the history classes of our younger siblings, informed Letty. Guido followed Letty's words and went to Katlia Palace in search of the third prince. He left his knights by the entrance to the palace and luckily, he need not search long. Leonhardt had just finished the history class for his younger siblings and was walking in the corridor leading to the main entrance of the palace. Guido saw him and called his attention, saying that he had something to tell him. The younger prince did not bother to hide his annoyance and told Guido that whatever he wanted to say, he could already spill it out here in the corridor. Their relationship was not that good and simply moving to a more private place to talk was already bothersome. So what was so important that you even went out of your way to find me? Is it a continuation of our discussion on the different interpretations of the law? No, this is about your future. Choose. Either marry a princess of a foreign country or become someone's knight. Huh? Leonhardt was shocked. What are you talking about? He clearly did not understand why he was presented with these choices by his older brother. Because you are Leticia's weak point. You could either be used as bait, a material for blackmail, or be kidnapped. They can use you to ask Letty to withdraw herself from succeeding the throne or to abdicate her position as the new queen once she is crowned. I'm not sure which and when would it be, but these are likely scenarios. Leonhardt made a public declaration at the young age of 12 that he had no desire to be a king and inherit the crown. He proclaimed his decision to dedicate himself in the academy and went to study in the university. It was during this time when his reserved attitude became known as eccentric. He dropped out of the race for the crown. This meant that his life was no longer in much danger as before. So when Letty was chosen to be the heir, his life was already out of danger. However, Guido thinks that his life still was in danger, albeit for a different reason. Instead of him being a threat for the other families for the crown, he was now the perfect person to use to threaten Letty. I am certain about this. That's what I would do if I were in their shoes. I would conspire with the Lauensteins to do it, explained Guido. If his words could be read correctly, this meant that he would never do it as their older brother. Leonhardt understood Guido's point and was contemplating his words. How should I put this? He thought aloud. After a few moments, he had gathered his thoughts and started with a disclaimer. This is not really my cup of tea, but I'll give it a try. Let us go back to the time when we were nothing but young children. Back then, Ainui had always read books to me before going to bed. Her choices of books were always between two extremes. It would be either an exhilarating, heart-thumping adventure fiction or an informative and serious biography. She never showed particular preference over one, probably because she found both interesting and read as much books about one as well as the other. Leonhardt's face somehow turned softer with a faint smile playing on his lips as he reminisced those times. Normally, a girl would go for fairy tales about princesses, right? Mother used to read those to me. But Ainui never had a mother. Not, in the sense like she just sprouted out of nowhere. I meant she was out of our mother's sight and grew up without knowing one. So from whom do you think did she pick up her taste in books? Who read to her before going to sleep? Guido comprehended where Leonhardt was going. When they were young, he and Friedhelm took turns in reading bedtime stories to Letty. Friedhelm's choice was always exciting tales of adventure while he selected biographies and historical accounts. Unfortunately, Leonhardt continued, childhood experiences would always affect a person's future. Maybe the reason why I found history this enjoyable is because I had an equal share of fact and fiction as I grew up. Add to that the little secrets Letty shared with him about the unwritten history. All of these piqued young Leonhardt's innately curious mind and made him want to know more about the stories of the past. Don't you find having siblings troubling? At first, you don't seem to be connected at all and yet you are. There is always something that is passed down from the oldest down to the youngest, despite the lack of a direct contact. Holding hands while playing, kneeling down to meet the younger one's gaze, reading books before bedtime, and sleeping together. These were things Friedhelm did to Guido, and Guido did to Letty. Letty continued this and did it to Leonhardt and all of her other younger siblings and even cousins. The love from the eldest child is still passed down to the youngest through this cycle. What I'm trying to say is that you have already done your responsibility to me as my older brother, though indirectly. Don't you think so? But to make this clear, I am not grateful at all and I still hate the two of you. Ha ha ha, laughed Leonhardt at the end. Friedhelm and Guido took care of Letty because she would not be their enemy, their competitor. On the other hand, they never acknowledged, or rather ignored, Leonhardt as if he did not exist because he was their main enemy, the main contender for the crown as the son of the first queen consort. Leonhardt knew not if they did this on purpose or not. But one thing was clear for him. It was already too late. For you to act like the concerned brother means nothing to me. But should you wish to have an intellectual and scholarly discussion, be my guest. You are the only one who could keep up with me anyway. Well then, please excuse me, bid Leonhardt and turned around walking towards the staircase leading to the entrance. He was already about to take a turn for the stairs when he met Cornelia along the way. I have just left Guido Oniue over there. This is your best chance to tell all your complaints to him, informed Leonhardt. Do not think I am a child like you, Leon Onie-sama. I do not go around sulking just because they are not paying me any attention, Cornelia said defiantly. That was unexpected, uttered a surprised Leonhardt. Children can sometimes be harsh. How can I be sulking at this age? Anyway, I shall go and meet Guido Onie-sama. But, Leon Onie-sama, you better be more honest about your own feelings to others, reminded the young princess. Well, I definitely, honestly hate that person, came Leonhardt's pitiful reply, but the young princess was no longer listening to him and was already walking towards Guido. Guido Onie-sama, greeted Cornelia as she reached her older brother. Guido turned around to face his sister who at that moment was already assessing how he was based on the color of his face. She was satisfied to see that he had improved since she last saw him and felt grateful that Letty kept her word on doing something to make Guido feel better. If you were already here, you could have at least greeted us, chided Cornelia. You are always like that, so Leon Onie-sama is sulking. Sulking? Leonhardt? Guido was not able to hide his surprise at Cornelia's words. Yes. Because you do not give us enough attention. Guido found himself at a loss on how to react to Cornelia's proclamation, for he found it unbelievable. He was trying to think of something to reply when he saw the ribbon by the bodice of Cornelia's dress about to come untied. Cornelia, stay put for a while, he said as he knelt down and tied again the ribbon, making a prettier butterfly bow. You are good at tying ribbons, exclaimed the younger princess. Did you learn how to do it from Letty Wanisama? Yeah, I think so, was Guido's reply, despite the fact that it was he who taught Letty how to tie a ribbon. Both he and Friedhelm learned how to tie a ribbon in order to teach it to Letty. She was the reason why they learned how to tie one. It was her existence that made them learn the skill, therefore, it was she who taught them how. His answer to Cornelia was the truth if put that way. Onie-sama, called Cornelia, breaking Guido's reverie. I would like it very much if you could come here to visit us occasionally, though I do not want you to push yourself too hard. You could just drop by and say hello whenever you are near here. Cornelia? I understand that you are busy. I also have Onisama, so you really need not worry, but... The younger princess remembered the words of her older sister, I shall stay with you enough to cover Prince Guido's absence. But remember, Cornelia, that he is also sad now that Queen Sophia, your mother, is gone. But he is so busy that he does not even have the time to be sad. So remember to be kind to him. Cornelia chose to offer consolation to her dreary brother in her own little way. But she would be the queen, and that meant she will be very busy. So I shall take on her role and be the older sister for everyone. I will teach my younger siblings everything Letty Wanisama taught me. Guido realized the truth in Leonhardt's words. Indeed, something was being passed down from the eldest to the youngest child. Letty is a kind-hearted person. She took on the responsibility of caring for their younger siblings and showered them with so much care and attention enough to cover for the 3 oldest royal children. Now the love she selflessly shared was being passed down by the younger ones. I see. But you are forgetting that I would no longer be king. Now I have the time, so I shall be spending it with you. You will have me as your company in place of Leticia. Really? Cornelia asked with expectant eyes. Then would you teach me embroidery? Embroidery? Repeated the somewhat surprised Guido. Yes. I am planning to do this intricate pattern for her birthday. It is so detailed that I might not finish it in time if I do not start it now. She did teach you how to embroider, didn't she? Of course, embroidery was uncharted territory even for this nearly perfect Guido. But he did not have the spirit to deny this from Cornelia's hopeful face. Yes. I understand. Embroidery it is. That's a promise then, declared the young princess as she reached out her tiny finger to Guido for a pinky swear. The prince gladly obliged his younger sister. Cornelia bid him goodbye after soliciting his promise to teach her embroidery and flashed him a cheerful smile before walking on. He could not help but remember how Cornelia's back reminded him of Letty when she was younger. Of course. They are blood-related sisters, he thought as he blankly stared at his pinky finger. Then someone from behind called him again. You sure about the embroidery? I won't agree to it. Definitely not, said Friedhelm as he approached Guido. Guido went to Catlia Palace in search of Leonhardt alone, but his other siblings seemed to be finding him. If you are here for Queen Rosalind, I think she is. No, cut Friedhelm. I came here looking for you. I heard from Leticia that you have already talked. Yes. We have decided to be siblings and chess playmates from now on. Yeah. I've heard about that already. Guido was saying the same thing as Letty. So this could only mean that they had really settled things between them, and this was their conclusion. Friedhelm was still not sure about Guido's true feelings for Letty. But maybe there was no need for him to know anymore. These two had worked it out already. They would surely be fine. So with one last warning, he decided to let this case go. Friedhelm faced Guido and looked at him straight in the eyes. You stupid brother. Don't you dare do something like that again. Stop doing anything to make me worry. Guido blinked twice, dumbfounded at what he heard. Friedhelm immediately darted his eyes to break the eye contact to hide his embarrassment and continued. Well, we are brothers. I guess it's natural that our tastes in women are alike. Friedhelm's vulgar joke received a tangent reply from Guido. Did you like Eleanor? It is totally lost to me how a simple joke is too difficult for you to understand when you could easily comprehend complex theories, cried an exasperated Friedhelm. Though, this one might be my fault for giving a borderline joke. But still. If he told this joke to Leonhardt, he would have sworn at him and called him the worst names. But Guido did not understand Friedhelm's covert attempt to tell him that they both liked strong-willed women. I see. We are alike, mumbled Guido. Ah. So that's what caught your attention out of everything I've said? Sometimes, I just can't help but be truly concerned about you, sighed Friedhelm as he grew worried about his younger brother's inability to comprehend jokes. Well, that's all I wanted to say. We may be here in Katlia, but we can't be seen acting all friendly with each other or else Letty will kill us. Good luck on embroidery. See you around. Friedhelm changed his demeanor from that of a worried brother to the first prince of Sommervessel and left Guido to his thoughts. So we are still alike despite being so different. We share something in common, me and my older brother. He had always considered himself completely different from Friedhelm as compared to Letty, whose personality resembled much of the charismatic prince. He was more convinced about this difference when he learned that they were not blood-related at all. So if I somehow resembled him, then you do as well, Letty, Guido whispered. He had seen his younger sister sometimes look at Friedhelm with envy. Envious of the strength he had that she did not possess. Her eyes were a fine mix of aspiration and jealousy. However, Guido knew that Friedhelm became strong because he had something to protect. That kind of strength could never be achieved alone. Letty, you should take a look at yourself in the mirror when you look at Leonhardt. You make the same face as he does. Don't worry. You resemble him more than you think. You will be a great queen. I did not resemble him much. But it's enough to know that we shared the same dream. However, that dream would no longer come true. Epilogue. Letty and Duke were sitting opposite each other with the chess table in between them. They were having a peaceful time. The silence was sometimes disturbed with a thud produced by the moving chess pieces and Letty's complaints on ending the game with a draw. Father has given me leave to be the mediator for MT Gran and be the negotiator with North Ruth. Those are quite impressive roles to play. But aren't you rushing things? I am rushing. The occasional conversation ensuing between the knight and the princess were also tedious, ranging from politics to foreign affairs, all of which were necessary knowledge for the future first seat knight of the Knights of the Round. Your Highness. I have accomplished my mission. Astrid, Duke's Jr., disturbed Letty and Duke's peace. He was once again entering the room through the locked window, the upper half of his body already inside. I think I have already told you to go through the front door, scolded Letty. For Duke, this was the fourth time he had seen Astrid go through the window, but it seemed this was quite a frequent occasion for Letty based on her reprimand. Please forgive me. I thought I should enter through here since it was a secret mission. Even still, enter through the front door. Letty's mission for Astrid was to purify the impurities left by the cursed circles. She asked him to go to all of the sites and use the power of the Sword of Light for purification. Since Astrid was not her knight, she was not in a position to give him orders, so she decided that this would be a mission and he will be receiving a reward in return. Your Highness, you have a visitor, called the maid. Letty responded she would be there in a minute. Letty told Astrid to wait for a while as she greeted her visitor and left the room. Duke, now alone by the chess table, moved his gaze to his cheery junior. What did Her Highness ask you to do? Duke was curious as to what was the mission his master requested to Astrid instead of him, her knight. Astrid responded with a smile as he thought of his answer and nodded once when he had come up with one. I do not feel like saying it. What? A secret between me and Her Highness is an advantage for me. Commander also told me to use my advantages well in selling myself, so I should keep this to myself. Really? Came Duke's clipped reply. He could not put his finger on the feeling that was welling up inside him. However, he did recognize it as the same feeling he felt before. It was during that time when Letty was down with the cold and he could see traces of Astrid who left through the window. That was when his junior told Letty about his chosen master. Duke still could not give the feeling a proper name, but he did come to one realization. I think I hate you, Astrid. And I idolize you, senpai. Is that so? Well, thanks. If his master's rivals were the Lion King Alexander and the administrative King Karl-Heinz, then maybe his rival was Astrid. This impertinent kid, Duke could not help but agree at the description Friedhelm once gave the young knight. Sorry for making you wait. The visitor has left already, said Letty as she entered the room again. Your Highness, if you need a temporary night again, please just give me a call. I promise to do my best. I shall keep that in mind and call you if needed. I have yet to prepare your reward, so I will have it delivered to you once it is ready. Letty did not find any need to be careful around Astrid, who knew her secret as the reincarnation of the Night King, and Astrid was using this to his full advantage. What is that face? Letty asked when she saw her knight's expression. "'Tis nothing," was Duke's nonchalant reply. Letty did not ask him anything else and quietly resumed her seat opposite Duke in front of the chess table. Duke mouthed the words, "Go home." To Astrid, who responded with a silent, "I won't lose." "Please excuse me, Your Highness," bid Astrid, and once again went out of the room through the window. They heard the thud of Astrid's boots hitting the ground and the sound of his footsteps as he ran. "He never falls, does he?" complimented Letty without taking of her eyes from the ongoing match on the check table. "Your Highness, have you asked Astrid the name of his chosen master?" "No, but it was someone present during Cornelia's birthday. He said so himself." "Of course," said Duke and moved a piece. It was now Letty's turn to make a move and for Duke to observe. He seemed to find himself staring at his opponent when he was brought back to reality with the sound of a moving piece. He saw a black hand come out of Letty's back. "Hey, do not move pieces on your own," scolded Letty and tapped the hand to go back into hiding. The black hand retreated behind Letty and then disappeared. "Oi. What was that?" "I thought of disposing it permanently, but I changed my mind and decided to have it as my new pet. It will be an outstanding guard once trained." "A pet?" "No. I'll just pretend I did not see anything." "Yup, it was absolutely nothing." Duke remembered seeing those unknown black hands before in this room, but decided not to put too much thought into it. He would gladly face any human enemy with a tangible body, however, anything more than that was already out of his domain. "It is your turn now." Duke shook off the thoughts bothering him and gathered his wits to concentrate once again on their game. He decided to move his knight to protect his queen.